Good morning and welcome to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners regular meeting. Today is May 6, 2020. It is approximately 10 o'clock a.m. This is our second or third teleconference meetings and we're getting better as we go along. So please bear with us if we have some hiccups every now and then. I don't anticipate many, but if so, just bear with us. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll for purposes of a quorum?
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Vice Chairman Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Joe Carn.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise where you are, please in place for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Reverend Dawkins.
Let us pray. Almighty and gracious God, we are grateful for another day. We thank you for your blessings upon our lives. We pray for those who are hurting and who are suffering. We ask now, Lord, you direct our hands and our hearts and minds to care for them. Bless our commissioners, our leaders, for all those who serve. It is in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What's happening with that? What? She needs to turn the volume down or what? All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 2, consent agenda. 20-0316, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the county commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. Discussion of any consent agenda item is desired. The item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Commissioner Hall has requested to move items from today's consent agenda for separate consideration. Starting on page 3, 20-0319, Sheriff requests approval of subrecipient agreement with County Sheriff's Office and Justice Solution as the research evaluator to develop strategic plan and project planning and implementation of the Department of Health and Human Services grant.
Okay, don't read the whole caption. That takes too long.
It wasn't the whole.
Okay.
Next item on page 3, 20-0320, Sheriff requests approval of a subrecipient agreement with Fulton County as the research and develop a strategic plan.
Okay, continue.
Also on page 3, 20-0321, Community Development. Request for approval to extend the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Coordinated Intake System Grant.
Okay,
On
continue.
page 4, select Fulton, 20-0323. Request approval to renew an existing contract to provide the coordination and facilitation of a one-stop operator service.
Okay,
Page 4, 20-0326, Human Resources Management. Request approval to make continued modifications to the classification section of the Classification and Compensation Plan.
okay.
Also on page 4, last item to be removed for separate consideration, 20-0327, Human Resources Management. Request approval of an amendment to the HR policy number 112-20, Coronavirus Disease 2019.
Okay. Any other commissioners want anything removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion or consideration? Anyone else? All right, I'll entertain a motion
Move approval as amended.
as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, properly moved in second. And let's vote on the consent agenda as amended. Commissioner Hausman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
Madam Clerk, and I'll vote yes.
And the motion passes.
All right, continue. Now, if there are any of those items that Commissioner Hall asked to be removed, if any of those relate to COVID-19, I'd like to take all of those COVID items together after the manager's presentation, okay?
Okay. And we have 2 items to be added to today's regular meeting agenda on the page 4 of the add-on memo. The first item to be added is 20-0351, Board of Registration and Election. Request approval of Amendment 1 of the intergovernmental agreement to conduct a special election for the city of Atlanta.
All right, this would require a supermajority, meaning 5 votes. Is there a motion to add it? Is there a
Move
motion?
approval.
Second.
Second, this requires 5 affirmative votes. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis, Commissioner Morris,
Yes. Yes.
that was Ellis and Morris. Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
and Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, next item.
20-0352, as requested by Vice Chairman Arrington, discussion, unfreezing budgets countywide.
All right, again, this will require 5 affirmative votes. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
No.
Commissioner Ellis,
No.
Commissioner Morris,
No.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
and Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
And the motion fails for lack of 4 affirmative votes. 3 yeas to 3 nays.
I didn't hear a vote from the chair, nor an abstention.
I voted yes.
You voted yes?
Yeah.
The motion passes.
No, it doesn't.
I'm
It takes
sorry.
5.
No, you're right. You're correct.
All right, next item.
Okay, back on page 5 of the regular meeting agenda. 20-0328, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have amendments to today's regular meeting agenda.
Okay,
And first off, we are, all the COVID items will be heard after public hearings and after the COVID update. Also on page 11, 20-0346. Commissioner Hausman, co-sponsor Commissioner Hall, request approval of a resolution to establish the Fulton County Municipal COVID-19 Relief Fund. Commissioner Hausman has requested that this item be heard as discussion, no action taken today. Commissioner Hall has requested that item 20-0346 and 20-0348, both on page 11, be heard together.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
that request for no action today, I want to rescind that request. I do think that we should discuss it and then determine if it's worthy of going forward or not.
Okay,
Okay, so noted.
Thank you.
anything else, Madam Clerk?
Those are all the amendments I have for today.
All right, commissioners, anything else?
Mr. Chair, I've got a couple items I'd like to have moved up and heard after 0348. And those are items 0166, 0342, and 0344.
Okay. Anything else? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Meeting agenda.
Approval.
amended. All right, is that a motion to approve?
Yes.
Second.
I'll second. Vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
yes,
Mr. Corn.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. 0-09, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, April 1st, 2020, recess meeting post agenda, April 15th, 2020.
Entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
yes,
Mr. Corn.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. There are no presentations of proclamations and certificates today. Next item, public hearings, 20-0331, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment can register online to join the public comment portion of the Zoom call, or could submit public comment by email or by filling out the form located on the county website at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. All public comments will be submitted to the clerk for the record.
Okay. Public comment.
The first public comment is from Corey Funk from Atlanta. I had a recent spine surgery and I am required to go to the doctor's office or physical therapy several times per week. I have to drive to get there. I had to purchase a car midway through the shutdown. It was a private sale, so I had the title signed by the previous owner to transfer to my name. My 30-day grace period to transfer the title, register the car, and get a license plate runs out tomorrow. When will the Fulton County Tax Commissioner's office be open to process new vehicle registrations like this? Will I be liable for any tickets or fines I incur for driving while the office is not processing new registrations?
Public comment number 2 by Ursula Walker from Atlanta. Comment. Hi, first I would like to thank you for the daily COVID-19 updates along with resources and important information concerning the citizens of Georgia. 2, we were informed by our water company that our city council or mayor needs to approve another extension by May 11th or they will cut off our water. Normally, all we did was ask for an extension on our payments and it was moved to the next month without late fees. 3, have the testing at Wolf Creek started yet and is it only for the sick? 4, when is the next virtual town hall meeting where they will be a doctor present to answer some of the COVID-19 questions like before?
Public comment from Charles Miller of Atlanta. I wanted to know when the county employees who work the front line will get hazardous pay.
Are there
In
others?
addition, I believe we have a couple of people that are on the line.
Okay.
We have Terry Bailey.
Hi, this is Terry Bailey. I'm on the line, but I'm actually an applicant as well. So I'm logged in for the first zoning application. So I was trying to speak at that time, not now. Thank you.
Okay. The one other person?
I believe in.
Ben Howard.
Thank you. Greetings, commissioners and staff, and greetings also to you citizens of Fulton County. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. I have come to comment on 3 items today. Our county's coronavirus hotline, the distribution of the $10 million coronavirus stimulus funding, and absentee balloting. The COVID-19 hotline, 404-613-8150, is currently available from 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Mondays through Fridays, and from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays. Now that the federal government is diminishing the role of the coronavirus task force, and given the fact that here in Georgia, at all levels of government, citizens are subjected to the pronouncements of political executives as opposed to the measured and sound advice of health experts, it might be wise for Fulton County to step up to the plate and make our COVID-19 hotline a 24-hour number. Relative to the $10 million stimulus grant that came to our county by way of the federal government, by way of the tax-paying citizens of Fulton County and elsewhere, thank you for ensuring that an equitable amount was allocated to organizations such as the Council on Aging and QLS serving senior citizens here. As more and more citizens are opting to vote, and those voters are choosing to vote by absentee ballot, I urge you to agree on a nonpartisan basis, as it ought to be, to funnel more resources into our county structure for distributing, receiving, and counting those absentee ballots. Thank you.
Any others? Is there one
I
more?
believe that's all the public comment we have.
Yes, no.
No, there's a, Mr. Amara Kennedy is also registered. He just appeared on screen here.
Okay.
Good morning, commissioners. I want to first say thank you for the leadership that many of you all have exhibited physically and as a body in regards to not only working to address this serious pandemic that we are still very much a part of, but also continuing to do the things that you can do to ensure that the citizens of Atlanta are aware and informed of how we can move forward to be safe as a community. I come to you today, though, to ask that you continue to do what you can do to ensure that this pandemic is truly addressed, because I'm very concerned about the continuance of the increase in numbers in terms of not only new cases, but those deaths that are proposed to happen not only in our state, but in our county, and the lack of leadership that we have seen coming out of the governor's office. And I feel that now it's really up to our local municipalities, like our county commission, to take even greater leadership to ensure that all in this county are granted access to testing, granted access to PPEs, and granted access to any of the needed materials and information to ensure that we as a community can feel safe, particularly our medically fragile, our elders, and our young people. So I thank you. I'm very encouraged to hear some of the items that are on the agenda for today, and I encourage you to continue the work in the community to ensure that all of the citizens of Fulton County are informed, educated, and safe. Thank you, and God bless you and your continuous leadership for all the people of Fulton County. I thank you for this opportunity.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, we have Ayaz Ali. I guess
Hello?
they're just listening.
Okay, anyone else?
That's it.
That's it? All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 6, zoning use permits and zoning modification applications, zoning public hearing, 2 related cases, 20-0163, planning and community service, 2019Z-0001, Fulton Industrial Boulevard.
Okay, haven't we had the public hearing? We have not. All right. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this matter? Anyone from the public?
Who's that?
Bailey.
Okay.
Terry Bailey.
There is?
Yeah, we have it
Okay.
here. Mr. Terry Bailey. Go ahead. Terry
Hello?
Bailey.
Yeah, okay. Hey, how are you doing, Mr. Chair, members of the board? How are you doing this morning? My name's Terry Bailey. I work with Taylor Fall Harper in Lumsden. The address is 3400 Peachtree Road Northeast, Suite 1515, Atlanta, Georgia 30326. I'm here this morning on behalf of Fulton Realty Holding LLC, doing business as Fulton Realty Holding LLC, address 4160 Fulton Industrial Boulevard. I'm going to explain these two companion requests. It's a rezoning request as well as a variance request, and a lot of I'm trying to keep it as brief as possible and reserve time to respond to any questions or concerns. But this application is going to be very similar to the one before, so we may address a lot of them on this application. This application is similar to the next application. Just to give you some background on this property, for those of you familiar, this is the gas station that's located 4160 Fulton Industrial. So if you're going west, you get off the exit, take a left off the exit, past where the old McDonald's is, across from the BP and where the U-Haul store is. And it's currently zoned M2, which is heavy industrial. What we would like to do is we would like to renovate this store. Now the owner, Ayaz Ali, has bought this property as well as another property on the other side of the freeway. He bought both properties in November of 2018. When he purchased those properties, his intent the whole time was to renovate, develop it, turn it into a better store, have better operators in there. As you look through the report and look at some of the issues, we know these have been two very, very problematic sites. So once he got the property late 2018, the first thing he was doing is working on getting the drawings, getting the plans to make some renovations to the property. Because it's zoned industrial, to make any improvements to this property, it's not conforming zoning right now. So we have to come into compliance and rezone it into C2. In addition, with that request, we're also we're requesting that you guys reduce the setback, one of the setbacks from 40 feet to 20 feet. Now, if you look at the plan, there were 4 curb cuts on this property. We're eliminating 1 curb cut towards where we're encroaching into the buffer, so it would not have a great impact on vehicular traffic turning to that site. Now, since Mr. Ali has been at the property, he's had operators in there, and currently they're on month-to-month leases. The purpose of that is that he wants to be able to evict them, as soon as he's able to renovate the property. He's just had them running the store for the last year and some change. If you've noticed, especially, I believe it was the 4160 in particular, they had a very high volume of calls to the site over the past, from 2014 to 2019. But if you look from 2018 to 2019, the calls almost went in half. What he has done since he's been there is he's encouraged the current operator to call police when there have been issues. He's kept a list of trespass on the property. And what he plans on doing is he plans on spending around $160,000 upwards for the canopy, facade work, and imaging, and about $160,000 for the inside of the property. We've met with the CID, we've met with concerned neighbors, and a lot of the issues, we've taken notice of a lot of the issues they have concerning both these locations. One thing is a loitering, trespassing, and what we want to do some things and make a store that's visibly appeasing, but at the same time that deals with all these issues, particularly the crime. We provided them with some renderings as well as some of Mr. Ali's other work at other properties to show how he's taking properties in very bad condition and renovated them. We anticipate both stores will be a Chevron. The CID came with a list of conditions for us, and I believe most of them are incorporated into the report. Some conditions such as lighting, no signage on the wall. They wanted 24 hours. They wanted security at all times. So because Ali is going to be the property owner, not the business owner, it's somewhat cost prohibitive to do it at all, to be 24-hour security. If you add up for both properties, I believe we calculated it ends up being about $7,000 per property more. But what he is going to do is if he gets approval for both of these locations, he's going to shut them down immediately. He's going to evict the current tenants. He thinks he has. He's been in discussion with a couple of tenants to come in there, and what he plans on doing is he's going to board up the property, start the renovation property as soon as possible. He will provide police officers or off-duty officers for the first 6 months that they reopen, regardless of whether or not he's gotten another tenant in there yet. But he wants to change the image and let people know that it's going to be a different type of establishment. There were a lot more other discussions. One thing that the neighborhood had concern with was the video gaming machines. And the biggest issue with that is that when the police come to monitor and they come to check on the store, people could always run inside, whether they're selling drugs, prostitution, whatever they're doing. People could go inside and pretend like they were actually playing the gaming machine. So we believe that no matter what, that would be a good thing to, although it's it can be cost prohibitive to find a tenant by eliminating the option of gaming machines. Mr. Ali understands the concern from the neighborhood regarding that. And if you look, there's a list of conditions, including he's going to evict the current tenant who's in there. He's going to, so I guess I'll reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal if there are any comments in opposition, and to answer any other questions, particular questions you have regarding this property and the proposed rezoning variance.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else to speak for or against? Anyone else to speak for or against? All right, any questions?
I have a couple of questions. In regards to the security officers, I understand for the first 6 months you have security guards there, whether you're leased out or not. What will be the security guards' hours?
Ayaz, is Ayaz Ali able to speak? He should be on the call as well.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Can you answer that? Do you know what the hours will be for security?
Most likely it will be from noon to 10 p.m. That's what other sites have been doing.
I couldn't hear him. Could
They're from noon until 10 p.m.
Okay. All right, and I would be okay with this, but the video gaming machines, that's definitely a no for me in the community, because I've heard enough from residents about those. But outside of that, I don't see a big issue with it.
Okay, other questions or comments? Anyone else to speak for or against? If not, I will close the public hearing. Does Mr. Beck need to say anything? Mr. Beck, you available?
Yes, sir.
All right, what's your recommendation?
Staff's recommendation is approval of the zoning and approval of the concurrent variance request. That was the recommendation of the Community Zoning Board as well.
All right, you've heard the recommendation. I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Both matters.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? If not, let's vote. Let's see here. Mr. Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Mr. Carn,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. On page 7, 2 related cases, 20-0164, 19Z-002, Industrial Boulevard, and 2019 VZ-002, Industrial Boulevard.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Anything you want to add?
Okay. Nothing. I'll just state my name for the record again. Terry Bailey, Taylor Fall, Harper, Lumpston, 3400 Peachtree Road Northeast, Suite 1515, Atlanta, Georgia 30326. On behalf of Fulton Land Group LLC, located at 4336 Fulton Industrial Boulevard. And once again, it's a very similar request. I want to thank Mr. Beck from the planning department because he's had patience with me when you have two addresses, both on Fulton Industrial Boulevard, both Fulton Land Group. We both been getting confused a lot, but I appreciate his patience with me as well got these applications in. But once again, we have the exact same conditions on this site. You know, I do want to add that I'm excited about the potential prospect who we believe is coming in there. Like I said, I can't share who we think it is right now, but we think the Fulton County will be very happy with who we're in discussions with right now. And it's going to be the same operator both sites. And we respectfully request your approval, and I reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal or comment. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak for or against? Anyone else to speak for or against? Yes, no? All right, any closing comments? All right, any questions, commissioners? Mr. Beck, then that will conclude the public hearing. Now, Mr. Beck, what's your recommendation?
Recommendation of staff and the Community Zoning Board is approval of the zoning and of the concurrent variance request.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion. I had one comment though.
Second.
You know, I did speak to Mr. Bailey about this. I did urge you guys to reach out to the local schools in the surrounding areas, because when a lot of these outfits come into communities, they do connect with the community and look for partnerships along those lines. So I want to make sure that you all are committed to some type of a community partnership with opening these two outfits up and expanding the other. So.
Okay, motion is to approve, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Chair Arrington.
Yes.
Yes.
And motion passes unanimously. On page 8, county manager items under open and responsible government 20-0332, presentation of the COVID-19 operational response update.
Okay, now, Mr. Manager, you have everybody teed up for this, I assume.
Yes.
Okay, and before you begin, I just want to thank you and for all the hard work that you and your people are doing to keep us safe and sound as we collectively try to get through this unprecedented situation. But, and you and I have discussed this, and it's not a secret. It's true for the public sector and the private sector that it's unlikely that things will ever be the same from a business, from a workplace point of view. And so I think that one of the unintended consequences, one of the good things that have come out of this or has come out of this will be the opportunity to rethink how we work, our workforce and our workplace. These discussions are going on in the public sector. I know that they're going on in the private sector. And I think this is an opportune time. And what I have said to the manager colleagues, have challenged him, is to begin to think about the future of the county with respect to the workplace, how we work. We've experienced teleworking and so forth. We're going to be looking at how we configure the workplace. A lot of changes going forward. So this, I think, is the time to do this. And I'm glad that you accepted the challenge, and we look forward to a report, even if it means contracting with those in the private sector who are much more knowledgeable than any of us are, even though I'm sure some of us think we're more knowledgeable than we are about these things. But it's an opportunity for us, and I'm glad that you accepted the challenge to look at this in detail. And by the way, lastly, I've asked the task force that's been looking at our core services to begin to think about what should county government look like as a result of this. And we are going to be making some significant changes, some that we had not anticipated, but I think all of this is for the future. And I think the future begins now. So I appreciate your acceptance of the challenge.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Commissioners. I just want to make some brief comments up front, and then we'll use the same format that we've used previously to discuss current status as well as plans going forward. I think we continue to make progress, obviously working through this crisis, and most importantly, you'll see again today that we've maintained healthy cushions in our healthcare capacity. As of yesterday, we had 846 beds, 195 ICU units, 287 ventilators, and 129 in capacity at the morgue for expected needs. So the flattening of the curve in Fulton County has truly been beneficial, along with the planning that we did with both state and healthcare partners. And I think the CEO of Grady will be on today to share more details about this, but I really want to commend John Halpert, Grady, and his colleagues for what has truly been a tremendous effort and what avoided a catastrophic result. In the next phase, as you know, testing becomes paramount for a multiplicity of reasons. With our inclusion of our new sites at Wolf Creek Amphitheater and 4700 North Point Parkway. And again, I want to commend our folks working with the Board of Health and standing both of those major sites up in the last week and a half. The two National Guard sites that are now online at Turner Field and Greenbrier Mall, as well as the retail sites that have been operating for some period of time by CVS and now Walgreens. We have tested over 50,000 folks through yesterday, 55,000 to be exact. So we will show some numbers in terms of what the future needs to look like in our report today. But I think as you look at that, to really think boldly about testing, we certainly should start with testing all Fulton County employees before return to work. I would suggest also perhaps all municipal employees take advantage of this as well. And then the population in general. So we've asked our outside consultant EMSI to take the same approach to capacity planning for testing that we did for healthcare priorities, and look at, again, what's the order, so to speak, that citizens should be tested in other words, from highest priority to lowest. What's the capacity needs that we would have to have built to be able to accomplish that? And then we've even begun looking at what marketing campaign, both for citizen education, which is critical, particularly in certain demographics, as well as in general to motivate citizen behavior to see the test as a value-added activity that they'll want to participate in. So we're looking at all of those dimensions to pull together a more comprehensive testing strategy for Fulton County. But even in the article that I sent to each of you from McKinsey & Company, which of course is a world-renowned strategy firm, as you read that article, you could see that defining a strategy for testing is, again, not an easy undertaking. So we'll be working closely with Dr. Paxton and her staff to flesh that out and supply the resources, again, and the support to make that a reality. The other element that we'll talk about today in some detail for this next phase is reopening the government. And it will not be a time certain event. It will be more gated by the principle of safety first. So we are looking at the scaling up of personal protective equipment, building enhancements such as shields and the like, employee testing that I mentioned, and then new protocols down to the level of when is it safe for a book to be checked out of the library and then restocked on the shelf. So I think you'll be pleased to see the detail that our team has gone through, and Anna Roach will present that to you. And we'll certainly be looking for any input and guidance from you as it relates to this schedule. And again, you'll see a phased schedule, and probably in that last phase of the schedule, Mr. Chairman, would be where we have most of the opportunity to look for things that fundamentally could be done differently and in a way that would satisfy the safety needs of citizens, and quite frankly, adopt ways that have become more mainstream. I'll give, again, one example of that I've discussed with several commissioners is the emphasis on digital offerings in our libraries. We already had a significant amount of citizens, significant number of citizens taking advantage of that. So we've asked our staff to think through what that would look like at 4 or 5 times the level that it's done today, as opposed to just simply returning to all of our libraries and checking out physical books. So I think there's a multiplicity of examples like that to consider. Next, we've continued to monitor closely the situation at the Fulton County Jail. And I want to compliment Sheriff Jackson and his staff for the good management that they have done of that facility. As you know, we have not had an outbreak. We are still in the single digits of number of folks that are COVID positive and in the jail. We've had over 30 that have tested positive, but there has been no outbreak. We have asked, though, Alton Adams, and he'll report on this today along with the Sheriff's Department, to look at the possibility of a COVID-19 isolation unit at both Rice Street and Union City. So we'll have that discussion in a few moments and believe that that's something worthy of consideration. In addition, I plan to meet with Sheriff Jackson tomorrow to look at closely the administration of hazardous pay, particularly for folks who are stationed at the jail. The resolution that you passed talks pretty explicitly about interaction with the public. And I think if we have overlooked some folks who are interacting with inmates on a routine basis, then that needs to be corrected. So we'll be taking a review of that tomorrow. One of the things, of course, that you led with, and I think still is unique across the state of Georgia, is the $10 million community support package. We'll be glad to comment on that today with a brief status. But largely, of course, those selections have been made. We've kept about 10% of that in reserve at this point for the next wave, potentially, of this crisis. But I'm very pleased to report how that has gone, the diversity of suppliers that we have, and the many different activities that they're undertaking. Lastly, I think as with all governments, as you read about the pressures on the state governments as well as city governments, we have continued in a conservative posture as it relates to our financial stability. And as you recall, we did implement expense controls and reserved about $31 million to cover near-term COVID-19 expenses, or what we anticipated to be near-term expenses. We have received the CARES funding of $104 million, and that really should be seen as our funding source for all COVID-related expenses now going forward. What I would remind you of is, as we sit here today, we have either expended or obligated approximately $18 million since this crisis began. So if you just took a simple run rate of those expenses through the end of the year at about 11 to 12 million a month, we would be easily at that $104 to $110 million number. Now, again, these expenses will come potentially in lumps. In other words, there may not be another $10 million program for the community, or there may be. There is, though, a consideration in this jail expansion unit that will exceed that. So I'm not trying to simplify it, but just to say that if you looked at this rationally, I think we will be under pressure to constrain our COVID-related expense funding to the $104 million that we've been allocated from the federal government. The other thing that we will look at and are prepared to share this morning is the consequence of future revenue impacts from digest value reduction. So Sharon Whitmore will discuss that with you, and we'll also discuss why expense controls are advantageous and I think quite necessary in light of those great uncertainties with our digest and the resulting revenue impact. And then lastly, I just want to commend all of our leaders for their commitment to our citizens, their focus on creative approaches across the board to continue to serve citizens, and then again, managing through some very complicated issues as we go through this crisis. So, Mr. Chairman, again, we will start with the Chief Operating Officer, and she will guide us through the COVID-19 response update.
Okay.
And then as part of that, the chief financial officer will talk about the expected financial impacts.
All right, Madam COO, and what I would, after your remarks, I guess you'll have individuals making presentations, and I guess as we did before, let's hold our questions until after the presenter has finished with his or her remarks. If that's okay, we'll proceed. Madam COO.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to provide an update on where we are on several of our operational efforts in response to COVID-19. Before I hand it over to our first presenter, we have made a decision to suspend the HHS component of our update just for this meeting, because we've added 2 additional components that we think are of an urgent nature that the board should be aware of. But in lieu of a full report from Dr. Rochelle, who we love to hear from at all times, I do want to, for the benefit of the public, identify the partners that we have funded since the last board meeting. So this is above and beyond what we have already approved and communicated to the public. Again, our round of funding was focused in the 3 primary areas identified and approved by the board. And in the area of emergency assistance, rent, mortgage, utilities, and food access, we have partnered with 23 additional nonprofits, and I am going to take a moment to name them individually. Make a Way Foundation, Enon Baptist Church, the Atlanta North Georgia Labor Council, the Andrew Young YMCA, the Urban League, NAACP, the Concerned Black Clergy, Passion Church, Renew Atlanta, MLK Community Resource Collaborative, Home Stretch, Miracle League, Star House in Able, Georgia, the Andrew P. Stewart Center, Emmaus House, Grove Park, Roswell United Methodist Church, Adamsville NPUH, the Housing Justice League, Pittsburgh Collaborative, True Worship Outreach, and the Lutheran Church of the Redeemer. In the area of meals for service, we have added 7 partners. They are Enon Baptist Church, the Atlanta North Georgia Labor Council, NAACP, Concerned Black Clergy, Project Grand, Pittsburgh Collaborative, and People's Town NPUV. In the final area of isolation quarantine for the homeless, we added 1 nonprofit organization to our list of funded organization, and that organization is the Veterans Empowerment Organization. Just want to also add the total amounts in each of the 3 areas that we have funded against since the last board meeting. In the area of the emergency assistance, we've added $1.125 million to those 23 nonprofits I identified previously. In the area of meals for seniors, we have added $260,000 to the 7 organizations. And in the area of isolation and quarantine, we have added $50,000 to the 1 organization identified. So again, in lieu of Dr. Rochelle's full report, wanted to advise the public of the additional organizations funded with the board's generous $10 million allocation for community support. And the last thing I'd like to mention before we go into the update is where individuals can go to access these services. For food, it's fulton-ga/COVID-19/Fulton-county-food-agencies. All of this information is on our county COVID-19 website, and that was the link for food services. Second, for community assistance, that includes rental, mortgage assistance, utility assistance, etc. The website is fulton-ga.gov/COVID-19/COVID-assistance-hub. In order to access these services, you can also call the Fulton County Customer Service line at 404-612-4000. Seniors can always also access services using the star line number, which is 404-613-6000. To get into our update categories that we have prepared for the board and the public today, I'd like to provide an overview of the 4 areas that we're going to focus our update on. The first is the incident management team update. That is our emergency management team along with our consultant partner EMSI. They will be up first. That portion of the report will also include an update from our Board of Health Director, Dr. Paxton, as well as the Grady CEO, John Hoppert. Following that, I will take some time with the board and the public to walk through our recommendations for a reopening plan. Following that, Mr. Adams will take us through our jail capacity expansion effort and an update on the steps we've taken toward that end. And finally, as the manager stated, our chief financial officer will wrap us up with an update on the funding plan as well as some budget pressures for fiscal year 2020 and 2021. So at this time, I would like to ask for our emergency management team to be prepared to provide their update to the board. Matt?
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Also, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Board of Commissioners. We appreciate the ability to go ahead and present to you guys today. If we could switch to the next slide as we start talking. I'd like to go and remind everyone of the 3 pillars that we actually have been discussing over the last couple of times of dealing with testing, logistics, and overall planning and the future. Next slide, please. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'd like to start off with just a cumulative report of this testing that has gone on in our spots as well as other points of collection in Fulton County. If you start on the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see the Fulton County Board of Health spots that we've partnered with them to go ahead and operate. We actually have 2 locations. We have shut down the location that was at Charlie Brown Airport. It served its purpose, and we have now expanded to the Wolf Creek Amphitheater location in their southern footprint and the northern footprint, the 4700 North Point Parkway. We've also been able to leverage 3 mobile spots that the Board of Health is doing, and we have had tremendous success with that. We started that last week on April 29th. We have tested over 1,000 citizens so far at an average about 250 people per day, and that's just getting stronger and getting better. We're targeting communities, we're targeting hot spots within the community based upon the mapping that we're seeing, heat map and such, looking for clusters in our community. And Dr. Holland, Dr. Paxton from the Board of Health has been making decisions to go ahead and place those units out there to help get those communities tested. We, as you can see, we actually have gone up since this slide was presented to 4,550 individuals tested to the Fulton County spot. That's about a daily average of 240 last week per day. We are now averaging 500 per day this week. It's just getting better, folks. We are expanding our capacity. Joe Bereswain, as well as our partners from the state, Georgia Emergency Management Agency, the Incident Management Team, Board of Health, National Guard, we have had utmost success with that operation and has continued to grow from there. Another one that started last week is the City of Atlanta partnered with CORE and the Arthur Blank and Mercedes-Benz Stadium. They have opened an operation over there at the Home Depot backyard. It is both a drive-up and a walk-through location. You'll see about 1,000 individuals that have gone through that. CVS at the Georgia Tech parking deck is continuing to operate in making some impressive numbers of individuals that come through there, about 1,000 per day, Monday through Friday, 600 on Saturday, and about 400 on Sunday. So we're continuing to work with those individuals. Another one that opened up is a Walgreens site in the North Fulton footprint, in Johns Creek specifically. They've tested approximately 600 individuals since we reported. We got some updates on that number as well. The next one is the Georgia Department of Defense, which is a partner with Augusta University. As you can see, about 1,300 individuals. They have 2 locations that they're doing this out of, the Greenbrier Mall, which is very close to one of those clusters that we have noticed on our heat maps. They go from 10 to 2 at that location, and then the GSU Blue Lot, which is over here close to the downtown footprint from 2 to 6 p.m. is what's being done there. The county manager did reference the incredible work that our healthcare partners have done with helping us build capacity, and Doug, my partner here for EMSI, will go ahead and showcase some of that incredible work. But the hospitals have tested about 26,000 individuals through their system. getting over to the total, taking some of the new numbers that we discussed today, well over 56,340 individuals that have been tested so far in our community. Doug, could you take the next slide, please?
Sure. This is a slide that we just got from our modeling that shows the growth of testing on the blue line. And then once the blue line goes in kind of a straight linear format, that's forecasted testing that will be needed by the county. The orange line notionally shows cases as a result of testing. And as more testing goes up, it is thought that eventually we will be testing people that aren't just symptomatic anymore. And so this kind of shows the gap that we need to close. I believe we're approximately 1,500 tests a day or more, and our goal is to get to 3,000 as quickly as we can. And just like we talked about at the beginning of this, that our goal is going to get creative in testing and who we tested. And so that this graph just kind of represents what we need to do as far as testing. Next slide.
Switching on to the next pillar that have been discussed in the past, PPE and logistics. What we'll be working towards is developing and maintaining a cache of PPE for the municipalities that are covered under the Fulton County CARES Grant. What we're starting to see as a gold standard is a 3-month supply of PPE for the individuals that would have to go ahead and continue to respond to this. Is our desire to go and continue our effort collectively to develop this cache for the municipalities that we serve. I think our buying power as the Fulton County on behalf of everyone will go ahead and definitely outweigh any individual efforts, and this is what we will be working towards. The top bullet, you'll see the 3-month supply of surgical masks and gloves for our municipalities. Then the next bullet point will go switch into a 3-month supply of PPE for all first responders. This information was developed based upon what we have seen from the ReadyOff orders, the system that our public safety partners, our EMS partners have put through to the Strategic National Stockpile requesting resources. What we have done is then taken that, did a 20% increase based upon those numbers, and came up with the allocations that you see there as well. So the total 90-day cash would be about $2.9 million, and that we'll be working towards that end. The next thing that you see there is actually the need to have a climate control warehouse. Right now, we are leveraging a location, prefer not to go ahead and disclose that one location, where we will be storing these resources in a climate controlled fashion. But if that location does have to be reallocated for another mission, there would most likely be a need to identify another climate control facility to move. So this is just for discussion purposes and also for consideration of our elected officials today. Next slide, please.
All right, so a couple things that I want to talk about, and we have some slides to kind of illustrate what I believe is kind of the good news of the last 6 weeks. As you look at this slide, these are the daily totals for COVID-19 confirmed patients in our local hospitals in Fulton County. So you see in the orange that we've been in a range from 253 all the way up to 314. And to me, that illustrates, and you'll see in later slides, that we are at the peak in our COVID-19 response based on modeling, and it's represented in hospital beds, which is a pretty real-time look at of patients, and it gives us just real data to look at. On top of the orange are the green blocks, which are actual bed availabilities cumulatively for all the hospitals in Fulton County. So on 4 May, we had 828 beds available with 253 people that were in bed. So on top of patients, we still had an availability of 828 beds, and then 114 beds at CHOA hospitals for children. So we still have a very high availability rate. This goes to the flattening of the curve and the social distancing. It also speaks to the plan that the hospitals had to create space within the hospitals. So I feel like these slides for ICU space and ventilator space are all very similar. We have a lot of capacity left over to handle what COVID is throwing at us. Next slide. This is another slide that the modeling that we're using actually uses cell phone data. And so for Fulton County, if you look at this slide, it's a fairly simple slide, but on the left-hand side, you'll see the negative numbers. Well, those are negative percentage, so negative 10%, 20, 30, and so on. 0, the green line across the top, would be the cell phone mobility of Fulton County residents pre-COVID-19. So as you can see, we were at about 50%, minus 50% mobility around April 17th. And then 2 weeks later, after the stay-at-home orders had been out for a while, we were at our largest lack of mobility at about a minus 73%. And then since we've started slowly reopening the economy, you can see the slow rise back to people being mobile in the county. This relates to, will translate to people being out more and your chances for exposure more, but it's real data. We're not just guessing if people are staying at home or moving. We can actually see with the cell phone data what's going on. Next slide. So this is a comparative slide. I like when we get together every 2 weeks like we do to kind of see where we've been and where we are. So if you look at the yellow line and peak on this chart, this was the projection for hospital bed use for COVID-19 when we presented on April 1st. The data was coming in from foreign countries. We didn't have a lot of data points, but we did know that there was going to be a surge in hospitals like we saw in New York. So that was an unpleasant news that we got. Very soon after that, we issued the stay-at-home orders here in Georgia and in the counties and in the cities. And so today, just so you know that the horizontal lines across the top were what we are projecting our bed space to be. So we had a shortage on that first projection. So our latest projections from yesterday is the orange line. So that yellow line and the orange line actually correlate to each other. They're the most probable bed use for Fulton County. So nothing illustrates it better like the flattening of the curve, and you can see the success of taking the strain off the hospitals. The green line is the best case scenario that was reported yesterday. And then the black line is our actual COVID bed use that we've been tracking from the hospitals. So as you can see that we're tracking right about that for that scenario. One thing I do want to mention here is as late as Monday, that orange line was not quite, the duration was not quite as long. We had the orange line kind of going down to a very small bed rate at the end of May, but it is now the end of July. So what we've done is we've taken the load and we have flattened the curve, but we can expect a longer duration. We're at this peak. We've been at this peak for about 2 weeks. And we probably have 2 to 3 more weeks at this peak for the hospitals. So, and the reason that it got extended out through August is that mobility data and the chance for exposure. So that's what this slide represents. I think there's a lot going on, but you can kind of tell a history, our present, and the future all on one slide. Next slide. So with the new data that came out yesterday that we have made sized for our county, is the death rate has gone up. This time 2 days ago, I would say the orange line, which is the most probable death rate, and once again this goes out to the end of July, is 585, and it has grown by almost 300 bodies. While this isn't good news, but it does, this is the first really kind of try at trying to estimate deaths based on remobility of our citizens. So just so you know, we have been tracking since the beginning, much closer to the green line, but we will continue to track our real data. What's been very interesting about our work as we track real data as the new projections come out from the different models that we data mine from, we're able to kind of predict what the new data is going to look like. And so based on, like I said, a week from now or 2 weeks from now when we have our next meeting, it's our hope to have a lot better information on what resocializing has done to these numbers since we're kind of in the beginning of it. So I believe that's my last slide. I think we're open for questions now.
Can we have one more slide? Next slide, please.
One more? Okay, yes. I'm sorry, one more slide. So once again, this is, we've presented in front of you 3 times. And to me, this is a good news slide. Again, if you look at the blue boxes, we were showing a deficit for bed capacity, ICU bed capacity, ventilator capacity, and morgue capacity. And due to some of the governmental controls and the cooperation of our citizens, and for the hospitals getting creative, and us having some foresight with morgue shortages, we have put these categories every meeting to a little better place. So we have gone from a delta in all the categories to what we think is a robust capacity, and I think this is a success of what we've seen. And that's all I've got.
Before I turn it back over to the Chief Operating Officer, we'll go to the next slide, which will be the question slide. Just want to go ahead and highlight the Animal Services team who's doing incredible work. If you've been monitoring the social media feed, folks, it's probably been the first time that we could ever go down the hall of our shelter and show empty kennels. We have not been able to do this without the incredible work with our 55 individuals that work on the Animal Services team and the help of our public that have actually fostering these animals and then subsequently giving them forever homes. So I am truly grateful for that. It was actually an incredible sight to see them walk down as you've seen other animal shelters across the country and just see empty kennels one after one. I hope we can keep this momentum going as we move forward. The other moment of personal privilege, I just have to go ahead and publicly thank a couple individuals, specifically my immediate supervisor, Deputy Chief Operating Officer Alton Adams, who has always been there as a peer support, who has helped me along this way, has answered the phone call, and has definitely helped rudder kick the boat as I moved along. Anna Roach, who's our Chief Operating Officer, who is constantly pushing us to strive for perfection, and we are constantly trying to go ahead and meet her new bar every time. And ultimately, Dick Anderson. I cannot thank the county manager enough. He is engaged, he is informed, and he has been with us throughout the whole way. No matter what time, day or night, he has answered a text message, a call, anything that we need to go ahead and make sure that we can work for the citizens, for the Fulton County to make this better for them. I am really appreciative to those 3 individuals, and I look forward to everything else. Also wanted to go ahead and thank our partners in the Board of Health. Dr. Paxson, who's our new partner, I'm extremely appreciative of her support. Dr. Holland, as well as Wendy and Dr. Swancutt. We're looking forward to some great days ahead with that team of individuals, especially Dr. Paxson at the helm. With that, I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to the Deputy Chief Operating Officer, our Chief Operating Officer, Anna Roach, for questions.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner Morris, you have the floor.
Can we go back to the slide on the deaths projections, about 3 slides earlier? That one. Those numbers are, I can't read on the screen the dates at the bottom. Over what time period? And this is cumulative numbers, correct?
Correct.
From the first one to the...
It's cumulative through the end of July, which is projected to be the bottom of the curve. So for the first wave, they're now projecting end of July.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
Mr. Chair, I had a couple of questions.
Mr. Ellis?
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. Very great material. A question on the hospital bed capacity. You noted that there's, I think, 253 patients currently with COVID in various beds, if I'm reading that right. And then 828 and 114 available bed capacity. What is our total hospital bed capacity in the county?
It's there's two numbers, but we're going with staffed beds, which is approximately 4,400 beds in the county.
Okay.
And they have a licensed bed number, and we're also including into that Piedmont Hospital opened up earlier and gave us approximately 123 beds, and we have the Georgia World Congress Center that's given us 200 beds. The capacity is about 4,400 for our hospitals. Realize that hospitals don't really have borders, but we've focused solely on the Fulton County hospitals.
Understand. And then that 4,400 is all beds. That's not just a non-ICU. That's all beds.
All beds, ICU, emergency room, and other, all beds.
Okay. So if we have 4,400 staff beds, and then I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. And then of those 4,400 staff beds, at present point in time, the way we're getting active reporting, only 253 of those beds are being used for COVID patients. Is that a fair way to read the material?
Yes, sir. That's a fair way to read it. I would say, just so you realize, our initial empty bed planning number was a 20% availability of bed, which was approximately 850 beds that are open normally within the county as an average. So yes, I think you're reading it right, but some hospitals mothball some, and they may have staffing issues. But as far as what they're reporting, you're reading it correctly.
Okay. So generally speaking, right now, the available bed capacity is sort of at a normalized rate, the best we can understand it.
Right, and there probably should be triggers. One of the reasons I like this hospital data so much is I think it's one of the first places we're going to see rises in patients, because the truly sick individuals are going to go to the hospitals. And so there should be triggers in where the hospitals maybe can do more than they're doing. But right now we're at a comfortable position. And but you're right.
Okay. And on the death data, recognizing that kind of hospitals have no borders, like you stated, and we've got a fairly strong hospital capacity within Fulton relative to some of our other neighboring counties. Do we feel pretty good that the death data that we are looking at and that we're trying to track relative to Fulton is just Fulton citizens, or that data is flowing into this number that are non-Fulton citizens?
So I would say the death numbers aren't an exact science, but we're tracking deaths for Fulton County. But all parts of all parts of this system, from hospitals to mortuaries to funeral homes, none of those places really have borders, but the demographics are coming from the state. And so on the death certificate, it says where that person resides.
Okay. In the last question that I had really related to, and I don't think this is maybe not a correct term, but but recovery data. And maybe this is not really a good term, but this is more of a request maybe that if we're getting data from the hospitals, that maybe this would be an additional data point that might be worth capturing. Of the COVID patients that they've treated in the aggregate, you know, we're already tracking what they have, you know, kind of in at that point in a particular point in time, but also the COVID patients which they have released. I don't know if that data is something that they are readily reporting, but it may be a useful, you know, kind of point to look at. I know Phoebe Putney had reported some specific numbers, and I don't know if our other hospital systems or have the ability to do kind of similar data points and something we could aggregate.
That's something that's evolving, sir. The hospitals are really good about reporting. I feel like we're adding something every day, but that information is evolving. The last thing I want to say about hospitals, while it looks good with all that green on the slide, it is each hospital tells a different story. As you all well know, Grady operates close to capacity all the time. So just realize that doesn't show great availability at every hospital in the county. But we will try and capture that information and start to include it in our reporting.
All right, thanks so much.
Commissioner, before we leave your point of conversation, just want to make sure everyone is aware that on the 15th of this month it is scheduled to mothball, most likely, the Georgia World Congress Center alternate treatment facility. I know that Grady will probably discuss that a little bit in their presentation, but that will go ahead and change some of our capacity. But right at this time, I feel that even if that does change, we still have a good cushion based upon the trends that we're seeing.
I have some questions. This is Commissioner Hall.
Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
All right. Let's start with, there's a public servant from District 4 who texted me and asked about heat maps that Matt mentioned. And he wanted to know, how can the public access those heat maps?
Yes, ma'am. I believe all of that information is actually coming from our partnership with the Board of Health and Epidemiology Group. Jessica Corbett has been sharing that information with all the elected officials in Fulton County, to include city managers. And we also have a website that the county can go ahead, the citizens can leverage and be able to go ahead and get the latest information as it is provided to us by the epidemiology team from Board of Health, ma'am.
All right, and so is that going to be put on the website? 'Cause it's not in the presentation or anything.
It should be included on the website when they update it. The external affairs team does include that data there, as well as the email that is pushed out to all the elected officials. If there is someone that is not getting that, please let us know. We'll make sure that they are included in our distribution list.
All right, thank you so much. And my next question is that there have been numerous reports about inaccurate test results. And can you update us on what you know about this issue? Have we experienced any testing issues or reports of inaccuracies?
Yes, ma'am, there is some things. I believe Dr. Paxton will be covering that in her presentation. There is some guidance that she has received from the state health officer to that end. So I'll defer to her in her presentation. If she does not cover it, I'll remain on the line, and between the two of us, I'm sure we'll be able to answer that question for you.
Okay, and I don't know if I should continue with my questions, because some of this, it stems from comments that Mr. County Manager made, and such as about hazardous pay, because I must say that I don't think that we're addressing the hazardous pay in the most effective manner. You know, it's okay to follow what the other governments say, the federal government and the state and everything, but as we can see, everybody doesn't agree with everything that the other governments are saying. When Governor Kemp decided that he wanted the businesses to reopen, the majority of the mayors did not agree with that, and the public didn't as well as a lot of the medical community. So this hazardous pay issue needs to really be addressed because I know it's currently stated that it's the employees that deal directly with the public, but you have to take into consideration the fact that interaction with the public is also the public coming in and out of our public buildings, and even the employees going in and out of the public buildings. It puts people at risk. And I'll give you an example. I have a friend who's a former employee who works for the city of Atlanta. Yes, I see somebody waving.
Commissioner,
Yes,
the question that you raised now about hazardous pay, we're gonna have a whole section.
on hazardous pay.
Yes. You mind?
Okay. Okay, I'll hold it. I'll hold that question. And then I had another testing question. I'll hold that. And Mr. Chairman, I had a question related to, you mentioned about a task force that you have that you're going to ask to work on identifying how we should move forward in our work environment after COVID-19. And I got some questions from the public asking where can they find out more about this task force? What is their objective and mission? Is there access to their meeting minutes? And are the meetings open to the public? And what are the dates and times of the meetings?
Okay, I'll publish all of that.
All right, thank you. And where can they go to find it?
Pardon me?
You said you're going to publish all of that. Where can they go to find it?
My webpage.
Can you please let them know what the webpage is?
Yes. We'll publish it. All right.
No, I mean, can you tell them the web address right now?
What is that page? W. What? www.fultoncountyga.gov. Okay.
Oh, so it's on Fulton County's website?
And my chief of staff will communicate with you to give you exactly the time of the meetings. We're not meeting now, for obvious reasons, but we'll inform you of the meetings.
And the other question was asked when was the last meeting of that task force, and what is the actual name of the task force?
I'm not sure when the last meeting. I'll have my chief of staff go back and check when the last meeting was and communicate all of that information to you. Okay, anything else at this time?
I have several questions, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Well, first of all, Matt, Dick, thank you for your hard work. Well put together presentation. You all, Ms. Roach, everyone has been burning the candle at both ends, it seems like, and we've really stepped things up. And the community has been expecting nothing less. If we could go back on the slides to, I think there was a slide where it showed the upscaling of the PPE and the projected expenditures for PPE. You could take me back there so we could take a look at that one. I think that's it there. Okay, a couple of questions about this. Is there any allocation for PPE, in particular disposable masks, for our citizens? One of the biggest questions I've been asked over and over again at dozens of Zoom teleconferences with various council members and mayors are, is the county going to be able to provide some PPE for the public, not so much for the cities? I see there's an allocation here for the cities, 3-month supply. But I think the public has a definite need for this material. They cannot, it's not readily available, and that is available. It is extraordinarily expensive and cost prohibitive. Being that we're going to be upscaling PPE, this is probably one of the most important things, I think, in terms of direct preventative measures that we can take outside of hand washing, according to the medical experts. Now, I also understand, I heard out of the 104 million in the CARES Act, we have 18 million expended and obligated so far. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Obligated through the end of the year or obligated just so far?
So far.
We're gonna go through.
Okay. What I'd like to see here is an allocation of at least $1 million towards disposable masks for the public, made available directly to the public. And I say this for 3 reasons. Number one.
Okay, go ahead.
Number one, obviously we're mandated to protect the public as best as we can with any and all available resources. Obviously the resources are available, and there is a demand from the public for this, and this is something that they cannot access on their own. The second reason, obviously there's no cure for this coronavirus, as far as I know. So right now, according to the medical experts, washing of hands, social distancing, and face mask coverings, according to our medical experts, is the most effective way of reducing these infections. Third reason, obviously, we're spending public funds. In other words, obviously that money belongs to the taxpayer, and Fulton County citizens should be granted some access to that money. Now, DeKalb County has been distributing thousands upon thousands of masks, in the 10,000s of disposable face masks to the public, because they're listening to their medical experts. And in terms of the best direct contact preventative measure that we could provide, it's my understanding that face mask, disposable face mask or whatever type, are definitely a must. I think if we're truly interested in keeping folks from overloading our hospitals, which we've managed to do, if we want to continue that, I think we need more direct contact preventative measures. So I would recommend that we earmark at the least $1 million towards disposable face masks to be available to the public directly. And that would be my recommendation. That would be a motion. That would be, I think, a critical need to earmark at least that amount of money so that the public knows that there's something directly coming their way that they've been asking for months on end. So that's all I had there.
Okay, anyone else at this time? We have a lot to cover.
I have one quick question.
Commissioner Houseman?
Yeah, I want to echo the comments of the job well done by our team. Y'all have gone above and beyond, in my opinion. And I've had many, many comments from our cities about how great a job y'all are doing. So kudos to all of you. On this slide that's up here now, about this warehouse potentially that we need, I see you're looking for a 3-month commitment of supplies, but a 10-year lease. Can you just talk about that for a moment?
Absolutely, ma'am. I don't believe that we're going to be business as usual, or this looks like a new norm for us. I know that we're starting to see gold standards across the country to always maintain a 3-month supply of necessary PPE to respond to such a situation. We are seeing that even in states of New York, couldn't get the word out of my mouth, I apologize, where the governor is mandating that all healthcare institutions and other major healthcare establishments always maintain a 3-month supply of the necessary PPE to respond to such an event. So we were just looking forward thinking in that regard to make sure that if we can maintain such a cache, that we don't find ourselves in a situation that we are now, where we're looking always to try to find the next source of a critical supply that would protect the individuals that are out there on the front lines doing what they do best and treating us as citizens in this time of need. So that was just a flag that we put further down the road for our consideration.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you envision, at least for the next few years, that Fulton County would be maintaining at least a 90-day supply of PPE for our hospitals throughout the county, and I guess our first responders as well. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
We did not calculate the hospital. I'm sorry, I had to you. We did not go ahead and calculate hospitals into our number, ma'am. We just went ahead and did the municipalities that are covered under the Fulton County CARES Grant, as well as the first responders covered under the Fulton County CARES Grant. We can incorporate that if that's the will of the board, as well as our county manager, but at this time we were looking towards the municipalities.
Okay, so this is just for the cities, and so for 90 days, you're estimating about $3 million.
Yes, ma'am.
So you see that as an ongoing expense that we should be looking for as we determine how we're going to spend the care funds?
At the very minimum, I do see that until we have a vaccine. I'm sorry, we have a really bad feedback. I apologize. Until we have a vaccine and we start developing a herd immunity in our community, it's going to be at least 2 years that we're looking like this. It could even be longer. So we want to be prepared. We know that there's a possibility of other spikes in the future. We've seen it through the 1918 pandemic, and we're definitely studying all the data from that as well to go ahead and think about what would be some of the things we would have to get ready for should that next spike does occur. And these are just some of the proactive measures that we're recommending at this time.
So the bottom line is that we are supporting our cities throughout the county as much as we can with the parameters that are in place.
That has been the guidance the county manager has given me, ma'am, to go ahead and make sure that we support the municipalities going forward.
All right, and then you talk about this second wave. Do you have any information or projections along the lines of what to expect in a second wave?
Just some preliminary data allow us the opportunity to go ahead and actually put that together for you all for the next Board of Commissioners meeting.
Okay.
If we need to have something previous to that, we'll definitely schedule a meeting individually with you and your team to talk about some of the things that we're looking at to that end. But we are not prepared today to go ahead and present that to the community as well as to the Board of Commissioners, ma'am.
No, I think in 2 weeks is fine. I do think it's very pertinent, though, as folks look at resuming their somewhat, normal work life if possible, and ensuring the safety of doing so. So I think 2 weeks is fine, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you hit the nail on the head. I cannot go ahead and express enough to our citizens out there. If you are going back out into society, please make sure you take the necessary steps. Wear a mask, practice proper hand hygiene. It is so imperative. We've heard it from anywhere from the CDC to the state health officer. So I'm sure Dr. Paxton will go ahead and stand high on the mountain and scream that as loud as she can as well. Those are the type of things that we need to do.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, I had one more
Commissioner-
item.
Oh, sorry, Joe.
Mr. Karn?
County Attorney, I understand we have this 90-day catch. We're looking at approximately $3 million here. I would like to make a motion to earmark $1 million out of this $104 million CARES Act to be earmarked specifically for surgical disposable masks for the public, not for the municipalities, but for the public and citizens that are in need of that. How we distribute it or whatever have you, I think we discuss further, but I would motion right now to earmark at minimum $1 million towards that.
Okay, can I go ahead?
All right.
Can I go ahead?
If y'all let me preside, I will do it. Okay. Now, Commissioner Karn has a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Oh, second.
All right. Properly moved and seconded. Now, Commissioner Hall.
Okay, so my question as it relates to the municipalities was, do we have a report of which cities we're providing this assistance to? How much have we provided to each city? And have we been asked by cities for additional assistance? Because Commissioner Carn had a conversation with me because several municipalities contacted him stating that they need additional assistance. And so I want to make sure that we're not just assuming that we're providing them with what they need, but that we are actually having a conversation with them to ensure that we are providing everything that they need and that we are actually assisting them in the best way possible.
Okay, the respect to aid to the various cities, at some point during today's meeting, there's an item on the agenda for discussion that relates to aid to the cities.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'd like to take all of that up at that time, if that's okay with everybody, including Commissioner Carn, how we can use.
Well, I'm fine with that, but this motion is not in regards to aid to the cities. This is an earmark specifically for residents countywide to have a cache of of disposable masks to the general public as needed. And again, how we distribute it, when we distribute it, we discuss later. But I want at least that earmarked for the general public from the county's CARES Act funds.
I was only suggesting that we discuss all of that in the context of aid and further testing countywide, which is a point that I wanted to make, which would include the mask, but we haven't gotten to that yet. But if you want to take your motion now, that's fine. It's a proper motion.
I would like to take that motion now, at least for the earmark. So with the discussion, I would like us to have that earmark there out of the 104 million, that there's a commitment directly to the citizens, in addition to what we're going to be doing for the cities.
All right, there's a motion on the floor.
Can I finish? Well, I didn't even get to finish before everybody jumped back in. There's one last thing that I want to address, and that is this morning at 7:37 a.m., there is an article that states that Governor Kemp is warning of potential for another Georgia coronavirus outbreak. And so I want to address that because we were just talking about this is going to become a norm that we need to be prepared for. And this article speaks directly to that norm that we're going to need to be prepared for. Thank you.
All right, any other comments on the motion that's on the floor?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Commissioner Housen.
You know, I don't know how many masks $1 million would buy. I don't really think it's going to, looking at the numbers of what we've already spent on masks, that it would provide that many. I'm not sure if I agree that disposable masks are the way to go for the general public as they go about their lives. I would think that some sort of reusable mask that they can wash perhaps might be more of a benefit. So I can't support this motion as it's stated, but that doesn't mean that I don't support the effort to try and educate and provide the general public with some sort of protection. So I just think this needs to be vetted a little further before we throw a significant amount of money towards it, in my opinion.
And Commissioner Hausman, I'm not a mask expert, but I will modify that to advance it to $2 million, whether it is disposable mask or a more substantial mask. I'd be fine with that. But I think there is a need, and I think we need to at least earmark funds for that amount.
All right, Commissioner Hausman, I think you make a good point, and I think that we need to discuss at some point this whole CARES Act and how that money is going to be used, because in the end, if you have taken the time to read the legislation, and I hope you have, and understand what it can and cannot be used for, and who's going to be liable, and if we wait until, I would respectfully ask you to look and wait for the financial projections that you're going to hear and what we may be faced with if this second wave comes. If it doesn't, we'll have a lot of flexibility. So I would ask, I support what you're trying to do, Commissioner, but I don't think that the time to do it is right now. But your motion is on the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment. Yeah, I was going to say basically the same thing. I think the concept may have some merit, but I'm not prepared to support it right now because I do think we need to have the folks who understand the limitations on the expenditures vet this concept. So what we can do and how we best do it with what kinds of masks and how many and whether we can do that with the CARES money. So I can't support it at the.
And Commissioner, I would, if we don't earmark the funds now, the price of masks is only going to go higher as the year goes on. I'm not explaining how we need to spend it. I just say we need to earmark at least that for public availability at some point in time and make the purchase now with our purchasing power with this 90-day catch that we're purchasing so that we can have it at a lower cost now and then decide on how we want to spend it. But I think we need to do this now. I think there is a need now, and there has been a need where the public does not have access to masks that they can afford or find.
Anything else?
Yeah, I want to make a comment on that. I actually think that the prices probably will stabilize. I think that the crisis of everyone in the country trying to get masks at the same time has inflated the price. I think the fact that most of them come from China has inflated the price. You see more and more manufacturers coming online in our country. Prices are going to go down. I think that that's not accurate to say that we should buy $2 million right now today and trying to get a better price. I don't agree with that.
Well, and I don't agree that the prices will necessarily go down. But one thing I do know is that the longer we wait, the more people may perish or catch this disease.
All right, let's do this.
Can I just say this, because we are here to try to help our most vulnerable populations, and that would begin with our seniors who are still a part of the governor's act where he's saying that people who are most vulnerable to getting this virus need to continue to shelter in place. And we serve our seniors. I think we can start with them most definitely. As it relates to these masks. I've had my seniors asking me for all type of essentials, and my team and I have tried to use social distancing while actually delivering packages, care packages to these seniors of essentials because a lot of them can't get out. They have relied on our transportation through Fulton County and our senior centers to access the things that they need, and they're not able to do that because we're all shut down. So I think we do have a population of people that we can serve right now with this. And that's just my 2 cents.
All right. Other comments? Let's get it all out. Other comments? We got to let's get it all out. All right, let's vote.
Mr. Chairman?
Matt,
No,
that's
we're in the middle of a vote, Mr. Calhoun.
I apologize, sir. I apologize, sir.
All right, Commissioner Houseman,
At this time, no.
Commissioner Ellis,
No.
Commissioner Morris,
No.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
and I vote no. Next item.
The motion failed.
Madam, actually, before we move on, would you go, Mr. Calhoun, go to the slide that's entitled Fulton County Testing versus Daily Infections Projections?
I don't like this. Yes, sir.
That's not the one. There's no page.
It's the one with the blue line, Matt.
In the red line.
That's
it. That's it.
That's
No,
not
one
it.
more.
One more back.
No.
One more.
No.
One more.
No.
Yeah. That's it.
There you go.
There you go.
Now, would you explain this in layman's terms? Because this is the one that should be the most instructive for the 7 of us and the most informative. But explain this and what it means, because what it simply says, and it really addresses the motion that failed. Because if we test more, then the cases are going to decrease. That's why I've asked the manager and our Board of Health to provide testing for every citizen within Fulton County to the extent that we have the funds to do so. And for now, if we don't screw up and the funds that we have and use it for the purpose, including these masks that were the subject of the motion that failed, I think we will achieve our purpose. But there's a clear correlation though between more testing and a decline in the number of cases. That's why I've asked for us to make it our goal to test every citizen of Fulton County. All right, Madam COO, anything else on this slide, on this presentation?
Madam CEO, Matthew Colmeyer, I did make a mistake for the record. I want to go ahead and correct it. On slide number 4, which we were talking about the cumulative test for the SPOCs, it should say March 19th, 2020 through May the 4th, 2020. We had a typographical error there and it had April. So please allow the record to show that should be March 19th through May the 4th. I apologize for that error.
Thank you for the correction. Madam COO.
Dr. Paxton, are you ready to share the Board of Health update with us? If you could take us to next slide. Thank you.
Yes, yes, I am. Well, first of all, can you all hear me? I'm having some computer issues here.
Yes,
We can.
That's perfect. Okay, thanks. Well, before I launch into this, I just wanted to say that I am very grateful to the opportunity that's been given to me to lead the Department of Health and to join in the COVID fight. I'm working with a great team over here at the department, and I'm looking forward to working more with you all. As Dr. Ford has now returned to her full-time duties, her more than full-time duties in DeKalb, and I've come on as accepted this as a permanent position as of May 1st. I'm still in the kind of steep part of the learning curve, and I don't yet have all the details of the department at my fingertips, but I certainly do know how to get it, and I want to be as responsive as I can be. So to start going through the Board of Health update, to deal with COVID-19 testing, it's already been presented by Matt and his team about how we've been doing at the various SPOCs. I don't need to repeat that. What we have been doing, our ultimate goal is we want to test as many people as possible. And very recently, I think on May 3rd, the CDC expanded its recommendations to include, in addition to all the other groups that had already been included as priority testing groups, that now includes asymptomatic persons from disproportionately affected groups, generally ethnic groups. So basically we're talking about the risk groups that we know about, African Americans, other persons of color, Native Americans, and age groups. So basically they no longer, they don't have to have symptoms be tested. We just want to get them in and get tested. Another thing, which is actually not on this slide, but in fact, I just sent off an email about this to my team here in the website, is we want to be as helpful to employers as they bring their employees back online. So we are making these tests, of course, available to employers for their employees. We do need them to go through the scheduling process on the using the hotline. But again, we're going to be doing that, so they don't have to have symptoms. They are just, if they're going back to work, and their employers can help can have them arrange for testing through the hotline. So that's also very new. As has been pointed out, we continue to expand our testing sites, working with all the actors in this drama, the private companies, CVS, Walgreens, the National Guard, and the private consortiums. And as has been already mentioned, we've instituted the mobile testing units. And in addition, we are working on developing one or two fixed SPOCs for walk-up testing, because we are very, very, very well aware that many of our clientele do not have cars. They don't have smartphones, they might have telephones, but so what we want to do is we want to expand their ability to be able to get a test. So that is very high on our current working list, about having a fixed box in areas that are affected and where people might not have access to cars, where they could just walk up. Maybe I'll wait until the end of this, but I will start addressing some of the issues we've been having with test results. But let me just finish going through this slide. In addition, with the long-term care facilities, as many of you are very well aware, we have the long-term care facilities by definition attend to people who are at higher risk, and we have had problems with high rates of COVID-19 infection amongst certain LTCFs. So we have been working with the National Guard, particularly on group testing and facility sanitation, and that's been done at many of the larger group homes in our jurisdiction. We're also expanding to try to do that in perhaps either smaller homes that have not yet had any reports of tests. We want to be proactive, and so we're working on broadening our coverage for the long-term care facilities. As part of this, we have a series of regular calls with the management of these facilities and have instituted a system of enhanced reporting from them about their cases and about about deaths and all that, so that we get have a closer, more on-time reporting of any issues that are arising in the LTCF, so that we can respond more quickly. In addition to that, we are actually today, I hope to be able to sign this. We have we're working on having an MOU with Wellstar to provide prevention services to several of these long-term care facilities that are in their area, in which they have a team of infection prevention specialists who will go into a long-term care facility and work with the staff to identify any problems and to provide them with PPEs and to work with them on all things COVID prevention. So we're hoping to get that MOU signed today. This is sort of following model that's being used in 2 other health districts, I believe in Cobb and Douglas counties with Wellstar, and it's worked out very well for them. And so we'd like to replicate that here. And assuming that works out well, we might even be looking into developing a similar thing with other hospital healthcare providers similar to Wellstar in our jurisdiction. Another key part of infection control here, of course, is not only testing and treatment, but tracing of contacts. And so in where we are with contact tracing is that the DPH has been working with an entity known EY on a Google web-based application that is going to be used statewide to help with contact tracing. And the 30-second explanation of this, the way this app works, is that when a case is identified, a person who is documented to have COVID infection, they will be interviewed. They will then enter, and they will be asked about all their contacts within a certain period. That information will be into this web-based application, and then each of the contacts will be automatically contacted by text through this application. When they are contacted, more demographic and contact information will be obtained from each of these people. They will also be asked for consent, and they will be asked about to be approached, and they will be asked whether or not they have any symptoms. They will then on every day they'll of course be asked to self-quarantine for 14 days. Every day during those 14 days, they will receive an automatic text message from this app. And again, they will be asked if they have any symptoms. If they do have symptoms, then they will get testing of, for COVID infection. And so it is expected that this web-based app will alleviate some of the contact tracing logistics, because as you probably are aware, or could at least imagine, traditional contact tracing is incredibly time and personnel intensive. And often usually involved going out, to a person's house, and finding them, talking to them, or calling them, or whatever. And so it's hoped that with this web-based application that we can cut down on that. We will not be able to get entirely away from that. And we know that. We know that some people don't have phones or whatever, and we will still have to probably send people out to, to do some of this contact tracing. We will still have to call people. But anyway, we're hoping that this web-based app will help to, lighten some of that load. And that people will see this as a convenience, and that they will want to participate in this, not as a governmental intrusion, because we have to find them anyway. So we're hoping that they'll see this as a particular convenience for themselves. We have already redeployed staff here at the health department for case investigations. So for people who we know that they're infected, they are contacted by members of our staff to find out about their contacts and all that. So we've already redeployed staff who've been doing that work for a bit of time. In addition, as we ramp up with the contact tracing, we are estimating that we will need about 70 people as dedicated contact tracers. Now, the way that we're going to that we will be finding these people is that we've already have an arrangement with local schools of public health and with the medical schools. They have many volunteers who have volunteered to work on this. And our chief of epidemiology has been in contact with them. And in fact, today, as I should have mentioned, is that web-based application that I've just been talking about is being rolled out to about 3 districts per day, and during this week, and we expect that it'll be rolled out statewide next week. We at Fulton County, our rollout starts today. And so there's a training on this this afternoon about, sometime around 3 o'clock. But anyway, so it's being rolled out to us today. And this is a period when we can, see how well it works. We're going to be giving feedback to DPH to improve this application as we go along. DPH has put out a job. I'm sorry, I'm having a little senior moment here, I guess. They have put out a position description request for 300 temporary health personnel to aid in all of this. And it has been an immensely popular thing. In fact, I think that as of yesterday, they've gotten like 16,000 hits on their website and over 700 applications. So it is expected they will soon be able to quickly onboard these 300 people. That's to be distributed throughout the different, all of the health districts here. So they won't all be coming to Fulton County, but we will be getting a proportionate share of those. So between our redeploying staff, Department of Health staff, the volunteers from the schools of public health and the medical schools, and the healthcare temporary personnel that will be coming on board, we have pretty high hopes that we will be able to meet our, our needs for the dedicated contact tracers. But of course, we're monitoring this, and we're going to be very agile. We have some other sources that can be tapped for this. As we go along, we will be able to do that. As for other issues, there are other Board of Health operations. We are carefully planning how we're going to I shouldn't use the word reopen because many of our clinical services have continued because they had to during the shelter in place thing. But now that much of the shelter in place restrictions have been lifted, we are starting to see more clients coming back into our facilities. So we are making very careful planning for the increasing our clinic service delivery. And as you well know, now that the shelter in place has been lifted for restaurants and other places, our environmental services group has had to ramp up very quickly to return to their prior levels of service provision. So we are, so that is in process. And then I guess before I open up to more direct questions, I can answer or at least attempt to address some of the questions that have come up already. One is about the test results. I can honestly say that our biggest issue right now is not so much about, inaccurate test results. We have, of course, received anecdotal reports of that. And I'm not going to get too wonky, from the science side and explain that in almost any test you do, you're going to get some inaccurate results. And but I personally have no statistics about to what extent we might be seeing that here. Although, of course, I am aware of some anecdotal reports. But what I do know about for sure is that we have had marked delays in getting results back, particularly from the private labs. When, I won't name names, but when we've started this, some of the private labs we are working with had promised turnaround times anywhere from about 24 hours to 2 to 3 days. And unfortunately, we have instead now been seeing that there's some place people have not gotten their results back for as long as a week, seven days or 8 days, and it's driving us all crazy. That's the medical term that I'm going to use. It's driving us crazy here, and so we've had a number of discussions about that at the DPH level, and. And so they're working on dealing directly with these companies to improve their turnaround times. It's just simply, if I can say it simply, they are overwhelmed. I don't think that they were I think they made their projection and their promises based on lower numbers of tests than they were, than they expected, than they're now seeing. And they're unable to fulfill their promise. So we're working hard on that issue. But another thing is that as DPH is developing its, improving the testing strategy, one of their proposals is that we should be, we the general healthcare community and people in charge should be beefing up our own Georgia Public Health Laboratories. They have really been stepping up. They have been able to run more tests through per day than I think may even have been originally projected. And we believe that to reduce our dependence on outside labs is a very good thing. And so that is one proposal that's being put forward, is that we beef up the Georgia Public Health Laboratories to, for this COVID response. Let's see. Oh, and then another thing that you might have heard about, this is another thing, is that, yes, in terms of getting results back, we are working with the National Guard on this. The National Guard has been wonderful in stepping up and doing, with their work at the SPOCs, setting those up quickly, going into the long-term care facilities and doing, lots of testing. So we really could not have done much of this, most of this without their aid. But we still have some little kinks working out in that we've had a persistent problem with the National Guard not always sending us all the testing information about who was tested and and information about the testees back to the district health departments, which leaves us in an awkward position because then sometimes we'll get calls from people saying, where are my test results? I didn't get it. And we didn't even know that they had been tested. So we are still working with them, and particularly through Dr. Toomey and her group, to see if we can improve that. But that has also been another source that has been very frustrating both to the clients and to us, and that has delayed some people getting their results back, because then we have to go into the system and look for them, and then to try and figure out how to get their results back to them. So that's just sort of an honest assessment of where we are with that. And I think that's what I was intending to talk about. So if you have any questions, I turn it back over to the moderator to moderate those questions.
All right,
I have a couple of questions.
Madam CO, you want to add anything before we take questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I think Dr. Paxton covered it, and any questions for her, we'd like to invite now.
All right, Commissioner Carn is first up.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Paxton. I've heard good things about you from some friends at the CDC, so welcome aboard.
Thank you.
In regards to the 70 contact tracers, I think I understand how you found these contact tracers from the schools. Is that right?
Partly. Some are from the schools. Some are from. We're including these temporary healthcare workers that are going to be employed through this the DPH's 300-person request.
So these are people that have tested positive for coronavirus?
No. Oh, no. These are the contacts. Our contacts are people who have come in contact with people who are positive. They themselves are not positive, and so what we're asking them for is to self-isolate, and we follow their symptoms. If they develop symptoms, then they'll be sent to be tested. If they're positive, then they become a case, and then we have to trace all their contacts. So
the 70 individuals, they're not staff. They're actually people that have been exposed. Is that right?
No, exposure has nothing to do with the contact tracers. The contact tracers are the personnel who are doing this investigations.
Okay, I follow you. Okay,
yeah.
Got it. Understood. Okay.
Dr. Paxton.
Yes.
Explain the difference between a contract tracer and someone who. So that's the problem. To simplify.
Okay. Yeah. So let me see if I can do a better like that. The words that I'm referring to are case. First of all, you have to understand a case versus a contact. Okay. A case is someone who has actually tested positive for COVID. Okay. So that means the person who is infected, they've tested positive. That is the case. Then when we talk about contacts, we're talking about all those people who were exposed to, who came in contact with that case during their period of being infectious. Okay. So we have the case, and then we have the contact. So when I talk about I talk about two things. There's the case investigation. I don't want to muddy the things, but we do talk to everyone who's infected because we need to find out who their contacts were. That's the case investigation. Then once we have identified who the contacts are, then we have to find them to tell them, one, you've been exposed to COVID. Two, you need to self-isolate. Three, you need to monitor yourself for symptoms. Four, you need to get tested if you develop.
Okay, I understood. In terms of the cases, how do you select those people that are investigated?
Okay.
And how many of those are we?
They're all investigated. All cases have to be investigated because we have to find out who their contacts were.
Okay, next question. In terms of all of the testing sites that are within Fulton County, and I'm glad to see there's so many. Obviously, we have some that are our testing sites and some that are independent operators, such as the outfit at the Backyard Park next to Mercedes Stadium. I would like you to see if you could put together some type of a request to these independent sites that these outfits actually report the detailed data, the demographic data, because some are not reporting, I'm hearing, in terms of age, race, pre-existing conditions, and so forth. Is that possible to request that on the county's behalf so we can have complete information, more comprehensive information from the independent sites that aren't reporting as detailed sometimes?
I'll have to look into this because I'm not exactly certain what they're all, when you say the independent sites, you mean private,
The sites that we're not operating, that we're not handling.
Oh, like the CVS, the Walgreens and all that?
Well, there's been a lack of data initially with sites. And
Yeah.
some independent sites, like the one at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, are they giving us detailed demographic information?
They are supposed to be. I mean, again, as I said, I will be looking, I'll look into this again, but we have been in contact with most of those sites and they're supposed to be providing a certain amount of this information. So I will check into that, just make sure that we are getting all that.
Okay, and are you going to be able to report that back to us?
I would say yes. All of this information should be.
Okay.
It's supposed to all of it goes into the public health, to the district, and then to DPH databases. So
okay, well, as long as you can get it to us, to the commissioners, I'd like to have that.
Anything else?
Mr. Chair, I've got one question for Dr. Paxton.
Yes.
Welcome to Fulton County, and thank you for jumping right in and getting busy. It was a great report. So one just general question. Obviously, we've got the current vein of testing going on, which we're ramping up. There's a lot of discussion in different circles about antibody testing, and I know that some of those are kind of how accurate are they, or the test going to be ready, et cetera, like that sort of stuff. But if there came a point in time where the tests were deemed to be fairly accurate for use, do you feel like we can take and utilize the existing facilities and testing facilities we have right now and flip those into sort of antibody testing sites? Or is that really sort of a more different vein of testing that would require sort of a different setup structure in order to carry out?
Yeah, I think it's a very excellent question. Just to give us a short summary for those of you who don't spend a lot of time thinking about antibody tests. One of the, at the moment, antibody testing is not something that we can use, to give people like, an all clear to say that you're immune or something like that. We simply don't have that data. What is useful at the moment, it's useful for doing like surveys, as like the CDC is doing here right now in Fulton County, to get an indication of how many people have been infected, maybe how many might have been asymptomatic and all that. It's very useful on the population level. When it comes down to the individual level, we do not have enough information. We don't know how long how long these tests might remain positive. We don't know if most importantly, we don't know if it confers immunity. There's been some suggestion that maybe people who have had COVID once before and have shown or have positive antibodies, they might be able to get it again. So therefore, that's one reason why we just can't, we're not the part where we can use that right now. If after we've gotten a lot more data and when we know that, if it turns out that an antibody test is something that would be useful for us to gather, most antibody tests are in many cases are blood draws, and so that requires a completely different setup for doing that. You can't do that at a drive-through SPOC. That we have. So it's the sort of thing that we would just have to see what the data show. decide how we're going to use that, and then make make plans based on that. But I don't see a way that we could convert our Spock sites into antibody testing sites simply because of the nature of the tests.
One quick follow-up question. You mentioned the study that the CDC had done in Fulton and DeKalb. I think they just completed it. Do you have a sense of when they will have their data back and some, kind of information on that would be publicly shared?
I don't know for sure. I mean, I can just tell you from my 20+ years at CDC that everything, first they have to go home, they got to analyze it. They have to then write it up, and then it's got to go through clearance with a big C. So it goes through many levels of being, approved before it's actually released back to for public consumption. So I don't know. I'm hoping they'll put a rush on it because COVID-19 is such a pressing issue. But I cannot guarantee. I don't know for sure when we could say that. And they didn't give us a date.
Okay, that's my question. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a question. This is Commissioner Hall.
Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Dr. Paxton, welcome. And I just want to thank you so much because you've been so responsive to my district, especially that request for testing at the behavioral health facility.
Oh, right.
Yes, thank you so much for that. They are so happy about that. And they're just going to work out the transportation of getting all the people over to the testing. That leads me to my question about the testing mobile units. Yes. And will we see more of the units inside of the city of Atlanta in the surrounding neighborhoods around downtown and midtown?
Okay. What we're doing is we want to keep this as data driven as we can. One thing I have to say as a little aside is I've been really gratified by the number of emails that we've gotten from churches and schools and other places offering up like their parking lots for.
Yes.
That's great. We are totally excited about it. We keep a list of all the people that have offered this. And but what we're doing is we have to keep, our goal is to go where the need is and to make sure that we cover those things. So every single day we look at these hotspots and we look at the locations of the spots and we overlay that on each other. And that helps us to determine where we need to go. And I wish we had 20 mobile units. We don't. So we're being very judicious about where we send our mobile units. But the good thing about them too is by definition, they're mobile. So we go to different places. And so we might not go to a particular place today, but we might be there 2 days from now or, all that. So we're trying to cover the landscape. So we've been telling everyone who's offered up their thing that we're putting your name in the hopper. Thank you very much. And we will see about, getting to you.
Thank you for that. And I think the heat maps will kind of dispel the myths that are out there in the communities about where the COVID virus is centralized and where it's moving to. So those heat maps are going to make a big difference in sharing that with the public. And don't talk about mobile units to me. I'm the mobile unit queen. I love mobile units.
Yeah.
Dick Anderson can tell you that because I've been requesting mobile units from the first day that I came in as commissioner in 2018. So I agree, we do need mobile units everywhere. So I'm looking forward to working with you, and I already know your outstanding team over at the Board of Health. You have some great people there, and I just want to welcome you and thank you for jumping right in and serving.
Yeah, thank you. It's my family can't believe I was retired for the past 2 years. And so they're having a hard time getting used to me actually working again and coming home tired,
Yes.
But I'm really happy to be back in the fight. So
all right, thank you so much.
Please, we got a lot to cover.
I have a question.
Vice Chair Arrington, followed by Commissioner Houseman.
Yes, thank you. Welcome, Dr. Paxton. Certainly glad to have you on board. Thanks for all that you've done so far and all that is to come. My question in particular is in regards to retesting, particularly those at long-term care facilities.
Yeah.
For example, if you've got a facility where 80% of the people tested positive, it would seem to me to be pretty prudent to go back in there within 14 to 30 days and to retest, because those that did not test positive are extremely worried that they may have contracted it within that 2 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. That I do believe that, you know, people who have not been tested, you know, in the long-term care facilities, yes, they should absolutely be tested. The issue the problem we have is that people who have been documented to be COVID, have to be COVID positive, we don't actually know how long their tests might remain positive, even though they're not infectious. Because the way that these tests work is they pick up evidence of the virus, but the test does not tell you whether that is an active virus or just basically virus remnants that are still around. So if you look at the CDC guidance for like people returning to work after COVID infection, for people returning, going out of the hospital back to a long-term care facility, there is no recommendation that they be retested, before they do that, because we don't know how long it's going to remain positive. So, in a long-term care facility, if you have people who are coming in who have not been tested, I think they should absolutely, be tested. We are looking at whether or not we then will do periodic retesting for people who've been negative. And that's still under discussion because nobody knows when that should be done. You do that once a month, you do that every quarter, we just don't know. So it's, I don't have an answer to that. I can just tell you though, that people who have already tested positive, we're not recommending, we're not going out there and retesting people who have been positive, because we just don't know what that would mean in that situation.
Vice Chair?
You got to my point, which was those that tested negative. When would they be retested? And I think you said you all are looking into that because there should likely be some periodic. I was not inquiring about those that tested positive. I was inquiring about those that tested negative and that are still in that long-term care facility where 80% of the people of the other residents are positive.
Yeah. Well, one thing that we're working on seeing about when might we recommend retesting of negatives. One thing that's definitely already in out there is that we tell them, of course, they have to be doing strenuous symptom monitoring. So, and temperatures and all that. They should be going, looking at temperatures. They should be doing any symptom monitoring with a very low threshold for then testing people who develop any of those, either a temperature or any kind of other symptoms related to COVID. But that's already in place.
Anything else, Vice Chair?
No, that's it. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Houseman.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Again, welcome to Fulton County. We really appreciate all you're doing for us. You mentioned a web-based application that will be used in the testing process. I'm not sure if I really understand exactly what that's about. Can you give us a little more info?
Yes, it's a web-based application, not for the testing, but for the contact tracing. Okay.
Okay.
And it's sometimes you might hear it referred to. I think that it's called MTX, that application is designed to make things easier, both for the contact and for us who are doing the tracing. And so once they're entered into once the contact is in that application, the application will automatically contact them every day for the 14 days to find out if they're still doing well, if they have no symptoms. Okay. And then once once that 14 days is up, then they're terminated, they finish their self-quarantine, they're free to go. That's what the point of that is. It's basically monitoring for the 14 days to make sure that these contacts are remaining symptom-free.
Doesn't it originate though with someone that's tested positive?
Yes, all contacts originate from somebody who has tested positive.
Okay, so the person that tested positive is entered into the system. Is that how it works?
What happens is that the person who's tested positive is contacted, so that's when we do what I was referring to as the case investigation. So somebody from the Department of Public Health contacts every single person who has tested positive and asks them questions about who they've been in contact with. They ask them for their names and phone numbers and blah, blah, blah. Another thing is too, is that we also give access to the case that they can go back into the system if, like, a couple days later, which, because we're all human, people forget. They say, oh yeah, I forgot to tell them about Joe Blow that I also had contact with. So the case can also go into the system and update, and say, oh yeah, here's a contact I forgot about, okay? But anyway, no matter how it happens, whichever the contact is in that database, and then they are contacted automatically through the application every day for the 14 days that they do the self-monitoring. If they do not respond or whatever, or they don't want to use the app, then we go back to standard contact tracing, in which somebody from our department calls them or goes out to them to do the follow-ups.
Well, I guess there are privacy concerns inherent with this. Not only in who has access to the data, but just inputting data. We're told all the time not to open emails, not to send information when you're randomly contacted. How is someone that gets this contact from an app or gets a text message to understand that it's a legitimate text that they're getting and not some scam perhaps?
Yeah, to be honest, that was mentioned in the briefing that I got about that. I couldn't tell you exactly what it is that they're doing to, sort of in the first message to make it clear that this is something that they should open. So I just simply don't know, but I know that the people who developed it have particularly addressing that issue. But the other thing is that if somebody does not open the app or opens it and decides they don't want to participate, we are going to get in touch with them. We're going to have somebody call them and somebody go out to them, because that is just a standard for contact tracing. This is what's done in any, epidemic. You don't just drop it if somebody doesn't respond to you. You actively trace them. That's why I call it contact tracing. You follow them.
I just think that, and this is not really, I guess, for you to do, it's for our communications folks to handle. I think there needs to be some sort of public communication that this program is happening, what to look out for. There needs to be some kind of way to identify it so that people know that it's legitimate. So that's the reason for my question and my comment. So I hope we're following up with that. On another line, you mentioned normal business that you still have to conduct. I know that's restaurant inspections, health inspections. We're also getting questions from the community about when's my pool going to open, what's going to happen. Can you just speak to that briefly?
Well, all I know is that the pools are still closed, at least through May 13th. Then it depends on sort of what the office decides about whether or not these will be opened up. The moment they're closed. It's very difficult to maintain social distancing in a
yes,
very, very difficult. So anyway, currently at DPH level, the environmental services are working to come up with a standardized guide for how that's going to be handled. I don't know how they're doing, what they're doing, what they're going to do with that right now, but we know that at some point, as the weather gets hotter and the shelter in places have been lifted, those pools are going to open up again. So they're working right now on what are going to be the guidelines and how are they going to enforce them at the pools.
But at this point, the pools are closed.
They're closed.
And
they're supposed to be closed. We haven't.
Is there a date through that for the closure at this point?
May 13th, they're
May 13th, okay. And then the second thing I have to ask you along these lines, childcare facilities, do they fall under your purview at all for any sort of health inspections?
I believe that they do. I'm sorry, I'd have to find out the exact, I don't know for sure. I do know that we have our epidemiology team works with like the school system, like the Atlantic Public System, and we have a meeting with them tomorrow about that. Child care facilities, I'd have to find out. I'm sorry, I just don't know.
Well, again, that's another thing as we work to get back to work. Folks are concerned about what they're going to do with their children. Camps are not going to be opening like they normally do in the summer. Schools are closed. So I think it's important that we understand what the rules are. I know it's 10 per class at this point or something like that. I think, again, we need to educate the public and understand what our responsibilities are to maintain whatever standards are implemented.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Again, thank you so much.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick follow-up question.
Commissioner Morris, you have the floor.
Dr. Paxton, to follow up on Commissioner Hausman's question about the pool opening, I've gotten a lot of questions about that. I think we had been informed that we have reassigned all the pool inspectors and restaurant inspectors to other duties.
They've been pulled back. They're back in their regular jobs now.
Oh, so the pool inspectors are ready to do pool inspections whenever.
Yeah, they will be ready. All the environmental service employees who had been deployed elsewhere have been sent. They're back in environmental services.
Great. And restaurant inspections are being.
Yes, same thing.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other brief questions or comments? Thank you very much, Dr. Paxton. Madam COO.
Thank you, Dr. Paxton. At this
Thank
time,
you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to invite our Grady staff to give us a brief update on the hospital activities as well as what's going on at the Georgia World Congress Center.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matt Hicks. I'm the Chief Policy Officer here at Grady Health System. Mr. Hopper did ask me to give his apologies for not being able to be here himself, but he had to be pulled away to manage something. I do know he's available if y'all need to, would like to talk to him via phone later this week, that he can definitely be made available. What I know he would also do is join me in saying thank you to Fulton County for all the support that you've provided the health system and our patients as we've moved through the pandemic response over the past couple of months. We just simply couldn't have done it alone. And what I'd like to do this afternoon is give you a brief update on Grady, talk about our volumes, the actions that we've taken, and touch on the future briefly. When it comes to when it comes to our volumes, you'll all recall that we had a flood in December, and during that flood, we lost about 220 of our 700 patient beds. The construction is on schedule. Things are going well with that, but it did require us to gut those 3 floors to the bare bones for safety reasons, and that makes our total bed capacity around 420-ish to handle the COVID patients. Our COVID volumes, they've leveled out. They're about 20 to 25% of our inpatient volume at any given time right now. Today, as of this morning, we had 101 either COVID positive or patients under investigation for COVID here at the hospital. What that also we look at is our non-COVID volumes, and our non-COVID volumes are starting to increase. As activity increases in the community, more people do end up using either EMS or coming into the health system. But we're well prepared for that right now, and everything is manageable. I will say some of our COVID cases that we've seen a small increase in, they've been coming from the nursing home facilities. We do seem to receive some of those nursing home patients. In terms of actions that we've taken, lot of what we have done started first with protecting our patients, our staff, and our visitors. You'll all know and may have already heard that there is that we've changed our visitation protocols here. We've got very strict visitation protocols. If you come into the hospital, you'll be screened for fever and symptoms of COVID. And if you go onto patient floors, the same thing. We are issuing masks to all of our patients so that they and visitors so that they can use those measures while they're inside the hospital and outside if they would like. I think one of the bright spots that we've also done to help protect our patients and provide care while movement was restricted is we have built up our telehealth program. Again, I think this is going to be a bright spot and bright story out of this entire experience. In the past 5 weeks, we've conducted over 18,000 telehealth visits. And that's up from a very small number before that. We've also made available for our patients a nurse advice line and other telephonic support. One of the other things that we've done to help patients is we will mail prescriptions to them if they're not able to come down here, and to reduce traffic at our main pharmacy. Another item is testing. Again, and we were pretty early in the process of lifting up our testing capability. We're still limited by the availability of reagents to perform the test. We probably could perform more tests if we had more reagent, but we have allowed or lifted up testing at all of our neighborhood health centers. So a Grady patient, they would have to have a virtual visit or doctor's visit with one of our providers. If they met the criteria, they would be scheduled for testing at one of our neighborhood health centers. So we're proud of that. And as we continue to increase our testing capabilities, we're expanding who's eligible for that. We are moving towards being able to test all admissions to the hospital. And we've also made testing available for our healthcare workforce. Other things coming forward, as you know, we stopped all of our scheduled surgeries and essential procedures and surgeries. We're reviewing those now. We're looking at what is our capacity, what will it take to be able to bring those back online. We want to do it in a safe way for our patients and staff, and making sure that we have enough personal protective equipment, that we have the right bed space available. All of those decisions will be made in a very deliberate fashion moving forward. Something also positive that's come out of this is the communications between the health systems in Metro Atlanta, not just Fulton and DeKalb counties, but across the region. There's a weekly call with the 6 CEOs of the large health systems. They've been able to share information, communicate with the state, solve some problems together, think through how do they act in a coordinated fashion. It's been really nice to see, because sometimes there's competitive pressures that hinder that, but all of that has been put to the side as we've worked through the pandemic. When it comes to supplies, we've aggressively sought personal protective equipment and other needs. The strength of our community shows when we've been able to work with manufacturers and community organizations to manufacture masks, gowns, and hand sanitizer for the health system. I think that's something that we can be proud of, but we continue to monitor our levels very, very closely and work to get the supplies that we need. Like the county, just speaking on something that was touched upon earlier, I think we'll be looking at how we stockpile supplies moving out of this, so that we're not caught in the same situation. We've been in a just-in-time supply situation in the healthcare system for a long time, and so as you use product, you replace it. But that when the product starts to disappear, or the supply chain is interrupted, that's caused the issues that we have experienced. And so we're thinking through how do we prevent that from occurring again. We've also worked with the homeless community and worked with the city of Atlanta and the state to ensure that there's, and with public health to ensure that there is our facilities to help protect that population. And that's been, I think, very productive and is another success story. The final two things I'll touch upon is Crestview Nursing Home. As you know, we have the state's largest nursing home facility. We have implemented from the very beginning really stringent infection control processes, stopped all visitation. We've been testing all of our patients and employees, and have been able to avoid an outbreak there, which we're really proud of and going to continue to stay on top of that. Grady was asked to partner with the state at the Georgia World Congress Center. We are the hospital partner for that alternate care site. It's a 200-bed surge facility that could be used by any hospital in Georgia that becomes overwhelmed by COVID patients. We currently have 11 patients in-house, and they have come from 4 different healthcare institutions. It is scheduled to stop on May 16th, and there's discussions at the state of what does the future of that look like. Does that capacity need to be preserved or extended, or what can that look like? But that's a role we've been playing. When it comes to the future, we do believe COVID-19 is here to stay. And so we are thinking through what does that look like, just like y'all are, from a workforce perspective. How does this change our work at home policies? What does it look like for our patients and for the delivery of care into the future? Those are things that we still remain to be seen, but is definitely top of mind. There is a financial impact due to all of this, as you know, and we're aggressively pursuing the financial opportunities that have been made available by the federal government right now. And then we're going to continue to work with the county and our partners on how can we partner on testing. We know testing is an extremely important ingredient to the future. And so how can Grady be a part of that? And I'll close my comments there. I hope that's helpful information. But again, we just wanted to say thank you. And I guess my last piece is we're on the daily phone call with the incident command structure for the county. And they have, I think they're doing a phenomenal job giving us information that we can act upon and helping make sure that we have the supplies and the resources we need. So I won't name names, but I just want to say thank you to them.
Thank you. Madam CO, any additional comments before questions?
Nothing to add, Mr. Chairman.
All right, commissioners, questions, comments? Anybody? You don't see anybody? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam COO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Matt, and the previous presenters for walking us through those items on the agenda. At this time, I'd like to spend just a few minutes going through what our COVID task force has as recommendations for a re-entry or reopening of our government. Our approach has always been to prioritize the safety of our employees and the safety of the public in these plans. They are ever changing. I'll also caveat and say, and so we find that as we talk through them, that different ideas emerge and different information emerges that changes our approach to reopening. So I will say that I will present these recommendations as they are and as they have evolved, but I do fully expect that between guidance from the board as you ask comments and make, as you ask questions and make comments on these plans will result in changes to the plan, as well as new information and new data will result in changes to the plan. Next slide. We developed what we have termed the gating criteria that will guide our decisions to reopen. And there are 3 elements of gating criteria that we have decided we will watch and monitor to inform our decision to reopen. The first is the number of cases. This is a natural criteria that we are watching with the assistance of EMSI on a daily basis. And what we're looking for is a downward trajectory in the 7-day average of new positive cases over a 14-day period. The next gating criteria that we plan to continue to monitor to make a decision on reopening is testing. And one aspiration that we have, and we think it's a goal that we want to meet before reopening, is the ability to test 100% of county employees that are returning to work, and layering that on with the ability to test a certain percentage of the population. Working with the Board of Health, we arrived at a 0.25% of the population of the county. And as Dr. Paxton and Matt have already mentioned, on top of the ability to test, we have to layer the ability to do comprehensive contact tracing of those that are identified as positive. The third, and we believe the most important of the three gating criteria, is equipment. Prior to reopening, our team wants to ensure that we have enough personal protective equipment as well as supplies for every employee who is interacting with the public. We also want to make sure that employees who are required to interact with each other have adequate personal protective equipment while they are at work. Another gating threshold will be to ensure that we have adequate temperature screenings prior to entering the facility, and that will apply not only to employees, but the public as well. Next slide. The CFO and I recommended to the team the following return to work guidelines. They're presented in three categories, some for employees, others for directors, and some general guidelines about opening our facilities. For employees, we always start with if you are sick, stay home. And we do not ever want to underestimate the importance of this foremost guideline. Anyone who feels that they are sick or coming down with something, we are encouraging all of those employees to stay at home and contact their medical professional to get more information on what their symptoms are related to. The second bullet there is if you have taken a COVID-19 diagnostic test, we're asking that employees do not return to work until they learn the results of those tests. And if the results are positive, then of course we wouldn't want them to return to the government center or any other Fulton County facility either. The third bullet we got from the White House reopening plan, and we think it's consistent with how we would like to approach reopening our government as well. And it basically states that if you are elderly, and the CDC guidelines that came out following that plan identified elderly as age 65 or older, or if you have a serious underlying health condition, those conditions are listed in the guidelines as well. They are the comorbidities such as asthma, hypertension, etc. Then we're going to ask those employees, because of the vulnerable nature of their circumstances, to continue to telework if they're already teleworking, or to discuss stay-at-home options with the Department of Human Resources as well as their supervisor. And under employees, our final guidance is that if you are currently on administrative leave and if you are not working on site or teleworking, we ask that you stay ready for deployment with means to care for a child or whatever it takes to stay ready for redeployment. We ask that you do that. Now, we will provide a minimum of a 48-hour notice for redeployment to another function, but we do ask that you stay ready for redeployment if you are not working and you are on administrative leave. To directors, we're asking that they prioritize telework in every instance that is possible. We toyed around with the idea of setting thresholds like don't return to more than 50% of the workforce being on site, but we talked through it and decided that it's better to provide the general guidelines to prioritize telework than to try to strictly prescribe a certain percentage to return to the workforce. And so we'll see how that plays out as we move forward. We're asking directors to limit in-person meetings or gathering to no more than 3. Really, this is meant to encourage people not to gather individuals in a single place for a meeting. Between our Department of External Affairs and our award-winning now IT department, we have several different options for virtual meetings. And in the wake of this epidemic, we would like to encourage directors not just shy away from getting people together in a single room, because it increases our risk factor for spreading the disease among our employees. If an employee is required to interact with the public or, quite frankly, other employees, we are going to require that directors ensure that those employees are properly equipped with personal protective equipment. We're also going to ask directors to consider any and all proposals or options for alternate work schedules, staggered shifts, and alternate work. The guidance to discourage shifts and the guidance to declutter workspaces all came from Matt, our emergency manager, who has been studying return to work guidelines across the country, and those two we thought were also important to add. Under general facilities, we are committed to provide an enhanced barrier cleaning for reopening. That enhanced cleaning will include a 14-day barrier for protection. And so even though the CDC guidelines say that if a facility has not been inhabited for greater than 7 days, then there's a very slight risk of infection re-entering that facility. We do believe that for peace of mind, we would like to go ahead and commit to our employees and the public that we will do that enhanced cleaning for all facilities. Of course, routine environmental cleaning and disinfecting continues for all Fulton County facilities and will continue when we reopen. Again, we will plan to install a touchless temperature screen, a digital temperature reader for all individuals entering facilities. So as we reopen, we will need to prepare to have that feature at the entrance for all Fulton County facilities. And this third guideline is one that we had a lot of discussion about. And we are going to require any member of the public who's entering a Fulton County facility to wear a face covering. That face covering does not have to be a mask. It does not have to be an N95 mask. But the CDC guidelines say that any kind of face covering, even a cloth one, will help to reduce the risk of spreading the disease. And so we are going to ask for the protection of our employees as well as our other constituents coming into facilities, that everyone come in wearing a face covering of their choosing. Next slide. This just provides a little more detail about protocols that we plan to put in place for any facility that we will reopen. I've already talked a little bit about the enhanced cleaning with the barrier prior to the building reopen, but we plan to respond to any event-driven cleaning with the barrier cleaning as well. So as an example, if someone has been exposed to someone or test positive for COVID, we believe that is an event that would warrant an enhanced cleaning. So we'll continue to evaluate those as they are presented. The protective screen will be installed at all customer service desks. You may have seen them in the supermarkets or pharmacies as you have stepped out in the last week or so. It's a plastic screen that is installed to separate our employees from the customers or public that they're serving. We'll also have no-touch hand sanitizing stands strategically placed in public areas at all buildings that we reopen. Talked a little bit about the digital temperature screeners as well that will be at all entrances, the routine daily environmental cleaning. And the final part of this talks about what we will need to educate our public about as they look to re-engage with our government. And so we have, under Jessica's leadership, are working to develop a communication plan that will include signage to provide direction services, as well as disease prevention instruction and reminders. And we also plan to equip all facilities, as to the best of our ability, with social distancing markers. It's the X's that you see or other markers that you see on the floor, reminding folks that they need to remain 6 feet or more apart. Next slide. The personal protective equipment, we are in the process of ordering and stockpiling right now. Every day we talk about where we are in terms of what we have ordered and what has arrived, and we are marking them red, yellow, or green to indicate whether or not they have been ordered and we're waiting them to arrive, if they have been received and are ready to be deployed, or if we have not yet found a source to even place the order. So that's what you see right next to the PPE and supply name. We believe that we are not ready today to reopen based on where we are in terms of ordering PPE. We have Tim Diamond, who has been masterful in tracking down sources for this equipment, and he has been extremely aggressive about placing orders. Many of these orders are coming from overseas. Some of them are stuck in customs, and others, like the temperature screens, we're sourcing locally and they're here. So we will continue again to keep track of this. We will continue to ensure that we are prepared from a facility standpoint, and then we will continue to monitor both infection rate as well as our ability to test and contact trace before we make an ultimate decision to reopen. Next slide. Keeping all of those things in mind, I think that for preparation purposes and for planning purposes, we put what we thought we could anticipate based on the current trends, a timeline in place that we would recommend opening. Again, this timeline is very much contingent on the 3 gating criteria that we identified on the first slide. So again, if there's not significant progress in each of those 3 things, then we will not move forward. But again, for planning purposes, we did identify some dates so that we can start working with departments in order to prepare for reopening. Our timeline, the key dates on our timeline is May 15th. We have been in conversations with the tax assessor, who feels that he can bring certain employees back into the workforce on a modified basis. Ones that won't necessarily be in contact with the public, but could do the work of the tax assessor's office. So we're working with Dwight and his staff to see if we can have everything in place in order to get those modified functions back in place by May 15th. On June 2nd, we will evaluate opening modified functions within 141, 137, and the North and South Annex. Those services would include the tax assessor's office, the tax commissioner's office, the shared services departments, which include finance, HR, and purchasing. The Department of Real Estate and Asset Management, many of their employees are essential and have been working throughout this crisis. So we will be working with them to see what additional services may be provided on June 1st. DCRC, as well as the customer service desk. I'll throw in for customer service that Bridget has worked extremely diligently with the IT department to equip her customer service call takers to be able to do all of their work remotely and from home. So they have devices that will allow the customer service line to ring on their phones at home, and they can take the calls and log the calls and forward the callers exactly where they need to be without having to be in cubicles on the 10th floor. So we anticipate that function could continue on a remote basis going forward. June 15th is the other significant date where we think we could launch a phase 3 of modified openings that would contemplate additional departments at 141. Some libraries, we think we would like to start with 2 branches in North Fulton, 2 branches in Atlanta, and 2 branches in South Fulton as a start. And then we would have a discussion about what functions in the North Fulton Customer Service Center at Maxwell Road we could initiate at that time as well. July 1, I think this is very aggressive to say that we would have all libraries open as well as art centers. I think this one in particular is one that we would need to watch very carefully where we are in terms of our infection rate, PPE, and everything else before we made a decision about additional libraries. So phase 4, I would say we would evaluate that along the way. We'll evaluate them all along the way. But I do believe in particular that July 1 estimation is fairly aggressive based on where we are today. So again, this reopening timeline is presented to you for planning purposes primarily. And that what we will be guided by in terms of identifying a date to reopen will be the gating criteria that we discussed initially. Next slide. Commissioners, that's all we have in terms of a recommendation. I'll wrap up by saying that using these criteria and using the guidelines that I just talked about, we will be working with individual departments to develop reopening plans that are individual and unique to their departments. They will be very specific to the number of employees that will be on site, the number that will be teleworking, what shifts will be here on site, and what kind of rotation they will be in terms of teleworking as well. So those plans are not finalized. We are going to continue to work on them as we get closer to the reopening date. Mr. Chairman, we're ready for questions.
All right, Vice Chair Arrington, you're first up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it looks good. I did not see any mention of the courts on the reopening slide. And I wonder how we are going to work with the justice partners in order to reopen the courts. I know the Chief Justice extended his emergency judicial order through June 13th. So that seems to comply perhaps with the June 15th, maybe July 1st, but the courts may even need their own task force for reopening.
Thank you so much for that question, Commissioner Arrington. I should have mentioned, and I appreciate the fact that you brought it up, we have not mentioned the courts in these 5 slides, but we are in daily communication with them. And Alton is working with their reopening task force. We suspect that whatever reopening plan they develop will look very similar to this. They have taken our template and they are, again, as you stated, Commissioner Arrington, looking to the state for guidance on dates to reopen. But you're correct, their plan will be tailored specifically for the courts and will be guided by the direction that they get from the state. But I did neglect to say that we are speaking to them on a daily basis. Dick speaks with the chief judge. I speak with David Summerlin, and Alton is participating on their reopening task force. So we haven't forgotten about them. We do have them in mind. We just haven't put anything on paper yet because they're waiting for additional guidance from the state. Thank you for that question.
I have a question.
Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Okay, so your reports, oh, well, first of all, very good job, but all the reports have been great. And thank you to all the staff for what you're doing. You mentioned decluttering workspace, and I know on my own team, we have some, I don't want to say hoarders. I see you laughing, Marvin. On my own team, I know we have some space that needs to be decluttered, but part of the problem is that we don't have adequate storage space. We have a lot of materials and items that we keep, that we take out into the community. And so is there any storage space anywhere else that could be assigned to commissioners or staff so that we can actually declutter our space adequately. And I noticed on the report that there is a Fulton County reopening task force. And my question is, who are the members of that task force? Are there any, I don't remember seeing anything coming to the commissioner, well, not my office, about such a task force. I would have really liked to either have sat on at one of the meetings to see the what we're discussing, or had a member of my team attend to for the commissioner side of it, for our office side, to really understand and know what's going on. And I did not see registrations and elections on the list, the reopening list. And it is a question that continues to come up when I'm Zooming in these neighborhood meetings. And also there's the question of the polling places. We recently received an email, I think it went to all commissioners, and I believe it was a member of the registrations and elections team who emailed us speaking about several of the polling places, and they have been trying to contact them to discuss reopening, and they have been unsuccessful in contacting those polling places. And that's all my questions.
Thank you for those questions, Commissioner Hall. I am going to try to start at the top, and if I miss something, please remind me what the question is.
Okay.
About storage space or storage capacity to assist with decluttering. As we meet with each office or department when they are on the list for reopening, that would be a great time to raise that as a concern or a need for your office as we look to reopen. I would say that I share with you the need to declutter myself, and that is something that we will look to make sure that we have as available as well is additional storage if needed. I plan on moving all my stuff to empty drawers, but that may not be adequate for everybody else. The reason why it's important to declutter the space is the barrier cleaning that we're doing. In order for it to be effective, it's important that that it lands on solid surfaces. The task force, our normal COVID task force consists of the county manager, the chief officers, my deputies, Sharon's deputies, the emergency manager. I think that's it. And that is the same task. Oh, and the county attorney's office. That's right. Thank you, Patrice, for reminding me. And that is the same task force, the COVID task force that works on the tracker that we've been sending updates on. It is the same task force that has been meeting to discuss the reopening plan. We meet at 9 a.m. in the morning every day and at 4 p.m. to debrief every afternoon. So it's not a separately constituted task force. It's just the same leadership team of the county that has been meeting on those items so far.
Great.
In terms of registration and elections, they're not on the reopening list because they never closed. They are essential and they have been working throughout, thankful for all of their commitment, but they have been working throughout this crisis to make sure that they respond to the different changes that have been coming down from the Secretary of State's office as it relates to our elections. You also mentioned polling locations. I want to commend Ellis Kirby, who has been working hand in hand with Rick Barron and their team to make sure that we have all of the necessary equipment, supplies, and everything else to adjust to the changing landscape of elections. Ellis facilitated a meeting with the Board of Registration and Election staff yesterday, specifically on polling places. Up until this point, it's been somewhat of a moving target. As you can imagine, many of the facilities that previously committed to serve as polling places now are required to back out for one reason or the other, either because of the changing date or because of the fear of the disease. And so the registration and elections staff and leadership have been working with Ellis's support to identify new polling places. One of the takeaways from yesterday's meeting was Rick Barron said he needed to tie that down either today or tomorrow. He needs to close that discussion gap about where the polling places are going to be, because there is a need to communicate where those are going to be to the voting public. So we will be locking those down in the next couple of days, and I will forward Rick at a request to communicate with the board as soon as that happens, what the final polling locations are. The last thing I'd like to add to that is that what the county manager and our team has offered is that we've got libraries all over the place. So to the extent that a polling location is no longer available and you have a library or another county facility that is within proximity, we are open to adjust at any time and make that facility available to registration and elections to conduct our elections, so we don't need to, or we have minimal impact to consolidating precincts. And the last, that was the last one, polling places. I hope I covered all of your questions, Commissioner.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much. And you just made me think about, our county manager had been looking at renovation plans of the 10th floor. And I think that it's something that we probably should revisit, especially in lieu of the fact that we do need to try to stay as decluttered as possible. And each person needs to have adequate storage space and workspace. And I think, since we know that this life has changed as we know it, and we will probably continue to deal with the COVID virus and maybe other things, because there have been some other news about some mysterious illnesses coming up and some young people who are hospitalized right now in New York with some type of mysterious illness that they said is related to COVID, but they haven't identified it yet. So I think that, in the future renovation plans, maybe we need to address some of these things that are necessary to keep us all safe moving forward. Thank you so much.
I have a question.
Mr. Houseman?
Yeah, before I ask my question, I just want to take the opportunity to remind folks that they can vote by mail if they have not already sent in their absentee ballot application. They're encouraged to do so in order to avoid some of these issues that we've outlined with polling place potentially changing, or just the, exposure. And of course, I think the other concern is just making sure we have enough poll workers at all these locations. So I think there's a host of issues with voting, that voting by mail, even if you've never done it before, could help drastically at this election cycle. Your timeline looks very reasonable, Ms. Roach. I appreciate your presentation. Are you asking for us to approve or sanction this timeline, or what do we need to do here?
I'll look to the county attorney to assist with answering that particular question. I know that even as we sit here today, we may get information tomorrow that will impact the timeline. Some of the things that we have used to inform the timeline are the things that I mentioned in the gauging criteria, but certain things like election changes, and adjustments we have to make for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say we would like to hear the board's reaction and feedback to what we've proposed as a reopening timeline, but for sure, I certainly would like to caveat all of that with this may change tomorrow. Patrice, I'm not sure, are we?
Yeah, the main thing, Commissioner Hausman, is to make certain that the board is in agreement with the gating criteria. The board doesn't actually have to vote on how the county manager is kind of restarting everything, but if there are any concerns about the parameters that will kick the plan off, that's where we need the input of the commissioners, because the gating criteria is what will decide when all of these other staging and phasings go through, but it doesn't require a formal vote for reopening as much as you all, if there's any input you have into something else we need or something we should change on the gating criteria, that's where your input is needed.
Okay, and then I guess, if there is a second wave after we reopen, it begs the question how we're going to handle that as well, and what would trigger some sort of scaling back of operations, if you would. Hopefully that wouldn't happen, but are y'all talking about that as well?
Yes, ma'am, we are. It is, I think what we've done a really good job of over the last several weeks, months is listen to the medical professionals that are so close to us, our Board of Health, our Department of Public Health, and listen to the guidance of our state leadership as well. Of course, Fulton County has its own considerations, but I think it starts with listening to the federal government, the state government, and our Board of Health professionals to inform how we respond, not just to this portion of the crisis, but any reoccurrence of the crisis that could happen.
Well, thank you for that. And the only other comment I have is with the libraries. Even on your timeline, you know, it's another 6 weeks, looks like, before any libraries even propose to come online. And it's one of the things I get asked about a lot when we're going to reopen. And of course, we want to do it carefully and thoughtfully and safely. But the issue of digital programming has also been asked about numerous times, and the county manager mentioned it in his remarks. Where are we with that concept? You know, kids are off school, they don't have camps to go to, they don't have, you know, the learning that's being provided by the school systems is coming to an end. What can we do, and how quickly could we do it if we did move in the direction of trying to expand the digital opportunities for our library patrons and our kids, really?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Houseman. One of the things that the county manager has challenged us to do is to conduct an analysis on the utilization of our digital subscriptions and figure out whether or not that is a place we need to make additional investments, given the extended time that we have projected for library reopenings. So Steve Williams, Gail Holloman, and Pamela Rochelle are all working to complete that analysis to see whether or not we should increase the investment in digital subscriptions so there are no waiting lists for digital access to library services. And I'm also proud to say that thanks to Gail and her team, that the library is providing sort of the largest menu of virtual options in addition to our senior services as well as arts and culture. And so if you go onto the library website, you are able to register for a number of virtual classes. And I had the list here, I can't put my hand on it right now, but there are a number of virtual classes available on the Fulton County Library website. And if you have any additional questions, you can call the main customer service line at the county as well.
No, I agree. They're doing a fabulous job, and they have really stepped up in uncertain times to try and provide services to the community. If we did move in the direction of expansion, is it pretty quick? Is it just a kind of thing where you increase the number of options that are available and you flip a switch, or is it involved to expand our offerings?
Because we are still under the state of emergency, I think Dick, and I'd like to ask Patrice to confirm, but Dick could probably use an emergency procurement to expand our contract with our vendor. So I'm not sure, actually. Felicia,
but if we did that, is it a quick turnaround, or does it, you know, how long does it take?
I will talk to Gail to figure out what the process is and communicate that process to the board so you know how soon we'd be able to turn on those services.
And I didn't mean to interrupt if there was an answer coming to that question, a previous question.
And I had one question.
Anything else on the library topic?
You still have the floor, Commissioner Houseman.
Well, I just didn't know if the county manager or the attorney had anything to add.
The only thing I wanted you to know is that the federal government did understand and appreciate the need for increasing the digital presence, and they did award libraries through the state's funds for that. And our library is eligible to receive several $100,000 from the amounts of money that have been awarded. So that category was what the money was for, exactly what you said. So our director of libraries has been on it. I've been communicating with her today. She's aware of it. They would have to apply for it for the state, but in the interim, we could use some of our CARES funds since we now know that that is a use that would definitely be covered. But that board would have to have a meeting to figure out what plans they wanted to offer and how they would do it. And I'm sure that she would be convening them the same way we are, remotely, and then they could do it. It would not take that long once they identified what they wanted to do to get the software subscriptions, whatever it is that they need to do it.
Very good. Well, please keep us posted on that.
Want to add anything, Mr. Manager?
Well, just adding on, I think this is a no regrets idea to increase digital subscriptions. So I think it's just getting the, kind of details worked on at what level. And then as you've asked Commissioner Hausman, how quickly can they be turned on? But we'll be about this post haste.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Karn?
I had a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Anna, thank you for your work. I'm glad to hear things are moving forward. It's a great presentation. A couple of questions involving the library analysis, which I'm glad we're looking at. Who's using the digital libraries? I guess that's the first question. Is there a breakdown of digital library usage by branch, or how's that classified and categorized so we know who's using our digital platform?
Commissioner Carn, that is a very good question. We have library utilization data by branch for physical, our physical inventory. We do not break down our digital subscription by who exactly is accessing that subscription. That's actually data we
This is
right now.
This is something that we need to.
Go ahead.
I was gonna, yeah. This is something that we need to look at having so we can get some accurate information in terms of the digital platform. There's always going to be a gap there again, a learning gap, a digital divide, so to speak. Lots of our residents do not have internet access. So once again, that data is more important than we may actually realize if we haven't been even looking at collecting that data or figuring that out. So as we go into more online platforms, I'm assuming the digital library requires a library card. Is that right?
It does.
Okay, well, I guess that's one place to start in terms of determining who's on the digital platform as opposed to who's on the physical brick and mortar platforms. Fulton County is the most transient county in the state of Georgia, obviously. So again, more so, that's a reason why connecting and figuring out who's using the digital platform is very important as we expand. With us going more online just in general, I know we have a hiring freeze on, but I'm assuming whoever our IT department, our CIO, I'm assuming that's still moving forward. I'm hoping that's not frozen, considering the inning and the score we're in.
I do believe that the IT department is covered with the hiring freeze. However, if Glenn has a shortage that is critical to our ability to respond, he has no issues escalating that to us.
Well, I'm not speaking so much as to shortages. We were in the midst of looking at what we were going to do with IT in terms of the IT director before this whole thing started. Obviously, this thing, its pedigree is going to lean us towards, more online, just in general across the board. So I understand we're freezing with most hires, but obviously that one is going to be crucial to how we're going to proceed with our future. If we're talking about the downsizing, you're talking about reductions, you're talking about going on to a more of an online platform for departments. So I would imagine, I would hope, Dick, that we're moving forward with that one, at least, with whatever it is we decide to do with it. I thought that was a department head that we didn't want to freeze it, or are we going to just keep things status quo and ride this thing out till the end of the year? Maybe this is a question Dick can answer for me.
Well, right now, I'm not focused on trying to get that position filled. Right now, we're focused on the challenges at hand. And I think we can revisit. We have the register, we have the number of people that have expressed interest So I think at the appropriate time, we can bring that back for a decision.
Okay, all right, that answers my question. All right, thank you.
Chair, I had one question.
Mr. Ellis?
And I've got
Just a question and a quick comment. I do think for the two areas, and sort of listening to the plan and as it's laid out, that I've got concerns about putting the courts aside with us not knowing kind of when they are going to need to be stood back up and operational. Our elections, and I appreciate the background, on that, but that's a date certain that's going to be right here before us. And then the other piece that I've got concern about in terms of just volume of activity is really in the tax area, given what's going to be a significant amount of pent-up demand. And particularly if the state begins to open up DDS offices and that sort of stuff, the expectation that that's going to place on potentially on county tax offices. And I think maybe some consideration ought to be given to potentially having more locations opened up for the tax piece specifically, because I think that the downside to having a few is that a bunch of people come into 1 to 2 versus more coming, versus them being fragmented out, and that potentially maybe even evening hours, Saturday hours, that sort of stuff should be considered too. And I just know, kind of looking at the facilities on the north in the Maxwell facility from a tax commissioner standpoint, would seem to be more suitable for spacing, et cetera, than the annex would be in terms of just a place to start. I just concerned that once that operation comes back online, there's a significant amount of pent-up demand where people perceive that they've got to go do something that's got to get addressed. And that's where we're going to experience sort of a fairly quick flood of folks potentially coming in.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes, can we go back to the slide about the gating criteria? As the county manager says, that's really what we ought to be as BOC members looking at and sort of giving feedback on. Can we flip back to that slide?
It's the second slide. Yeah, keep going.
Page 18.
It's slide 18.
No, the one about the criteria.
Yeah, that's slide 18.
This
Yep.
is it here, 17. The point, my only question really is about the 0.25% of the county population. That seems like a rather arbitrary number. We got 1 million folks. We do 2,500 a day. And as we all know, the problem with all of this, if we tested everybody in a day, doesn't mean the next day somebody's going to get the virus. If they're all negative, if we test everybody one day and they're all negative, the next day, one of them may get the virus and spread it all again. So I guess, where'd you get that number? And why do you think that's a significant, as opposed to temperature screening as folks coming in? I'm not sure the testing helps me an awful lot.
So I think that in general, a lot of the information has been that testing is consistent with the more people you test, the more you detect people who you would then recommend for isolation, and they wouldn't be with the remainder of the population. Therefore, that impacts your infection rate. So in general, that's why we have put testing as one of the gating criteria. The 0.25% of the county came from Dr. Holland. He worked with an Emory epidemiologist to come up with that. And it was based on a very targeted testing of the population. I think even since we came up with 0.25%, as Dr. Paxton said in her remarks, the state has opened up its criteria for testing. So the 0.25% of the population was based on the focus being on testing those with symptoms that were symptomatic, and what percentage you would need to test and contact trace on to get a reduction in the number of positive cases.
Yeah, well, again, I don't think I've got any problem with this criteria. Remind us, where are we now in daily testing of the county population?
I'll ask Matt if he's still on to help me with it, but based on the calculations that we're looking at on a daily basis, we're at about 1,500. Is that right, Dick?
Well, if you think about in the last month with all providers included,
Yes, CVS and Grady and all of that, yeah.
we were above 47,000 in a month's period of time, so 30 days. So I think, something in that, we're probably in that 1,000, 1,500 range. Pretty easy to get, we could see getting to 2,500 a day.
How long do you think that'll take to get to that level?
I think part of it is the mobile units are producing a lot more than we anticipated. So I think as those come online and go to more places, and I do think the marketing education campaign that we're going to develop will facilitate. We still have capacity, even though we're exceeding numbers that we've ever done before at our two primary sites. Not to mention what the National Guard, I'm sure, could do at their two sites, because theirs are only open certain hours of the day. So there's really more capacity now than demand. At best I can look at it and see.
And I think
a week, 2 weeks, a month, 3 months?
Oh, I think to get to 2,500, I think we could legitimately get there in May.
But I was saying, was this number also, Commissioner Morris, is lower than the federal guidelines when they were suggesting about states reopening? They gave out a testing percentage that was lower, that was higher than this. So this is conservative.
And I think, all of this is meant to give the public, as well as give our employees, a sense of safety. So there is a 7-day trajectory, there's ample testing, and there's adequate PPE. So I do appreciate the question, because we struggled a little bit ourselves with trying to describe what is a criteria for testing, just like we're, I think, going to struggle with describing holistically what's a strategy for testing. But I think to have it not on the list of a gating factor probably is a missing component that would not go unnoticed.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
A follow-up on Commissioner Morris's question.
You have the floor, Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, this 0.25, I guess if I look at it, I'm sort of struggling with it as well, because is it the capacity to test 2,500 people on a given day, or the fact that 2,500 people are actually going out and getting tests on a given day? Because those are sort of two different issues, one of which is within our control and the other which is somewhat not within our control. If those numbers were right in sort of some of the earlier presentations, and the number of tests that have been administered, we could have potentially tested upwards of 5% of the population already. And I know you referenced some federal guidelines, but I thought the federal guidelines were trying to get to 2% of the population in a given state for testing. So I think availability of testing, the ability to test our employees, and tracing is important. But I don't really understand the 2,500 number. And I'm not sure that as a hardline criteria, makes, the exact, is the right marker to use. So.
So I'll take that feedback. We'll provide it to the Board of Health, and I probably did not do putting on an epidemiologist hat that explanation a lot of justice. So I will try to get a written explanation from Dr. Holland on the 0.25. Again, it was based on our infection rate and what level of testing we would need to get to in order to try to have an impact on that. But I think it's not an insignificant point, and again, it's one that we discussed in our task force quite a bit. In other words, setting a number that didn't appear to be arbitrary, that had science behind it, and one that was attainable for us to think about as we considered reopening the government. But it's not feedback that I think is unfair, because we struggled with whether to include it as well.
I have a follow-up as well.
Councilman, you have the floor.
If we're going to potentially test all of our employees before they can return to work, are these going to be quick results tests? How is that going to, how's the average person going to get tested as they prepare to return to work potentially?
Well, I think what we planned on leveraging in order to test our employees, because like the county manager said, the capacity is there. We just don't have yet people driving themselves to what's available. But I think what we plan to leverage was our 2 spot sites and locations that have the ability to test several hundred individuals on a daily basis. So that's what we would use. Right now, the type of test that they are using is taking, I believe, 24 to 48 hours for the results to come in. And so we would need to time the reopening in such a way that employees could go and get their results before they come back to work. Again, this is, I think, good to know, but if they test on one day and they're negative, 3 days later when we get the results, or 2 days later, there's no telling whether or not they left from the test site and went, to the grocery store and was infected. So
well, exactly. And right now, if you get tested, you're told to self-isolate until you get the results. And so I guess the protocols for testing our employees have to be developed in a way that gives us confidence that it's worth doing.
Sure.
I have a question.
Just a minute. Commissioner Houseman still has the floor.
Well, I mean, is that under development as well?
Yeah, I think we all have the same concerns and considerations that you are articulating, Commissioner Houseman, and please be rest assured that we're working closely with the Board of Health, who is on our 4 o'clock call, to make sure that these things are sensible under the circumstances and that we're adequately prepared to administer each of these criteria before we reopen.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Carn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Anna. Like Commissioner Hausman said, obviously testing is a moving target, and everyone has been talking about testing as the #1 way to prevent this thing. I'm not so sure about that, obvious, for reasons which are obvious. Of course, I'm not a doctor or a health expert, but if it's a moving target, you get tested today, you could catch it tomorrow. So I guess the question is, do we want to test our staff, all of them or not, that are coming back in? That's the first question. The second question is, some of these drive-thrus have like a 15-minute, 30-minute test. Are we still talking about the 2-day test? Because I'm hearing, I guess we'd want to get the easiest, quickest test, or is that less accurate, the quicker test, or is there a reason why we want to do the 48-hour test?
So there are a lot of discussions about that as well. We have numerous conversations in our 4 o'clock call about our capacity to test on a rapid basis, and that is due to the availability of a component of our testing machine. So we're constantly pursuing the ability to test in a quicker way. We just don't have it at our spots right now. The CVS site, I think, currently is the only site that gives that rapid a test. And so we would be continuing to use what we have until our circumstances change at our Board of Health sites.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other commissioners?
Just one more comment
Okay.
on this,
Mr.
Mr.
Manager.
Chairman. Again, I appreciate all the input and comments on these. If you think about these gating criteria, this is really what's being discussed nationally for reopening of the economy. It is a downward trajectory in cases, it's testing, and it's equipment. Now, you know, if you're watching the debate, there's a great deal of conjecture and debate about what does a downward trajectory mean. We have chosen a 7-day rolling average. Some are, commenting on it's the percent of tests that are positive. Same way, again, on testing, as I pointed out, there's not a adopted national strategy with metrics for testing. So it's very natural for you to have, and us, to have angst about anything that is semi-quantitative, as this chart indicates. And then PPE, of course, the long pole in the tent there is the acquisition of it. But I think all said, again, what this is meant to do is to show the public, and obviously to demonstrate to you, that we are being thoughtful about reopening. We have not just picked a date certain. We have not been overly aggressive. So I think these are meant to inform more than necessarily be tripwires. So I think we'll take all your feedback and try to refine them further. But I would ask you to keep in mind, there is no set of standards that have been established anywhere. But there are general, I think, directionally correct notions, which I believe cases, testing, and equipment fall into that category.
Other comments or questions, commissioners? All right, Matt. No. All right, Madam COO, next presenter.
Thank you. Handing it over to our Chief Financial Officer. Oh, I'm sorry. One more. We did have a brief update on our effort to expand capacity at the justice system. So at this time, I'll ask Alton to walk us through where we are with that.
Yeah, we got
Alton Adams?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Roach and Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Let me start by giving you a quick update on the current cases at the jail. To date, and that's kind of virus to date. We've tested 105 individuals. An update from the slides that you're going to see. This is kind of the most current information. Of those 105 tested, we've had 31 who have tested positive, 2 pending, and virtually everyone either released or returned to general population after they have recovered. And so while we haven't tested, obviously everyone at the jail, our testing to date had been focused on individuals who had been exposed to someone with the virus or who were exhibiting symptoms. We feel comfortable and actually feel good about the percentage of individuals who were confirmed relative to the overall population, and certainly relative to the individuals who were tested. Additionally, this week the National Guard tested deputies at the jail. Actually, employees and deputies. There are 190 tests as of end of the day yesterday. I think they're going to continue today, and there were 4 individuals who tested positive from those tests. In terms of the current situation, the effort that Colonel Adger and NAFCA started really began in the beginning of March, as soon as COVID started to accelerate. And they started with, and as I briefed the BOC before, started with entry restrictions, screening, quarantining individuals who were new to the jail. We also focused on continuing to keep the system going and pivoted to virtual calendars for the courts, first appearances and bail hearings to continue to allow for the reduction of the population, which was the #1 recommended action from the CDC. And then NAVCare has been great in terms of their testing, in terms of their responding rapidly to individuals who might display symptoms, and in terms of developing an isolation protocol for individuals at the jail, and pivoting really to treating individuals in place. These actions combined have allowed for a reduction of some 500 individuals plus being released from the jail since the beginning of March. As I mentioned, we've had a number of tests and confirmed cases, and currently we have 5 individuals on the care and awaiting, and between those who are awaiting care and awaiting confirmation of their tests. I think it's fair to state that that wave 1, the threat appears to be handled, right? We see a bit of slowing in terms of new cases at the state and city, and we just heard the update. We have availability and we're using PPE at the jail. In addition to
Lost him.
Mr. Adams, just a minute. We lost your audio. Hold on.
Hear me now?
Now we can. You got to go back.
Sorry.
Go back about 1 minute. Rewind.
Okay. Okay. So let me go back to the actions that have allowed us to mitigate the impact on employees, detainees, and citizens. As I mentioned, we released since the beginning of March more than 500 individuals from the jail. We have a few under care, but for the most part, everyone has recovered. Based on these numbers, we feel like we have a handle on the threat from wave 1. But as Anna mentioned in her presentation, that's based on what we know today. I would call it a cartoon that said, when you talk about the new normal, is that the new normal from an hour ago, or is that the new normal right now? And so I think it points to the fact that the situation continues to evolve and change. But I do want to point out that we've taken a lot of actions and will continue to take action. So, for example, here again, thanks to Tim and to Matt, we did deliver 653 face shields to the jail 2 weeks ago. We have 12 thermal thermometers that are going to be stood up at every single entrance at the jail. We are in fact deploying masks for every single detainee, so they use a mask when they are in fact outside of their cells. As I mentioned, we had testing for the staff with the National Guard, and we will continue to look at different types of testing protocols for individuals who are brought into the jail to perhaps allow us to change the way we actually quarantine them over that 14-day period. Next slide, please. With all of that said, however, when we first started to see the cases at the jail, here again, early March, I had a conversation with Colonel Adger, and we were talking about different scenarios. And then I had an opportunity to discuss the concerns about a worst case scenario with the county manager and with Chairman Pitts. At that point in time, I indicated to them that I had, and we had, a particular concern that while we seem to be managing the epidemic, we were concerned that if you looked at other places around the country, there were pockets where the epidemic was in fact overwhelming certain correctional facilities. And for example, a recent article on the prisons and correctional facilities in Texas indicated that they've had, in their system in the state, more than 1,600 inmates and employees test positive. and they've had 25 prisoners slash staff die from the virus. At Rikers Island, which has got a lot of publicity because of their aggressive approach to reducing individuals, they currently have 10% of their population, so more than 330 people who actually have tested positive for the virus. And I think in what would be described as probably the worst case in the country, Marion Correctional Institution up in Ohio, of the 2,500 prisoners at the institution, more than 1,900 of them have tested positive, and more than a third of the workforce have tested positive. And so there are examples, right, where if not treated the right way, or if, for example, John Hopkins has said that most of the outbreaks actually begin with an introduction from the staff. So in a situation where an individual or individuals might inadvertently introduce it into the jail population, you could have a significant increase in cases. And so the discussion with the chairman and county manager was, should we be thinking about an overflow or a capability in the event that not only did we have an issue in wave one, but also the prospect of what we might have to deal with in wave two in the case of a worst case scenario. We started having discussions about whether the Atlanta Detention Center could be a possibility. Those discussions stalled, and then I was asked by the chairman and county manager to look at another option, and that option then led us to looking at the ability to actually put units right in the short term, and the goal being by September 1 at the Rice Street facility and Union Street and Union City facility rather, that would allow us to have the ability to overflow, to treat individuals in place, i.e. at our facility, to the extent that we had a significant increase or significant outbreak. And when I say significant, in this case, we're talking about 200 to 300 people, right? Because right now, if it was a increase in 10 to 15 to 20, we could handle that between Rice Street and between what we could do in the currently closed Alpharetta jail. But if we're talking about, here again, if you're talking about the 10% that Rikers is experiencing, now you're talking about 200 people that we would have to find a way to care for. So with that, that along with the fact that we typically see seasonal increases in the jail population, which would reduce our ability to do the social distancing, which is the second thing that's recommended in addition to reducing the population. And third, as the economy opens up, the potential for increase in arrests kind of led us to start to really focus on what are the options to get a capability up by the end of the summer in time for what is described as wave two, without, here again, not knowing what wave two could be, right? Because depending on who you talk to, and in some cases, the time of day, wave two could very much be similar to what we saw with the Spanish flu in 1917, 1918, or it could be something that's mitigated by a potential vaccine or by antibody testing. And so here again, we went with the scenario, let's plan worst case, because the worst case could in fact be a catastrophe from a lives impacted perspective. So next slide, please. So in response to the ask, we have put out an RFP to get bids on the development of an overflow facility. Two options: one for 96 beds at Rice Street and 192 beds at Rice Street. And those numbers actually came from the jail and discussions about how we would be able to move individuals around, given the way they're deployed and categorized on the various floors in the jail. And then in terms of timing, we would want to make sure we're up in time for whatever wave two would bring. The cost estimates for really two options, right, which is the 96 beds plus Union City, or 192 beds at Rice Street plus Union City, range from $15 million at the low end for the 96 plus Union City to $25 million if we in fact went all the way and increased the capacity to 192 beds. So that's where we are at this point in time, and happy to answer any questions at this point.
Okay, excuse me. I've been reminded that it's 2 p.m., which is fine. We have a lot to cover. I'm perfectly content to continue, but pleasure.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Okay, so
Wait,
I didn't get to ask this question before. I think this one might need to be answered by Anna, but it was, if an employee or employees refuse testing, do they get terminated, or how is that handled?
I'm going to ask Ken Herman if he can assist me with answering that question. So far in his discussions with the law department, that he believes that we have the ability to require employees to submit to the test. Patrice is here as well. Commissioner Hall had a question about requiring employees to be tested prior to coming back to work.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Yes.
Well, my question is, if an employee refuses testing, are they terminated, or how is that handled?
In our initial guidance to the employees, we said that once we were providing you a safe return back to the facility, that if you were unwilling to report back to work, that we were going to grant them up to about, I think, 5 days of leave without pay to reconsider their decision. And between that time frame, working with the county attorney's department, determine whether or not we will then move forward with administrative separation.
Okay, is that a written policy, or that's a policy that you're working on?
That was the guidance that we provided in our frequently asked questions. It coincides with what we call our job abandonment policy, Commissioner.
Okay. My next question is, after the initial workforce return and testing is done, should they come back and test in 14 days? Hello?
No, we did not. I think, yeah, I think we had in general thinking to test employees prior to re-engaging with work. I don't think that we had any discussions at this point about retesting after 14 days.
Okay, and then the next question is, as soon as we get started with testing, can we go ahead and test the courts personnel who have remained open during this entire time?
Yes, if we move forward with this, we will test all employees.
All right, thank you so much. Great job.
All right, back to my question. It is 2 o'clock and I'm perfectly content, would like to continue, but I've been advised that it's 2 p.m. and some are hungry. So what's your pleasure?
We can break for lunch if
Any more or vote yes to break?
Yes to break.
Yes.
3. Need one more.
Yes.
Yes.
No, that's the same 3. Y'all can't vote twice.
Doesn't matter to me, Mr. Chairman, but I'll vote yes to, we do need the executive session at some point, do we not?
Fine with me.
All right, that's 4. Okay, we will recess for lunch, session, real estate, personnel, and litigation.
All of the
And we need to leave this meeting entirely and get back in?
So how does that work, Madam Clerk?
As far as.
Well, we leave this meeting, then we go into executive session, which is just us.
Right.
Go ahead.
everybody
Did anybody respond to Commissioner Morris' question?
No, yes, I said yes. We will, this session will end, then we'll go into executive session. You should have received a special number for the executive session. And that's what we're checking now to make sure everybody received. If you did not receive it, we give it to you.
So we log off here. Is that what you're saying? And then we come back on it?
That's correct.
Okay.
Last time. You're gonna have a minute.
Can they resend us the number, please?
Okay.
Generally, you gave them about 15 minutes so that you could get them set, them coming together.
Okay, so take 20 minutes to get your food and eat and then come back and log on. And what time is it now? It's about 2:25.
Today is 2:00 right now.
2:20, that's 25 minutes.
Can someone please send me the executive session information?
You just resend it, but I will forward it to your office address.
Thank you so much.
Okay, 2:25, and you will receive, if you don't have it, it was sent yesterday.
She just sent it out again.
Okay.
Just now.
2:20, so we're off now. Madam Clerk, I'm not off now. say it again. I had you on mute. All right, is Commissioner Carn, have you rejoined us? All right, let me call the roll here to make sure we're back. So entertain a motion to resume the regular order of business. Commissioner Houseman, you with us?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris? Commissioner Morris? Commissioner Morris, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you not hear me?
Now we can. Commissioner Hall? Commissioner Hall?
You're on mute.
Vice Chair Arrington?
But I stood over here and typed it. Here, and it didn't even go.
Commissioner Hall? Commissioner Carn? Commissioner Hall? Commissioner Carn? So we have 5, right? Is that right?
1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
5 for Aaron, yes.
Okay. So that was a motion to resume the regular order of business. Let's take the items. Well, wait a minute here now.
You actually just call roll.
Yeah. So we do. Let's call it roll.
So do you want to resume the? Do you need an actual motion to resume the order?
Not really.
Okay.
Okay, let's take the items from executive session. Madam County Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we need a motion to approve the request for representation described in item number 1.
So moved.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Carn. Is he there? And I vote yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays.
I need a motion to deny the request for representation discussed in item number 2.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All right, properly moved and second. Let's vote, please. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Carn. I vote yes.
And the motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays.
We need a motion to authorize the transfer of all of the property and equipment, which was the basis of the transfer in today from the Fulton County Facilities Corporation, and authorizing the chairman to sign all of the transfer deeds as necessary to the cities of Milton, Sandy Springs, Johns Creek, and South Fulton for the respective fire station and or park located.
Move approval.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote.
Just point of order, Mr. Chairman, are we going to talk about the properties? I thought we were going to talk about
You're correct.
which ones they were. Or am I wrong on that?
The properties are the juvenile court located on, 395 Prior Street will be retained by the county, but it's still coming in from the Facilities Corp, and we need to accept that. Benson Center located on 6,500 Vernon Woods Drive in Sandy Springs is coming into the county from the Facilities Corp, and we are accepting that. The facility occupied by the medical examiner located at 430 Prior Street is coming in from the Facilities Corp, and the county is accepting receipt of that. The Northeast Regional Library located at 9560 Squirrel Road in Alpharetta is coming back into the county, and we're accepting that from the Facilities Corp.
It's actually in Johns Creek for the record.
Yes, ma'am. I think the deed, a long time ago, there wasn't a Johns Creek when the
This
property
is true. This is true.
made, so we got the old legal descriptions. The Northwest Fulton Fire Station and the property located adjacent to the property at 750 Hickory Flat Road, also known as 750 this has two different, same different Hickory Flat Road, Milton is the same address, but there are two different little parcels for that. Those properties you are authorizing to be transferred to the city of Milton. The Palmetto Senior Center located at 510 Turner Avenue in Palmetto is coming back into the county, and we are, this vote will be accepting transfer from the Facilities Corporation of that location. The Adams Park Library is being transferred back from the Facilities Corporation to Fulton County, and it's located at 2231 Campbellton Road. The address of the Palmetto Senior Center was 510 Turner Avenue, for the record. The Powers Ferry Fire Station located at 6025 Raider Drive in Sandy Springs is being accepted in by the county and being transferred out to the city of Sandy Springs. The Southeast Senior Center located at 1650 Newtown Circle, Southeast in Atlanta is being received from the Facilities Corporation by the county, and it will remain with the county. I think it's Shake Rag
Shake Rag.
Fire Station located at 10925 Rogers Circle in Johns Creek is being received by the county from the Facilities Corporation, and you're authorizing the transfer of the fire station to the city of Johns Creek. The Hateville Senior Center is being conveyed back to the county from the Facilities Corporation, and you're accepting receipt of that property conveyance. The Southwest Art Center is being conveyed back to Fulton County from the Facilities Corporation. The facility is located at 915 New Hope Road, and the adjoining properties to it, there's a strip of land to it, and that is being conveyed, you're authorizing the conveyance of that to the city of South Fulton. The Hateville Senior Center is being reconveyed back to Fulton County and will remain within the county. The Central Library is being reconveyed from the Facilities Corporation back to the county, and it will remain with the county. The Rice Street Jail is being reconveyed by the Facilities Corporation to the county, and it will remain with the county. Trammell Crow Park is being reconveyed by the Facilities Corporation to the county, and it is to be conveyed to the city of South Fulton. Equipment that was purchased for the Comprehensive Justice Information System, or CJIS, is being reconveyed from the Facilities Corporation. Title to it is being reconveyed to Fulton County, and it will remain with Fulton County. The Integrated Permit Tracking and Code Enforcement System equipment is being reconveyed from the Facilities Corporation, and it will remain titled in Fulton County's name. The Land Records Management System, currently in use at the courts, is being reconveyed from the Facilities Corp to Fulton County, and it will remain titled in Fulton County. And the equipment utilized or obtained for the network modernization is being reconveyed from the Facilities Corp to Fulton County, and it will remain with Fulton County.
Is there a motion? Already a motion's been made. All right. Close. Thank you for correcting me. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis? Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington?
Yes.
Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
I vote yes.
And motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue.
I need a motion to approve the settlement authority discussed in item number 4 on the executive session agenda.
Is there a motion to approve? All right, I'll move approval. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Let's cast your vote, please. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes, I was wondering if the motion included rejecting the settlement offer.
Yes, it does include rejecting the,
Is that part of the motion?
yes,
Not stated.
it was not stated. You're correct. Thanks for that catch, Commissioner Morris.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington? Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
I vote yes.
And motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue.
I would like a motion to authorize the chairman to execute a settlement agreement entered into between the county and Galis Buzzabaugh for $5,000.
So moved.
Second, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington? Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
Yes.
And motion passes.
I would like authorization to be granted to the chairman to execute all necessary documents to effectuate a settlement in the matter with the Fulton, and other et al. Counties against HSBC North America Holding, Inc. To resolve this litigation.
So moved.
Second.
All right, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington? Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
I would like authorization for the county manager to respond to a request for reduction of a enforcement lien on property located at 7485 Royal Court, and to sign any documents associated with the same as prepared by my office.
What's your pleasure?
I'll move approval, Mr. Chairman. Do we need to state the amount?
For $15,000.
I'll so move.
I'll second. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington? Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
I vote yes.
And motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
I would like a motion authorizing the redirecting of tenant funds to FBOs and the what is it called? FBOs and the air flight, the signature flight. What is it? It's a flight training program, aviation flight training program located at Fulton Industrial Boulevard, and that the funds from the CARES Act provided toward airports, regional airports, be used to abate the rent for those 2 FBOs and the ACE flight school in the amount of, all of it totaled $157,000.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Is this the total amount of the funding we received from this source, 157,000?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I'll move approval of the motion that the county attorney just articulated.
And it's abate the rent for 90 days.
Is there a second? there a second?
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Mr. Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Chair Arrington,
Yes.
is that Vice Chair?
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't sound like it. All right, Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, with regard to item 9, I need a motion to ratify the appointment of Matt Kalmeyer as the Director of Emergency Management at the salary of $144,000 per annum.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
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 Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
I abstain.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 abstention.
Next item is that.
That's all from me.
All right, item number 12, I would like to move approval on item number 12 regarding the outside counsel, Mr. Curtis L. Mack, and the item discussed in number 12.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Nothing personal, but I had a different choice, so no.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
I abstain.
Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 abstention.
Okay, that completes all of the items from executive session. And where are we on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Presentations, where we can finish with the presentation for item 20-032.
All right,
Can't hear you.
Continuing with the presentations on page 8 for item 20-0332. Presentation of the COVID-19 operational response update.
And I think, Mr. Chairman, we're now ready for Sharon Whitmore, the Chief Financial Officer, to review the funding plan update and expected budget pressures.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sharon Whitmore, Chief Financial Officer. Today, we wanted to share with you a brief COVID response funding plan update and provide a look at the event's impact on our 2020 and 2021 budgets. If you'll recall, our initial identified preliminary resource needs were roughly $31 million. Subsequently, we have applied for and received the CARES Act funding of $104 million. Those funds can only be used to cover costs that are necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease. Costs that were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27th, 2020, which is the date of enactment of the CARES Act, and costs that were incurred during the period which begins on March 1st of 2020 and ends on December 20th, 2020. These 3 bullet points come specifically from the Act and are provided in all of the guidance that we've received relative to the Act itself. The last bullet point on this slide is a note that the county is legally responsible for ensuring that our funds that we use are dedicated for purposes outlined within the guidance of the CARE Act, and that any funds that we do not use for the purposes stated in the first 3 bullet points will become our responsibility to pay back to the federal government, and any funds that we do not expend out of that $104 million must be returned to the U.S. Treasury. So we have between March 1st of 2020 and December 30th of 2020 to expend the funds. Next slide. This chart provides a very high level view of our preliminary plan to use the CARE funds, and it is centered around the three primary themes that we've been presenting our COVID response fund around, which are continuing to meet or maintain our operational stability, continuing to meet our community needs, and continuing to provide a strong health response. In each of the boxes on the slide, we've identified the major types of expenditures that we have planned to use the CARES fund for, as well as in each category, we've identified the need to maintain somewhat of a reserve in the event that we have a virus reemergence in the fall or winter of this year, in the fall or winter of this year. So just looking down through each of those boxes and the operational stability item, you'll see that these items are fairly similar to what we've presented previously. We have identified perhaps a need to hire some additional staff, specifically to be involved with the COVID response, to be able to staff any additional testing sites that might be necessary. Overtime costs, we've already talked about. IT, equipment and software, that would center around items that we need in order to maintain our operational stability and have our workforce working remotely effectively. The funding that would be expended for childcare for emergency personnel who are reporting, who have been reporting to work and are continuing to do so. PPE for our employees. Any facility improvements that are needed for reopening, that would contemplate the costs necessary to provide the necessary signage, the marking for social distancing, as well as the sneeze guards and the physical barriers that would be needed to ensure that we have protection between the public and our employees, as well as any additional costs that may be incurred to be able to continue to operate our courts and jail. And lastly, the last item listed is any additional costs that we may incur that were not originally contemplated in our election plan as that plan continues to unfold. In the second column under community services, we have an economic development fund, potentially the need to create a homeless isolation facility, continued food assistance, a community needs fund, and then of course the reserve for the second wave. Under health response, as we heard earlier today, there's a lot of discussion around what our testing plan will be. Also, as Alton identified in his presentation, the need to create a jail isolation facility, additional resources that may be needed to support the Board of Health in their response, as well as the funds needed to build the PPE inventory or the stockpile that Matt Kallmeyer talked about earlier, the sanitizing of county facilities to make them ready for reopening, as well as sanitizing that may need to occur after reopening in the event that there is an exposure that arises, and then potentially the need to sanitize other community facilities, as well as, again, a reserve for a second wave. So those are the types of needs that we've identified that the CARES Fund would be allocated towards. Next slide. This slide breaks that 104 million down into bucket. So this slide originally was presented for the 31 million, and we've extended it now to include the full 104 million. And essentially the additional add-ons are the jail isolation unit. Alton provided a range of 15 to 25 million, so we've included the higher range at 25 million. A set aside for testing to be able to ramp up testing in order to ensure that we're meeting the gating criteria that have been established. And we've looked at an estimate of 20 million, and that would provide for the testing kits as well as any staffing needs at the testing sites. And then the next major item that's new to this list is in the operational stability area. It's the additional PP&E set aside, and we've added an additional 20 million into that bucket, and that would provide for the cost to acquire the PP&E and to inventory and maintain the PP&E that would be used not only for the county's use for employees, but also to meet the needs of municipality and first responders. And then down at the very bottom, we have about 7.2 million that has been set aside as the reserve for a second wave. So that is the current view of how the care funds would be allocated based on the needs that have been identified. Next slide. With regards to the event's impact on the economy and ultimately on our budget, we note that in the first quarter of 2020, the U.S. economy contracted by 4%. And it's expected to contract by over 10% in the second quarter. Based on our experiences with the 2008 recession, this economic contraction is expected to significantly impact our property values, which in turn will impact our revenue. The chart on the slide, the charts on the slide are provided to show really what happened to property values following the 2008 recession. You can see in the top graph that the contraction that occurred in 2008 and 9 is less than what we've experienced in the first quarter of 2020. And the ultimate impact on the property values was a 9% reduction in the years that followed. So that chart on the right-hand side in the top portion is the GDP, the growth. So you can see in 2008 and 9, it was negative. In 2010 and 11, it started to increase. And then the bottom portion of the chart is what's depicting what happened to our property values in the years that followed the 2 years of economic contraction. So you'll see in 2010, we had a 6% contraction, and in 2011, we had a 3% contraction. And those were, had fairly significant impacts on our budget and on our operations. And the last bullet point on the slide is simply that the county's main source of revenue in the general fund is property taxes, and we're 80% dependent on property taxes for all of our revenue. So this will have an impact in 2021. Next slide. For 2020, our preliminary revenue shortfall is about $18 million. This revenue projection assumes that we will still have about 3% growth in the billable portion of the digest for the county. And that's between both new construction and any change in value due to reassessment. It also assumes that we would have about a 95% collection rate this year, which is notched down a little bit from what we assumed when we adopted the revenue budget earlier this year. And that's primarily because at this point, we expect that tax bills may not go out as early as they did last year. Or, there could be a little slowness to tax bills being paid. The projection also assumes that in the second half of the year, our routine monthly tax and court distributions will begin to return to some level of consistency with what we have seen in previous years. So if we do not see that, then that $18 million shortfall number may grow in 2020. We have had some conversation with the chief appraiser regarding what we likely can expect to see with regards to the impact on the digest. And I believe, as I stated in the last meeting, values are set as of the 1st of January, and the assessor's office is finalizing their valuation work for 2020, and they are taking into account any activity that has occurred, real estate sales activity that have occurred since that point in time, but they cannot really take into account the economic impacts that have occurred, particularly on the commercial digest. So the impact of that is that the values will be as of January 1, but there is an expectation that we will have a very significant appeals process relative to the commercial digest. Residential, probably you'll see some increase in the appeals as a result of the economic impact on individuals, but certainly the commercial properties are expected to appeal as well. On the expenditure side, we're looking at limiting our COVID response spending to the $104 million that we've received in the CARES Act, with only those items that meet the criteria being covered out of that COVID fund. And also, we still have a good bit of uncertainty over containment of the virus and reemergence of the virus. Our recommendations for 2020 at this point are to maintain the spending control measures that we've put in place in order to be able to offset this expected loss in revenue for 2020, but then also looking forward to 2021 and future years. To evaluate those spending controls, once we get a better handle on what the digest and what our millage rate is likely going to look like for 2020, and then to preserve fund balance in order to mitigate our need for either a millage rate reduction or significant budget reductions going forward. Next slide. For 2021, what we tried to do is we went back and looked at the multi-year financial plan that we have been working from as we built the budget each year and as we look at our millage rate needs each year. And so we took the multi-year plan as it existed in January with the adoption of the budget, and we ran through some sensitivity analysis with it. looking at what would happen if the 2021 digest was flat, had zero growth, and what if the 2021 digest suffered as much as a 5% reduction. And from a revenue perspective, what that showed us is that if the digest is flat, we would likely see about a $14 million reduction on the revenue side. And if the digest were to decline by that 5%, we would see roughly a $42 million reduction on the revenue side. When we looked at the expenditure picture for 2021 and beyond, we started with the 2020 budget and we made some adjustments to it. And we backed out things in the 2020 budget that were one-time in nature. And then we allowed for some spillover costs associated with the COVID-19 response that we think we would probably have some continuing costs into 2021, but that there would not be the CARES Act fund to cover. We also made some assumptions that our pension obligation on the defined benefit pension plan will likely increase based on market performance for that plan, and that our healthcare costs would likely increase for the portion of our employees that are self-insured, should we have a significant number of employees who are impacted by the virus and require any sort of hospitalization or intensive medical treatment. And then the last item that we included in those projections carried forward were maintaining a number of existing incremental commitments, expenditure commitments, like the incremental compensation strategy, and carrying those forward into future years. So when you look at the projection, assuming the 0% growth in the digest and the modifications to the expenditure side, what we looked at was what happens to fund balance, or our fund balance reserve in 2021 if we make these assumptions for revenues and expenditures and we maintain the spending controls that we've recommended this year. And on the left-hand side of this column under scenario 1, you'll see a red graph and a -5. That -5 means that in the scenario with 0% growth in the digest and maintaining the spending controls in 2020, we would use about $5 million of our fund balance reserve. If we were to go ahead and lift those controls at this point, then we would use about $27 million of fund balance. If we have a 5% reduction in the property tax digest next year, and we maintain the spending controls that we've put in place, we would see a $34 million use of that fund balance. And if we were to lift the controls, then we would be looking at potentially a $54 million use of fund balance in that scenario. Next slide. This last slide is presented to give you a visual of the likely revenue impact if property values are impacted in 2021. The top line is what we call the pre-COVID projection. That's basically the 2020 budget, and 2021 and 2022 are what the revenue picture looked like according to the multi-year plan that was developed along with the 2020 budget. The dotted green line is what the revenue would look like if the 2021 digest was flat. If we had no growth but no loss, it just stays the same. In that case, our revenues would decline from in 2021 from 719 to 705, and then in 2022 from 738 to 724. And then the last line, the light blue, real small dotted line, is the post-COVID 5% digest reduction revenue picture. And that shows revenue declining from 719 in 2021 down to 677 in 2021. And in 2022, from 738 down to 696. So we are looking at what likely may happen, in part by looking back at what happened in 2008. And again, we did have some conversation with Dwight around where the greatest impact may be felt on the digest in 2021 and in future years. And it is the commercial digest, and particularly it's the portion of the commercial digest where hotels, motels, the hospitality industry, and retail, commercial retail entities and properties rest. So we are continuing to evaluate. We have received some information from the assessor's office last Friday, and we are working with that now to see if we can get a better picture for where this year's growth may actually have occurred, to know if we will be able to reach our 3% growth in the digest number. Even if growth is more than 3% this year, we still have to take into account that more than likely a significant portion of the growth is occurring inside of tax allocation districts, which we would not benefit from. So, Mr. Chairman, that is the update, and I guess at this time we can take questions on the update itself or on the CARES Act funding.
All right, Madam COO, Mr. Manager, anything to add before we go to questions?
No.
All right, Madam COO, you still with us?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No comments.
Okay, commissioners, questions? She's good. She's not that good. Questions.
She is that good.
Well, silence means, and interpret that as a good sign, and we agree with.
Well, if anyone has any questions after the fact, I'll be happy to speak with you.
I'll make a comment. Yeah, I don't know that a silence means we agree. I think silence, in my case, means that it's, a lot to digest, and it's an estimate, and it's a conservative estimate. We always estimate conservatively to our benefit. So, some of this is a wait and see. We don't really know if we're going to have a second wave or not. I think we might. So, a lot of it's projections that are based on what we think, but as we're finding out, we don't know what we don't know with this situation, and it's changes all the time. So I think it's a great, analysis of where we think we're going to go, but we'll see.
Thank you. I concur. Other questions or
Yeah,
comments?
my only comment was similar, that I'm sitting here, I'm sort of a numbers guy, and I always look at the assumptions, and who knows? I think Sharon's done a good job as usual. I've been worried about people who aren't going to be able to pay their bills, and the impact on our revenue from that perspective. And while in the financial crisis, the GDP was down -2.5%, I think you said we're down 4.8 in the first quarter and well over 10 projected in the second quarter. You know, will the decline again in the hotels and all these other things next year be worse than these projections? Who knows? We'll just have to see. So, you know, we're just going to have to, in my opinion, we're going to have to be careful on the spending controls. That's the real key to me.
Absolutely. Anything else?
And I just want to add that constituents have already started asking about extensions on paying their tax bills, and because there are a lot of people who are unable to pay their bills, who are not going to be able to go back to work and have been laid off. So I think we do need to look at that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hall.
And Mr. Chair, I just add my comments too. I appreciate the analysis. I hope it's conservative, but I don't know that it's conservative because it's just, I don't know that I understood yesterday from reports I heard that the unemployment rate in Georgia right now is 28%. And it was, what, 3.5% just a little short time ago. That's unprecedented, and I wouldn't be surprised if that number in Fulton County might be even higher than that. So I think it's really hard to sort of peg, the future revenue assumptions, and then, I still think we've got a lot of unknowns of what the costs that we would potentially incur are as well. So I think it's a good schematic for us to kind of continue to think about planning on, but I don't even know that it's necessarily a conservative one.
Okay, any other comments? All right, what's next?
Continuing on page 8, 20-0333, County Manager, request ratification of countywide COVID-19 emergency procurement.
Ooh, Mr. Manager, Ms. Whitmore.
See if Felicia is available.
On the emergency on the ratification of the emergency purchase order.
Emergency procurement, not purchase order.
Right, the emergency procurements.
I'd move approval.
Second, if my approval didn't register the first time.
All right, motion is to approve, properly made and seconded. Any questions or comments on this? If not, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Hall, Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes,
is that Commissioner Hall?
yes.
Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
I vote yes.
Passes unanimously.
Is Vice Chair Arrington on? Is he?
Yes, he
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Yes, I voted yes.
voted yes. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the moved up COVID items on page 3, the consent agenda. 20-0321, community development request for approval to extend the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's Coordinated Intake System grant.
Okay,
And this was also removed for separate consideration by Commissioner Hall.
okay, Commissioner Hall.
Yes, I just wanted them to just give an overview of what it is, because it's very good. And every single item that I pulled is an absolutely good one. And so I just want each one to be provided with an update on what's actually happening.
Okay, is Dr. Rochelle, she here? Madam COO, Mr. Manager.
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner Hall. This is a request for approval to extend the HUD intake system grant. The natural expiration of that grant is set to occur sometime in April 2020. Because of the delays that dealing with the COVID crisis has had on our providers, HUD has issued guidance which allows us to extend the term of the grant to allow our grantees and nonprofit partners that work with grantees to expend all the funds that they have. So we're going to take advantage of that permission to extend the time within which to spend the funding. And so we've worked with our partners to identify 90 days as the amount of time that would be sufficient to help us to extend that money. I'm sorry, expend those funds.
Okay,
Thank you.
other questions or comments? All right, I entertain a motion to approve. All right,
So
I'll
moved.
second, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes, yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris, Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
I vote yes.
And motion passes 6 days. On page 4 of the agenda. 20-0327, also removed by Commissioner Hall for separate consideration. Human Resources Management requests approval of an amendment to the HR policy number 112-20, coronavirus disease 2019.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes, I was just really happy to see this one because can someone speak to this, please?
Yes, I can, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kenneth Herman Jr., Chief HR Officer. This amendment is allowing us to enact the authority granted to organizations underneath House Bill 6201, the CARES Act. Underneath that bill, we're all aware that the federal government established 2 provisions. They allowed for up to 80 hours of emergency sick leave. And then they also added an expansion to the FMLA criteria for up to 12 weeks of FMLA for childcare. What we're suggesting, you approved the original bill, the original policy on 415, but we wanted to add in a provision for the exemptions. We got communication from the Sheriff's Office that they want to exempt their officers from portions of the bill, and the Sheriff will interact and has the authority to do so. And so do we want to also exempt certain hazardous duty employees from the provisions of this bill, because since we're authorizing and providing childcare coverage, there's no need for also to allow them to take the 12 weeks of FMLA, which is now provided under this new act. Because these are the individuals that we need to be physically here, keeping our county safe and keeping that operations going. So that's what the policy amendment is allowing us to do at this time, Commissioners.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you.
All right, is there a motion to approve? I'll move approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
I vote yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Arrington votes yes as well.
And the motion passes 6 yeas. On page 9, top of page 9, under Justice and Safety, 20-0337, Superior Court Clerk requests approval to extend an existing contract to provide expenditure consulting services, COVID-19 support, and out-of-state management and support services.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Well, could somebody break down that 362? I'm making an assumption. Well, hopefully my assumption is incorrect. Is that the what do you call it, expediter?
All of it.
certainly, well, I'm sure that the expediter doesn't make $362,000.
No, she has a team of people. She has a company and a team of people work in 3 different locations, the clerk's office, the DA, and she works for us. Remember, they hired her to, so the reports would come to our office, and she works at the jail.
I just, it didn't say that, and I'd look for it. All right, I'm fine with that.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
So we established this last year for a certain time period. So is that we're extending this? Tell us what we're doing here, please.
Yes, it is an extension of the time beyond the time period that we had. It's for the next year. The end of this year, excuse me.
So this only covers this year?
The remaining, yes.
We didn't budget for this in our budget process this year?
No, the actual requests of her have increased as well as the scope of work for the project. What we budgeted for early on was not anywhere what she's been doing. She's exceeded beyond the initial just tracking activities. And so she has been tracking, facilitating, monitoring, reporting, doing training on some computer system softwares that allow people to be released timely. She's an ombudsman over there. That's how we got the 500 folks out. And then she's been doing that with Alton and the chief jailer and the clerks and the judges for that matter, working as the ombudsman between all of them.
You know, I agree that the services have been important. I guess I would just ask that if this is going to be recurring, that in the next budget cycle, it be treated in that manner. And if it needs to be converted to in-house or something along those lines to get the cost a little bit more reasonable would be my ask. If that's not possible, then that's what we need to know as well.
Will do. I concur with that, Commissioner Houseman. The motion to approve. All right. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
I don't think he can hear you.
Yeah, I don't think you can hear either.
Mr. Hall, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
I'm staying.
is that a yes, Commissioner
He said
Vice Chair?
abstained.
Oh, abstained. Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
who just couldn't I hear? Commissioner Morris,
Yes. Did you hear me?
yes,
Now we could.
abstain, go ahead.
You're
Yes.
And the motion passes 5 yeas, 2 abstentions. Item on page 9, under Health and Human Services, 20-0338.
I don't have any of these, do I? 338?
Congregate and home delivered meals, meal delivery, nutrition counseling for Fulton County residents age 60 and above.
What's your pleasure?
Motion.
Approval.
All right, properly moved and seconded. The explanation required. If not, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris. We need to check on this.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes, yes. Mike's up all the way. Can you hear me?
Yes, for me too.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Mr. Carn,
Yes.
I vote yes. Commissioner Arrington voted yes, I think.
Yes, I did.
Okay,
And the motion passes unanimously.
continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 10, item number 20-0343. Request approval of a resolution amending Resolution 20-0237 to extend the date of the local emergency within Fulton County until June 30th, 2020.
All right, Madam County Attorney, and I think Commissioner Houseman, you brought a matter to my attention this morning on this one. Madam County Attorney, would you?
Yes, the reason this was brought forth is that although the state of emergency still exists with both the state, the governor extended it, the powers to act on behalf of the county expired. And so we needed to extend the period of time during which the emergency powers for the chairman and the county manager would apply. I think it's till June
30th.
June 30th.
Commissioner Houseman?
Well, there's a line on page 3, line 6, that said it would close any and all county-owned buildings and other facilities to the use of the general public during the duration of such a public health emergency. We've just gone over a plan to resume operations that kind of goes against the language here. So I just wanted to make sure that that was intended to be included in this document.
Can you
Mr. Chair,
reference, Commissioner Houseman, can you give me a reference to what you're speaking?
Yeah, it's on page 3.
Great, that's what I missed. Thank you.
And it's line 6 and 7.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd seen that at first and thought that I had the same issue. And then I realized that what we were doing is giving you the power to close any or all, but not closing them. And it seemed to me that that was okay, that you're still, that you're going to be continuing to have some of these closed until we do open them. So I saw it as a power to close any or all and not to close them itself, if that makes a difference.
It's not clear in the way it's written.
Yeah, it's not clear.
What actually what was intended was just an extension of the power you already gave them earlier. And previously you gave them the power to close facilities. And as you know, all of them are not closed in their entirety, but it does allow them the power to continue to have the facilities closed until such time as they open them. One of the benefits of having this process is if they decide to open on June 1, then you don't have to go all the way to the 30th. But it allows them that opportunity to keep facilities closed, of which several of them are. All of the senior citizen centers, all the libraries were closed with this power, and they probably will stay so for foreseeable future. When they open, it's going to vary, and it may be before June 30th, but they don't have to stay closed the entire time, Commissioner.
Again, I understand the intent. It's just not clear in the way this language is written.
What modifications are you trying to propose to make to it?
It looks like we're closing all the facilities. So if the intent is to close any if necessary because of the emergency, fine. It's just not clear.
All right. I don't have any problem with the addition of the if necessary. They are already closed, is what I'm trying to say. That's what you all did the very first time.
Right, but we're now talking about reopening them, and I just think it's kind of confusing to the public.
All right. I don't have any problem with adding the if necessary. Line 6 on page 3 after close any in all county-owned buildings if necessary and other facilities if necessary.
Thank you.
Okay, so on the resolution, with that amendment, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second, let's vote, please. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Abstain.
Commissioner Carn,
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes 5 yeas,
Yes, too. You give me.
6 yeas with Commissioner Ellis. Okay, on page 11, 20-0345. Sponsored by Commissioner Carn, request approval of a resolution of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners to encourage and urge residents of Fulton County to continue to shelter in place, practice social distancing, wear cloth masks in public per the CDC guidelines, and minimize opportunities for exposure to the COVID-19 virus, and for businesses to continue the modifications of their business activities and practices to minimize direct human contact and for other purposes.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All right, properly moved to
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Morris.
I don't have any problem with the concept of urging all of this. I do have some problems with some of the politically charged language in it. On page 4, the final whereas clause, numerous health officials have stated that the April 20th executive order by Governor Kemp to allow certain businesses to commence is too early to effectively eradicate. I don't think that whereas is necessary. I don't think the next one, whereas the United States government officials, including President Trump, are also warning that it is too early. I don't think that's necessary. And I don't think that the first part of the next whereas clause, due to the existence of data showing that the premature lifting of shelter-in-place restrictions could result in more deaths within Fulton County. I think if we struck that language and the two whereas clauses I recited, I could support this. But otherwise, I think it's unnecessary, injecting unnecessary political disagreements into the thing.
Commissioner, I would agree with that. I did not ask for those to be added for the record. So I would agree with striking that language.
I support, let's strike that, Madam County Attorney, strike those are.
Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you.
Okay, on the motion to approve as then will be as amended. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Mr. Carn.
Yes.
Passes unanimously as amended. On page 11, 20-0346, sponsored by Commissioner Hausman, co-sponsored by Commissioner Hall. Request approval of a resolution to establish the Fulton County Municipal COVID-19 Relief Fund for the purpose of assisting municipalities located within Fulton County, Georgia, who did not directly receive CARES Act funding from the federal government. And also to be heard with that item 20-0348, bottom of page 11. Discussion, sponsored by Chairman Pitts. Request for funds from Fulton County cities reference COVID-19.
Mr. Chairman, should I go ahead?
Go ahead, and you can start, then I'll make a few observations.
Okay, we've gotten a lot of financial information today. We've learned that, that we are doing some COVID-related relief for the cities in the form of PPE. But that, the cities in our county outside of Atlanta are not eligible for direct funding. And so, the way the law is written, if there's any money that's not expended by the county by the end of the year, it's returned to the federal government. So obviously, we don't want to send any money back to the federal government if it's not needed by our expenses. So the purpose of this item was to, in advance, set a date that we would re-examine where we are with our funds that we have, in order to see if, in fact, we are going to need the entire 104 million or not. And of course, there's rumors that there's going to be further allocation of funds. We'll have to see what the end number is. But really, the purpose is to ensure that we have a process in place. Should we have money that we have not expended at the county level that can be used for the cities in the county rather than returning it to the federal government?
Okay, and
I've got a comment too.
okay, to further this discussion, I'd just like to add that the legislation as approved in Washington expressly gave, and I was quite frankly, I'll just be honest with you, I was shocked that we got $104 million and we're trying to figure out how to spend it now. I'm still in shock over that. However, it's probably, I guess, as CEO Thurman and I were discussing, I guess it's a good problem to have, but it clearly contemplates so that the counties, the 4 counties in Georgia that qualify, use it for the 3 purposes, and that the cities, with the exception of Atlanta, go to the state for reimbursements. And I know that some will argue that it doesn't say that the county cannot, but there's another clause that says that cities should go to the state. So that's sort of backdrop, and that's just factual. I read it. Our county attorney opined that was the correct interpretation, as did our outside counsel, McGuire Woods. Since that time, and this was in a packet that you should have received that was sent to you, we received 2 requests so far, one from the city of South Fulton and one from College Park asking for assistance, roughly about $100,000 each. We've also received a letter that's signed by every mayor in South Fulton County requesting that 50% of that 104 used for cities. And then we received a letter signed by members of the delegation to the Georgia General Assembly, signed by about 10 of them, asking that the county support the cities. And that's all well and good, but the law, though, does not provide for that. What may be a way to do this is that if we use the 104 million for the purposes that have been outlined in the legislation, which would include PPE, and we're in the process of ordering, I guess, probably millions. We're waiting for it to come. And once we get that in, which may address what what Commissioner Carn was saying earlier about making certain products, masks in particular, available to the public at large when we get them. So I think there's a way to assist our cities, but I think, though, that we need to be careful. At a minimum, if we decide to do it, if we collectively decide to do it, it probably needs to be on a reimbursement basis, because if we advance money is not spent according to the rules and regulations that were promulgated by Washington, then Fulton County has the problem and not the cities. So I was, what?
Dick has the problem. Dick signed the certification.
No, and the manager did have to sign it.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you, and this was not intended to advance any money whatsoever. This was intended to be a reimbursement type program at the end of the period.
Now, in the meantime, if we agree to something like this, we have at least 2 requests already. So, and I'm sure that others may be forthcoming. So the question is, then how do we handle requests that may be forthcoming between now and the end of the year? When in fact, I serve on a 18-member committee of county commission chairs appointed by the governor, and we recommended that the state, in fact, provide relief through its share to the cities in Georgia outside of the city of Atlanta. And I think that that's going to happen, but it hasn't happened yet. And the question becomes, I was speaking with Chair Nash and Gwinnett, that the concern is the possibility that a city within a county, Fulton County or Gwinnett County, Gwinnett County funds a city, we fund a city, the city in turn applies to the state, gets reimbursed the funds, and it's like double dipping. I'm not saying that it would happen, but it could happen. And if it does happen, we, Fulton County, are on the hook for the repayment of the money plus fines. So that's my only concern.
Again,
have a
Mr.
comment.
Chairman, this would not disagree with anything that you just said could be a potential problem. It would have to be some process that we put in place that only allowable expenses that are covered under the CARE Act would qualify for, and only if we had money left that we did not expend at the end of the period. Have a process in place to do that rather than return money to the federal government. Not to do anything at this point with any of the cities. It's just a contingency if we don't spend all the money.
I have a comment.
Just a minute, Commissioner Carn. Commissioner Carn?
Yes, I do agree with Commissioner Hausman. This is reimbursements. I truly do believe that we are obligated to commit some allocated amount to our cities that are in desperate need. In terms of the state funding, the state's looking at 14% budget cuts at minimum across the board for each and every department. And I seriously doubt if they're going to have any room for providing any funding for municipalities. I only had one issue with the date set for cities to apply. I thought it was a bit late, but I would go along with this resolution. And I do think it's needed for our cities, and I do think we're obligated to do so.
Other comments? How would we handle requests that come in between now and November?
Mr. Chair, I've got a comment before you.
Yeah, I do too. I have my hand in the queue.
Ellis, followed by Vice Chair Arrington.
Yeah, I mean, I think the concept of this is certainly worthy for discussion. I just think it's a bit premature given discussions that are still going on sort of at a national level about additional support, specifically that may be coming to smaller cities and counties. And I saw, kind of some information on some of that, as early as as late as this morning, related to that. So I do think there is, a decent level of potential that there are going to be additional funds that are going to be allocated specifically for those entities. And then also, as you noted, Mr. Chair, this other source of funds, maybe you can kind of expressly speak to that. What I'd heard you say is that basket of funding that was provided to the states was specifically to be allocated to other cities and counties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So there is an existing fund already. So we know that can be applied to, and presumably all cities would apply to that. And there are additional sources of federal funding that are being discussed right now. And, I just think it's a bit premature for us to begin discussing allocating funds that were allocated to us for specific purposes. We are the conduit and the main entity within the county for, the vast number of social services. We're teetering on, kind of some of the highest unemployment levels we've ever seen, 28%. We know these souped up unemployment benefits are going to end in June, July type time frame. So we don't know what that means for, kind of needs in the fall. And we've seen what they've meant right now, even with some of those enhanced benefits from the federal government. We've got some of the most significant public facing things to do and continue to do. We got to carry on elections, 2 of them, maybe even 3 to 4 of them if we have to do runoffs. We've got, the most populous, kind of singular facility to continue to operate, being the jail. We're the main conduit for health services. We're the main conduit for emergency management. I just think right now, putting this forward is probably a little bit premature until we've got a little bit more line of sight in terms of not only what our own expenses are going to be, but what else is going to take place, you know, at the federal level.
Vice Chair Arrington?
I am supportive of helping our cities. However, I do believe it is a little premature. I think we need to see where we are and come back at a later date. If there's money to be allocated to the cities, fine. Maybe it's PPE and other resources. But I think it's a little premature at this point.
Okay, other comments?
I'll just say that I don't think this commits us to funding anything for the cities, but it just leaves the option open in the future for remaining funds.
Well, we were presented with a pretty robust budget by Ms. Whitmore, and we could easily exceed that 104 million. Then I think there's a lot for us to think about here. I think we're all in support of doing what we can for our cities, whether it's now or later.
I don't disagree with you, Chair, but you know, in terms of direct funding opportunities on a local block level, I think that's something that we really need to consider, since all we serve are cities, with the exception of the 7.5 mile industrial corridor there. So I think it would be a good nod to our mayors, to all of our city partners, and whether there's money left or not, I think us agreeing to be willing to share if there is leftover money is a good gesture and a good olive branch for all of our cities.
Can someone, what are your thoughts on requests that we get between now and November? And we already have 2, and I'm certain that others will be forthcoming, and probably rightfully so. And it seems like the requests that will be coming to us will be in the form of testing, food, and PPE, those 3 broad categories, which we are gearing up to spend huge portions of that 104 million that we have. So,
Mr. Chairman, that's the reason I brought this forward, is to establish some sort of process on the front end before we get a lot of requests, you know, and just to indicate that we are willing to help them if we have money left over. And we're right, we have vast expenses. We really don't know what we're going to need, and we don't know if this is going to be enough money. The only reason I brought this forward is because a lot of the things that we outlined that we have to do with sanitation and customer service protection and those kind of things, the cities have those same expenses. I'm very happy that we're helping them with PPE, but they have a host of other expenses with their facilities just like we do. I think we all certainly hope that there's additional funding for them. We hope that the state kicks in some funding, and the resolution addressed that. If they got funding directly, then they wouldn't qualify necessarily for our grant program if, and it's a big if, we have any money left over. The only intent was put something in place on the front end and to not return money to the federal government when we know we're going to have needs in our cities, in our own county.
So if we approve this today or at the next meeting or soon, and we get requests in like the 2 we already have, do we ignore those? Or
I mean, I think we would have to put in some kind of process, and that's not in this ordinance. We could come back later and, you know, figure out exactly how that would be distributed based on what's requested and based on the qualifying expenses that go along with the federal requirements, so we don't put our funding in jeopardy.
Someone else.
Yeah, right. We tell them we'll let you know. We'll take a look at it down near the end of the year. We'll take a look at it and we'll let you know what the process will be. And we don't promise them anything.
But in the hopes that some other funding does come their way, and this is unnecessary. I just don't want us to be in a position where we're scrambling at the last minute with money that they need, you know, for certain purposes, and there's no process in place to distribute any funds we may have left over. That's all.
And maybe we make it a matching funds process. I love maybe we get the county manager to look into this and then come back and present us with some options.
I mean, I'm willing to hold it for 2 weeks and, you know, have it reviewed. I was really hoping just to begin the conversation today.
I think that's a great suggestion. If you don't, Vice Chair, that's a great suggestion. And Commissioner Houseman, if you don't object to that, I would like for us to hold it.
That's fine with me. That's fine with me.
We have a second. There's a second?
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
I don't know this by heart. Commissioner Ellis?
Yes, and Mr. Chairman Pitts,
Yes.
just one other comment too. In this role that you're in, if you learn about ways, if these funds are available at the state, I think somebody should direct the cities or whenever that's open to them. If they've got things that they have an interest in, they should begin applying for that now. I guess any sort of guidance that we could provide to the cities regarding the state funding via the part of this group you're part of, I think would be welcome to know before our next meeting as well.
Will do. All right, Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington?
Yeah.
Commissioner Carn?
On a motion to hold,
Yes.
I vote no.
And I vote yes.
The motion passes. 1 nay.
Next item.
Next item to be moved up with the COVID items as requested by Commissioner Hausman, bottom of page 11. 20-0349, discussion, select Fulton update.
Commissioner Houseman? Commissioner Houseman?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I asked Select Fulton to give us an update on where we are with our economic condition here in Fulton County. I think it's very timely that we bring to home what's happening with our employment situation right here in Fulton County. And so Samir, are you here?
Yeah, I'm on the line.
All right, so thank you. Take it away.
Sure. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Hausman, for inviting me. My name is Samir Abdullahi. I'm the Deputy Director for Select Fulton. The commissioner did invite us here today just to give a brief overview of the efforts that we've taken since obviously the outbreak of COVID. And additionally, kind of our analysis and how we're starting to synthesize data. I know there's been a lot of data discussions today and in previous meetings, but looking at kind of a business and employment perspective and impacts that we're seeing both at a national, at a state, and at a local level. So if we can advance the next slide, I thought I saw that up on the screen. If we can advance that slide, thank you.
Next.
So great, thanks. Like I said, we'll give a quick overview of kind of how we're synthesizing data, a quick overview of the initiatives that we've taken, and then we've got Grace Fricks, with I think some of you are familiar with access to capital and entrepreneurs, who will give a very top level highlight of the Small Business Emergency Loan Program that was a part of the $10 million initial funding out of Fulton County out of the general fund. If we can advance to the next slide. Again, just a reminder of who Select Fulton is, very unique in the space of economic and workforce development services, where we've combined 3 organizations: the Development Authority of Fulton County, which mainly deals with real estate, our county economic development team, which markets and promotes Fulton County as a great place to do business, but also works projects and helps to bring companies to Fulton County and support the companies that are already here. And then a most recent addition, which is WorkSource Fulton, which is really our talent pipeline, building and upskilling individuals to make sure that we can get buildings out of the ground, companies in those buildings, and make sure that we have a available workforce to go into those companies. If we can advance the next slide. Thanks. So I will have a lot of data here, but I'll go through this very briefly because there are some high points that we just wanted to highlight, important for this commissioner, this board of commissioners, and the public at large, as we're thinking through policy implications, both on the workforce side and the business side of things. As we know, there's a lot of commuting patterns here in any aggressive major market, metropolitan market. And so some of those commuting dynamics have real importance, I think, on policy implications. So briefly looking at our businesses, we have about 43,000 private firms. We are a professional services hub, Fortune 500 destination. And that's why you see some of our leading industries in technology, professional services, and others. In terms of the workers, and I'll try to be very careful with the way I explain this, workers are people that work in Fulton County but don't necessarily live here. And most of this is captured through unemployment insurance. So it may not capture those private contractors, it may not capture those home-based businesses as workers here in Fulton County. So just including that caveat. If we look at our average private weekly wage, about $1,400, the national average is about $1,000. Shifting down, looking at commuting patterns, these are probably our two most important numbers related to this slide. If we think about the workers of Fulton County, so who actually works in Fulton County but may live somewhere else, those people represent about 76.2% of our workers here in Fulton County. So a majority of our workers in Fulton County live somewhere else. Similarly, if we look at the residents in Fulton County, not a majority of residents in Fulton County actually work in Fulton County. They're working in other closer communities like Cobb County, Gwinnett County, Henry County, and others that surround us. So just an important dynamic to think about if we're going to impact businesses here in Fulton County would benefit Fulton County residents to a certain extent, but also benefit non-residents, and then vice versa, try to benefit residents from an employment perspective. Not all of them actually work in Fulton County, and so how to tap into that demographic. We can advance to the next slide. I think an important point to highlight, something that we've taken on kind of on our marketing is anchoring Fulton County in the Metro Atlanta region and just showing how important Fulton County is to the Metro region. Again, we only represent 1 in 6 jobs out of the 29 county metro region, but 1/3 of all jobs and nearly 40% of wages generate. We can go to the next slide. Similarly, if we looked at that for the state, about 1 in 10 residents, but still punching above our weight class in terms of jobs, about 21%. And in terms of wages, about 30%. So there's kind of important perspective, I think, beyond Fulton County as we communicate with our metro partners and our state partners that their success is somewhat tied to our success and vice versa. So just kind of planning that. If we can go to the next slide, we can skip this next slide, which just highlighted the shelter-in-place orders and the timelines associated with that. I'm starting to look at some starting to look at some localized data and people's compliance with some of these shelter-at-home orders. There's been a lot of great private data that's been made available related to COVID. So we're able to kind of track some of these major metrics of commuting patterns and others. So this kind of reflects compliance. This is a SafeGraph that tracks both Bluetooth signals and cellular signals, makes those anonymous, just to track whether people are leaving their census block groups. And so you can see these 2 red lines where Fulton County announced this state of emergency, and we can see the state of Georgia announcing shortly thereafter, but there was already somewhat of the uptick of the number of people staying at home. We can go to the next slide. Similarly, some good data that the ARC connected us with when we're just measuring the number of vehicle miles traveled. This doesn't necessarily mean did you leave your place of residence, but the number of vehicles that we see on the roadways, and you can see these 2 important dates of when state of emergency and shelter in place were announced. But that we'd already see those average vehicle miles traveled significantly down in that mid-March timeframe. Next slide, please. Again, similarly, as we start to see, and most of these percentages are based on traffic inbound to the city. As I mentioned, the majority of the workers that we have in Fulton County come from some other places. And so tracking this inbound traffic is critical. I mean, I think if you talk to any transportation planner, they'll tell you there is no traffic. And there's some benefits to that and extended construction times and some things that they haven't been able to do. So there's benefit in that, but we just see a really dramatic shift in the number of people commuting from other counties into Fulton County. Next slide, please. And we can advance this next one. Again, this is more proxies for evaluating foot traffic, not just vehicle traffic. Being the world's most connected, or having the world's most connected airport, obviously we're tracking flight data, being a global commerce hub, having the ability for mostly services, but also goods to come in and out of Hartsville-Jackson is critical. We can just see that flights globally, once you hit that late February, early March date, dropped off and to sustain that drop off. Next slide, please. So as we're evaluating the impact of Fulton County, one of the things we wanted to look at is what are these national trends in terms of the types of industries that we would expect to see a very significant impact. Again, there's a variety of ways to skin this data. If you look at something like healthcare, it's positive, more on the COVID emergency addressed issue, but less so on the elective surgery side of things. And that's part of the reason why we saw a big drop in GDP. Looking at the most impacted industries, it says forward-facing industries you'd expect: consumer services, media and entertainment, transportation, and retail. And so we've kind of extrapolated that down through Fulton County. If we can go to the next slide. I know there was discussion from Sharon about kind of reflecting upon the previous recession and its impact on Fulton County revenue sources. If you look at the recession period, obviously that was about a year and a half period where we saw any kind of dot below this red line would mean negative GDP growth. So even if that line starts ticking back up, you're still in negative territory. You really have to get above that line before you're in positive territory. And the data is just kind of starting to come in. We got these first quarter results, which really only accounted for mid-March through the end of April, which is about 6 weeks. We've already dropped about 4%. So the big question for us, I think, is how far down is that line going to go? And then how long will that line take to kind of get back up above the red line in terms of negative GDP growth? And so as many mentioned on the call before, I think there's just a lot of unknowns related to that. Next slide, please. As we start to discuss and have conversations with our small businesses, there's just some really revealing data that came back all the way back in March, actually. I think probably one of the most important data points is this: that 50% of all the small businesses, and you've heard variations of this, but about 50% of all small businesses says they can't operate beyond 2 to 3 to 4 months of a shutdown. So there's no long-term model for these small businesses. In the long run, we do expect some significant impacts to them if they have to go this long closed. Go to the next slide. Just briefly kind of covering unemployment. I mean, to me, this is kind of the most staggering, some of the most staggering figures. And it's hard to kind of map this out on the graph. You've seen this in the New York Times and others, but just looking at the red lines, which are all these weekly jobless claims, it doesn't mean all these claims are filed. It just means that they're submitted in and they may not actually be receiving unemployment benefits. We'll get that data here shortly about the total unemployment rate, looking at labor force and others that Commissioner Ellis mentioned earlier. But looking at the red lines and comparing that to that green space, that green shaded space you see there on the left, I mean, it took that long to generate that many of weekly jobless claims. So you'll see that headline of 6 weeks. It took, in 6 weeks, we saw unemployment claims reach 30 million individuals, which totaled about the last 136 weeks. Georgia's unemployment rate is slightly lagged behind the nation just because there were other areas like New York and Los Angeles that were impacted and shut down slightly earlier than us. And we do see some leveling off, but we saw that April 25th number pick up slightly as we see some more unemployment claims filed in. If we can go to the next slide, we can skip this next slide actually. We'll skip the Georgia piece. Just looking at Fulton County, so what we wanted to try to break down these weekly unemployment claims, and just to caveat it, unemployment is filed by residents, not people that work in Fulton County. So it's people that actually live here. And you can see the spread between the different industries, not too surprising: accommodation and food services. Unclassified is kind of your low skilled or unskilled workers, laundry mats and others. And you can see kind of the phasing in of those increases in unemployment over the different dates. And again, just looking at accommodation and food services and unclassified and retail and trade, just a dramatic hit. Going on to the next slide, again, trying to synthesize some of this data at the local level and using some of these national trends to project down what we'd expect here in Fulton County. If we looked at those industries we thought would have the most significant impact, breaking those down by 2-digit industry codes, we saw that they made up about 17% of all private establishments here in Fulton County, about 24% of employees, but only about 11% of wages. And what that signals to us, similar with the industry data, is these are low wage workers. While they do represent a significant proportion of our overall total employment, they are low wage earners. And so that gap is not necessarily closed up in terms of lost wages. Some good working papers that are coming out of the Federal Reserve and others. National Bureau of Economic Research had a good study looking similarly at industry codes and occupation codes to determine what percentage in metro areas could workers actually work from home. We definitely punch above our weight class in being in the top 7% of metros, again, being a professional services destination, a Fortune 500 destination. But the numbers are still not what anyone would want. 40% of people able to work from home, and they generate about 53% of the wages. So those would be our high wage earners, as we'd expect. Going to the next slide briefly, just highlighting this is where jobs in these industries are actually located in Fulton County. And they're broken down in terms of concentration of census block groups. So the darker the color means there's more concentration of those jobs. If you look at retail industry, you'd expect those around North Point Mall and Alpharetta, historic Roswell, downtown Roswell, kind of the northern end of Midtown. And then as you come through City of South Fulton, Old National, and others. So I think our point here is just the impacts that we expect on jobs is distributed throughout Fulton County. It's not exclusive to one corner of the county. Advancing to the next slide, I'm just hitting some summary high points. I think there's a recognition across all of our partners that the small businesses will just be dependent on government assistance to survive COVID. I mean, I think the important piece of that is the healthcare, the public health response really dictates the economic response to this. You can set up economic development plans and growth strategies, but those are limited by your ability to respond to the public health portion. Again, I think as Fulton County, we should continue to echo that Georgia and Metro Atlanta's success is dependent on ours and vice versa, where we make up such a large portion of jobs and wages and should be recognized as so. Looking at these impacted industries in its current form, it's the low wage workers do represent a large portion of jobs, but the wages are somewhat muted. It would be interesting to see how the summer months happen. You're hearing places like Yelp, Lyft, and others that are in the professional services space starting to lay off employees. And I think that's what a lot of us are tracking over the summer months. And then lastly, the majority of Fulton County workers are unable to work from home. And so that kind of leaves us with a question mark of how do we get people back to work safely? If not, how do we sustain people and businesses if we're not allowing them to do such? So going to the next slide, just dives into very briefly some of the efforts that we've taken to date. Again, thank you to the Board of Commissioners in taking quick action. We've gotten a lot of phone calls from Gwinnett County and other partners about how do we kind of structure this program. And Grace Fricks with ACE will talk about this Fulton County Emergency Loan Program, where we put together $1.5 million for small businesses impacted outside of City of Atlanta. At the time, Invest Atlanta had about a $1.5 million program going on. So very strategic in its use of funds. We continue to send out our Select Fulton COVID bulletins. Make sure to let us know if there's any members of your team not receiving those. We send that out to 1,000 partners, both on the Development Authority side, on the workforce side of things, to really connect the dots. And those have been really constructive for our city partners. A great effort we just had in partnership, and there's been some local press on it, with the North Fulton Chamber of Commerce and the 6 cities up there, and developing a strategic small business survey so we can start to get really granular data on what the impacts we're seeing on the ground as it relates to small businesses and the COVID shutdown. We've shared that information with the Aerotropolis Alliance, Invest Atlanta, the Georgia Economic Developers Association. That's somewhat becoming a good standard model. We'll continue to release those every month just so we can get check-ins and kind of track the data and develop trend lines. So as we're starting to think through programming, we've got granular data that speaks to that. Skipping to the next slide. Again, the Development Authority really stepped up, recognizing that the need was for the small business loans was much greater than anyone was able to put up. They came together and put together another $1.5 million program, small business program, inclusive of the City of Atlanta for any COVID impacted business. And again, that totals to about $3 million that this county's put out there for small businesses, significantly more than I've seen anywhere else in Georgia. They continue to hold their meetings virtually, and so they're conducting regular business every 4th Tuesday of the month, if we can advance the slide. And then very proud of our team in workforce development. Luckily, we've been taking a very regional approach in our efforts in partnership with the ARC, Workforce DeKalb, and others, and really building a regional model so that as you come down 85 corridor, you're not getting a different spiel than if you were inside of the connector versus south of Atlanta. It's a kind of a unified program and service delivery. Our career centers are meeting virtually. We do continue to do intake, orientation virtually. We're continuing to do case management virtually and check in with those participants that are able to continue their academic journey that we're funding. It just depends on whether that program is still online or not, and that's some of the work we're going back through with the network. But we do have this atlworks.org website that's great for everyone to go to. That's where you would find your local's career center and how to plug into the network. We do have an upcoming quarterly board meeting this May 19th. Our committees have been meeting virtually, so it's been business as usual. And as you know, we've applied for about a $1.3 million national dislocated worker grant, which was a part of the CARES Act, to enhance our services. As you're familiar, as you go through unemployment, you're kicked over to the workforce system because you're supposed to be either getting upskilled to find that employment or identify new employment. Right now, under the emergency orders, that's not really happening. So we see a lot of people on unemployment, but they're not carrying over to the workforce system. And so we're just trying to stay ahead of the game and making sure we're prepared for kind of whatever comes down the pike in terms of that transition as we shift people from unemployment to finding either upskilling or the next training. I do want to hand it off to, if we can advance the slide, to Grace Fricks with H for Capital. I think she's got one quick slide she's going to cover in terms of high points of our small business loan program. So Grace.
She needs to unmute.
Yeah, you're on mute, Grace. That's fine. We'll see if she can get on. If we can just advance the slide 2 more. Oh, she's coming on. Here we go.
Yeah. Am I there now? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm Grace Fricks. I've been with you all day, and I appreciate everything that you're doing as public servants for all of us. I'm the founder and CEO of Access to Capital for Entrepreneurs, or ACE. We're 20 years old now, and we help people when others can't or won't. We don't use any stock photos, so these are all snapshots of our clients. I just wanted to look at some of them. You can advance the slide. Okay. We are a not-for-profit organization. We're not a finance company. We're not a bank. We don't take deposits. But we use capital combined with coaching and connections to help grow small businesses. And our target market are underserved business owners. So that means it's African American, Hispanic, women, and low moderate income business owners. Typically, we're talking about people that can't get all the funding that they need from a traditional bank or a credit union. That's what we do, and we're the largest in the state, and we're something called a CDFI, a Community Development Financial Institution. We're certified by the Treasury Department. And that means that we have certain standards that we have to live up to, and we're measured by. In our 20 years, we've helped over 1,000 businesses and lent them $72 million they've saved or started 8,500 jobs. And as you can see on the slide, 87% of all the loans we did last year were to underserved entrepreneurs. Advance the slide, please. Your emergency loan program was modeled after an emergency loan program that we did for our clients. We have 300 clients that are in 68 counties, including metropolitan Atlanta and North Georgia, although 80% are in the metropolitan Atlanta area. So when the pandemic first started, we called all of our clients, did deferments for them if they needed, and advanced additional capital. We're highly individualized. And so your program is very similar to that. As you can see here, it's an emergency loan. It only goes up to $50,000, and it is not intended to take them all the way through the recovery. It's that part that Samir talked about when he said 50% of businesses will fail because they don't have 2 to 3 months worth of cash to get them through a time of no sales. The terms of the loans are 4%. The first 6 months, they're on deferral. 3 months, it's only, it's no interest or principal. And then the next 3 months are interest only. We took in 118 applications totaling $3.8 million worth of requests. It opened on April 7th and closed 3 days later. And I've got the updated data for you. I got it just a few minutes ago from our Chief Credit Officer. As of right now, we've closed 30, not 22. 30 loans totaling 1.1 million. And that means we've got 315 loans that are in $315,000 worth of loans that are in closing right now. They should close tomorrow, hopefully. And that'll give us $90,000 left to deploy. Now, one of the things that we've been able to do with your grant is it's helping us to make more than 1.5 million worth of loans with it. We've leveraged your money and for Fulton County residents to do the PPP program. ACE itself is putting out $5 million worth of the Paycheck Protection Program under the SBA. And as of yesterday, 35 of those loans for $1.1 million were to Fulton County residents. And I would end before any questions with just something I wanted to just remind you of because you've dealt with so many heavy things today, is Felicia Parker owns a Jimmy John's in East Point. She's an African-American woman who is also a retired Army veteran. And she created this business, started it as a franchise. She's the only one she has. She started it 3 years ago. And you made a loan for $25,000 to her so she can hold on. And I have every confidence that she will be here in November, December, and January. Thank you. If I can answer questions, I'm happy to, and I'll be back later on to give you a full report.
Okay.
I have a question.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Harrington? Vice Chair Harrington?
Yes, thank you for this report. I thought that there were two programs that you all funded, one from Fulton County, but also one from Select Fulton. And so I see, I guess, what looks like here, the 1.5 from Fulton, but not the recap on the 1.5 that came from Select Fulton.
That's correct, but I can give you some of the data as of yesterday. They've closed almost 1.4 million, and that's in 39 loans. So I would imagine that they're going to be completely through by the end of the day. I did not ask them about that just a few minutes ago. 10 of those loans are closed within the Atlanta zip code.
Okay.
So we're going to be completely finished with both programs by the end of tomorrow.
I thought that I heard somewhere that the 1.5 that we put down would be leveraged to loan up to $4 million, and the same thing for the 1.5 put down by the Development Authority. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir. We will continue to leverage it. That's why I told you about the PPP, because with the PPP, you have to have your own cash and you put those out as loans to qualified borrowers. And then the federal government comes in if they qualify and approve them, and they take out the loans. So yes, we are leveraging it in a variety of ways.
So are the programs still open or not open?
The actual PPP is still open nationally. We closed ours down because we're topped out at 5 million. And we're referring everybody who goes to our website to First Choice Credit Union, which recently, as of yesterday, it was announced that Cassius Butts, you might know him because he was the regional director of the SBA.
Yeah.
Yes, he is the new CEO. So we're working to transfer ours over to him, our excess.
Okay, he's the new CEO of where?
First Choice Credit Union.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the report. So I guess you're saying 5 million. So then, are you assuming that basically all of the applications will be funded?
There were actually 13 million in the pipeline for the PPP.
Okay.
So And so we capped out at 5 million, and then those others are transferred over to Cassius Butts or the first choice credit union.
Okay.
The SBA is the one that makes the final approval on the PPP.
Okay, awesome.
But it is still open, definitely.
Okay, other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Items moved up by Commissioner Ellis on page 10, under Commissioner's action items. 20-0166, request approval of an ordinance to amend Fulton County Code Section 101-38 relating to budgetary controls for travel expenses for members of the Board of Commissioners and for other purposes. Sponsored by Commissioner Ellis.
Go ahead, move approval.
Second.
Point of order, hasn't this come up 3 times already? How did you get back on the agenda after being on the agenda 3 previous times?
It was held twice, Commissioner Arrington, and voted on only twice. And the vote was neither side ended up with a majority.
Okay.
I have some discussion.
Commissioner Carn?
I understand the reasoning, and a lot of this occurred before I got here. But $13,000 for travel, I do not think is sufficient. Number one, for the reason that that money is not used for travel exclusively. I think something more reasonable, Commissioner Ellis, if you'd be amenable, would be possibly a $30,000 expense budget, because a lot of that is used for other expenses by some of us. And I would hope you'd be amenable to that.
Commissioner Carn, I'm not amenable to that. I'm comfortable with what was previously presented. I know we had a lot of lengthy discussions around it. I think our spending ought to be categorized, and this is a category for it. And I think it's a very reasonable amount based upon, kind of the information that has been previously shared and what the thresholds are for other counties and state legislators, et cetera. I think if there's a discussion that folks want to have about establishing different dollar amounts for other categories of spending, then that's a discussion for another day. So I appreciate the comments, but not comfortable with that form of amendment.
Other comments or questions? Commissioner Houseman, let's vote. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Well, I was trying to unmute to make a comment. I'm not going to support this. I think that this would be more appropriately discussed during the budget time when most things are discussed along these lines. I actually think that the majority of us turn most of this money back in at the end of the year anyway. 12,000 isn't enough for travel in a normal year. None of us are going to go anywhere probably much this year, so it's moot. But I'd rather take this up at the budget time. And I agree with some of the other commissioners that have used this money to benefit organizations in their district. I've chosen to do that very transparently myself. And right now I'm not going to support this, so I vote no.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
No.
Vice Chair Arrington?
Absolutely not.
Commissioner Carn?
No.
And I vote yes.
And the motion fails. 3 yeas. 3 yeas, 4 nays.
All right, next item.
20-0342. Sponsored by Commissioner Carn, request approval of an ordinance authorizing portions of Fulton Industrial Boulevard to be designated as a drug-free commercial zone pursuant to OCGA Section 16-13-32.6.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Second.
Just a minute. Is there a second to the motion?
Harrington.
Yes.
Right. Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
you want to be heard?
No, I said there was a second. Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Commissioner Carn, can you just briefly describe what this does?
Well, it's pretty self-explanatory. We've done them in College Park. It increases the fines and penalties for drug violations. Obviously, it posts signage in and around the location. And given the area and the crime issues in the area, I think it's obviously well needed. I've seen drug transactions at bus stops and bus shelters along that area, and I think we just need to send a message, first of all, that we're going to be improving that area along with the airport improvements. I think this is an obvious no-brainer that I think everybody in every district would appreciate if they're coming in and around Fulton Industrial Boulevard.
Yeah, thanks for that explanation.
Other comments or questions? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Sorry, I was trying to read the ordinance and I couldn't unmute. Have we talked to the sheriff? I mean, what's the impact to increasing the fines and penalties here? Does it mean we're gonna be adding more people to our jail right now when we're trying to keep people safe and we've let a lot of people go for some of these crimes that I think would be in this ordinance?
Chairman, I just wanted you all to know that this is already a drug-free commercial zone, and what the resolution was doing was to cover it beyond the period of time that it would automatically expire. The Board of Commissioners in July of 2014 sent a notification to the Department of Community Affairs, July 1, 2015, saying that this area be designated for 5 years, and the state legislature also approved it, but the 5-year period of time would be up on July 1. And so he's trying to just expand what already is there, but just to continue it in force so that the fines can be increased and multiplied.
Okay, well, our entire state's a drug-free zone, I thought. I know that the penalties and the fines are an issue, and in a lot of jurisdictions, they have been relaxed. I'm not opposed to this, but I'm just not sure it's really necessary, especially right now.
You want to be heard?
I see one of our police officers here, if he has a comment.
Yes, ma'am. It's Deputy Chief Yates with the Police Department.
Mr. Yates.
It's been in effect since 2015, and it specifically targets drug dealers, not drug purchasers, drug users, only dealers.
Okay.
So going after a very small segment of the population out there in the effort to clean it up. And that, along with the other issues that we've done on the boulevard since 2015, has shown a decrease in crime every single year. And I would hate for this to be the thing that caused us not to decrease crime again this year.
All right, thank you very much.
So this only thing this does is increases the time that's all it was. This is not written, it doesn't say that, but I'll take your word for it if that's what it says.
Yes, it actually does designate it. And when you designate it as a county, we have to send it up to the state in order to have the benefit of the extension. But yes, it will extend what is already there.
Right. It would have expired in July
1 of this year.
Extended longer.
Once we file it with the Commissioner of Community Affairs, it will be 5 more years.
I don't think it hurts anything. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't hurt anything. So, motion is to approve. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Ellis?
Yes.
Commissioner Morris?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Chair Arrington?
Yes.
Commissioner Carn?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
The motion passes
Next item.
unanimously. Bottom of page 10, 20-0344, sponsored by Commissioner Ellis, requests approval of a resolution revising the date when the Fulton County Tax Commissioner can provide payment of any and all processing fees associated with the electronic payments remitted by taxpayers.
Yes, what the intent of this resolution, I know we passed the ability for the tax commissioner to go ahead and do this, but it wasn't going to be effective until July 1st. As I understand it, we're purchasing kiosks now that will be going into our actual physical locations. Given kind of the current state of affairs and the pent-up demand that's going to be out there, we're going to want folks to use these things as much as possible and incent them to do so. So in speaking with the tax commissioner's office, they have a desire to go ahead and make this effective really as soon as they can program the machines to go ahead and do so. And that's the intent of this resolution.
I'll motion.
Second.
All right, properly moved and second. Any questions or comments? Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman. Commissioner Ellis.
Yes.
Commissioner Morris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington.
Yes.
Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
And I vote yes.
The motion passes 6 yeas, 0 nays. Back on page 8. 20-0334, Human Resources Management. Request approval to renew the contract between the University of Georgia for the Certified Public Managers Training Program.
Any explanation needed?
Move approval.
Is there a second? All right, I'll second. Any explanation needed? If not, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman.
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yes.
Commissioner Morris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Chair Arrington.
Yes.
Mr. Carn.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. 0-0355, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval to extend an existing contract to provide continued comprehensive operation, preventive and corrective maintenance services for the Fulton County Jail for an additional 6-month period.
Move approval.
Second.
Questions or comments? None. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman.
Yes.
Commissioner Morris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington.
Yes.
Carn.
Yes.
I vote yes.
I'm a yes too.
And Commissioner Ellis votes yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Okay, on page 9, under Health and Human Services, 20-0339, Senior Services, request approval to increase spending authority to provide in-home services.
Motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman.
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yes.
Commissioner Morris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Chair Arrington. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
The motion passes.
6 yeas. Somebody just vote.
Arrington.
6 yeas, 0 nays. On bottom of page 9, 20-0340. Request approval of cooperative purchasing to manage and provide assistance to the Fulton County, Georgia 502 Continuum of Care's Homeless Management Information System, Data Management, Administrative, and Process.
Entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second. Questions or comments? If not, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman.
Yes.
Mr. Ellis.
Yes.
Mr. Morris. Mr. Hall.
Yes.
Chair Arrington. Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And motion passes 5 yeas, 0 nays.
I voted yes. I don't know if you got that.
Okay, we got
6 yeas.
6 yeas.
Commissioner Morris. On page 10, top of page 10. 20-0341, Community Development. Request approval of a Community Development Block Grant, substantial amendment to the Fulton County prior action plan years.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Any questions? No questions. Let's vote. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis,
Yeah.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Mr. Carn.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
That motion passes unanimously. We can go back to the bottom of page 8. Missed item. 20-0336.
I gotta vote on that. 6-0. But let's go ahead and do it because that was a question.
Okay, request approval of a recommended proposal to provide data migration and permit license and land implementation services.
Motion.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Let's vote, please. Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Yes.
Chair Arrington, Commissioner Carn.
Yes.
I vote yes.
The motion passes 6-0 nays. On page 11, Commissioner's presentation and discussion items, 20-0347. Discussion, future location of VOC meetings during Assembly Hall renovation.
Okay, it's Mr. Kirby here? Or who can handle this? Well, while someone is coming to address this, he was here?
Yeah.
He's there.
Where is he?
Getting ready to be seated.
Well, two things. We've been meeting virtually, I suppose you call it, for the last 3 or 4 meetings. And it seems like for the foreseeable future, we'll be doing likewise. Then that, for the most part, will bump up against the time when renovations are to begin in the Assembly Hall, which means we will not be able to meet in the Assembly Hall. So the question becomes, where will we meet? Will we continue to meet as we're doing now? What do you call it, virtually? Or will we move to another location? We need to make a decision. The clerk has advised me that we need to advertise in May if we're not going to be meeting in the Assembly Hall. So we need to make a decision. So what's your?
Well, I think, Mr. Chairman, if we're not still in this pandemic, which I'm hoping we come out of soon, I know we were renovating the Stonewall Tail South Fulton Service Center location so that we could accommodate meetings. So if we're not on virtually, I would still recommend we be down there. It's enough room to accommodate everyone. And
I think Zoom works very well and it allows people from all over Fulton County to be able to just jump online from wherever they are. And so I think our county manager and the team have done an excellent job of preparing us to be able to do more of this. So I think that kind of resolves the issue of traveling from one side of the county to the next side of the county.
Other commissioners? I'm happy with the Assembly Hall here. So that's 3 positions so far, right?
Mr. Chair, I have a question in terms of permissibility of these Zoom related meetings. And to what extent will they continue to be sort of permitted? I guess it's really a question for our county attorney. Should we be out of a state of emergency? Should the state be operating in sort of a normal fashion? Are they permitted?
No, Commissioner, I'm going blank, but Commissioner Ellis, the only reason we can do this is because the governor declared a public health state of emergency, and that expires currently June the 12th. After that point in time, we cannot have a meeting telephonically like this.
So from our, I guess for our clerk, I guess the question if for our June 17th meeting, how much time do we have to advertise for where that meeting would be held?
We need to do at least 30 days, May 17th.
What are alternatives to that? I mean, given that we don't know whether or not we're going to be, the entire emergency would be lifted or not. Does the notification rule, does that change the notification rule at all, Madam County Attorney?
Well, it is an emergency meeting, yes, and and that does shorten the period of time of notices. However, I think that we have some other recommendations that Mr. Kirby has been looking into that you might want to consider, and that way we could have the notification of because it's not just for one meeting, the June 17th meeting. You will be meeting for months somewhere.
Mr.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear the options.
Yes, so, again, real quickly, Ellis Kirby, the good news is we're finishing up our contract with the contractor, H.J. Russell. We have a kickoff meeting next week, but they already had the plans. They're getting ready to bid. The goal is to bid in May and June, come back to you with the GMP, the first meeting in July, and immediately close down and do construction after July the 1st. Again, we won't know the schedule, how long we'll be out of Assembly Hall after July the 8th until we get the quotes, and then come with the GMP, we'll come with the schedule, but we're holding it for the rest of the year. As far as alternate relocations, we looked at 4 locations. We looked at Auburn Avenue Research Library, we looked at Aviation Center, we looked at the South Service Center, and we also looked at the Freight Depot, which was an external facility. And basically of those 4, we recommend the Aviation Center and the South Service Center, mainly because the South Service Center is board meeting ready, and Aviation was a good compromise north and south for access. And both of them, really the bottom line was ample parking and also set up for having the meeting itself. So right now we have the Aviation Center and the South Service Center reserved for the rest of the year for any of the board meetings. It's just a matter of the decision to choose to oscillate those, do one or the other, or still do the Zoom meetings, I guess, is what those are the 2 locations we'd recommended at this time. So, any questions?
What are we thinking? We
I would go.
We have until the next meeting to make a decision. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Chair?
I would go with South Fulton Service Center that's already set up and ready for a board meeting rather than trying to require our staff to set up the Aviation Center for a board meeting and moving tables and setting up chairs and all that. Everything's already in place at the South Fulton Service Center.
I'd have to agree.
Distancing. Not 6 feet apart.
Other comments? What are you saying?
I'm just saying that you would, the issue there is lack of distancing. You would not be 6 feet apart on that podium.
Right.
Well, that's a problem then.
Well, that is one thing we discussed. All those recommendations was before the 6 feet distancing. So Patrice does make a good point. The South Service Center is board meeting ready, and we're renovating it. We're renovating the building. The question becomes, what is the boardroom of the future look like? If we do that location, we would definitely want to wear masks with the distance between you guys and the size of that room as we sit in a normal board meeting. So that is one aspect that we really, again, these recommendations were what does the future look like from a space perspective, not only for board meetings, just how we operate.
And the spacing of masks would be required in our auditorium here downtown once it's ready as well. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So no matter where we go, we're going to be spaced or masks or both.
We are refinishing the millwork in the current Assembly Hall. There were no plans to redo any of the millwork other than refinish it and add the technology too. So that's a real question for both locations. Will we require physical reconstruction of either location in the future to spread people out? At this point, I don't see where there's a decision to be made on that because we just don't know what the future holds. Is that going to be a requirement?
I hope we're replacing those chairs as well.
If you look behind me, if you can see that we have some sample chairs here. So yes, we are replacing all the chairs.
Okay, all right. I heard you say millwork and I was like, whoa.
Can you remind us how long the construction process is going to take and how long we're going to be in a alternative location?
Right, so we blocked out after July 8th for the rest of this year. Again, we will not know the duration until we bid to the subs, set the schedule with the subs, schedule the lead time. And July the 8th, we'll come in and show you if we can shorten it before the end of the year. So bottom line, worst case scenario, the rest of the year, I'm hoping with our bidding process and our scheduling process, we would come in July 8th and say, we're going to be done in November. We can be back in December or something in that nature. So won't know till then, once we get into the process of bidding.
Why don't we, in the interest of time, Commissioner Morris, were you about to say something?
I was. Again, maybe I missed this. We're talking about after the extension we just did of the emergency, that we're going to continue to meet in this fashion until then? Or are we talking about doing something different in June?
We're talking about doing something different at any point in time when the governor's state of emergency expires. And right now that's June 12th.
Okay.
Even though we just extended ours to June 30th?
Right. We extended ours for the purposes of trying to give the authority to handle the emergency. Our declaration of emergency occurred before the states anyway. So they don't have to be concurrent. It's just whether or not who you were given their power to do something with. It wasn't contingent upon the states.
So if we have ours through the 30th, does that allow us to continue to do these meetings via Zoom for the month of June?
No, and that's what I said when I was referring and answering your question, Commissioner Ellis. The governor's state of emergency allows for this board meeting to be held this way. But the county can have a state of emergency that goes to like the 30th of June for purposes of dealing with procurement and other issues. It doesn't have to be contingent, that power did not have to be contingent upon the governor's action. This meeting is contingent upon the governor's declaration.
Okay. So our first meeting in June, assuming he doesn't lift the state emergency, we will continue to meet this way.
That's correct.
But the second meeting in June, we'd be somewhere else.
You would need to meet in person and have 4 people at least physically present.
Would you like to think about it? We make a final decision at our next meeting. Is that okay, Madam Clerk? They give you sufficient time?
Yes.
All right, let me make an executive decision here. Let's, in the interest of time, let's think about it and we'll put this back on the agenda for our meeting on the 17th and we will make a final decision. And maybe by that time, Mr. What's it, Ellis Kirby? Mr. Kirby.
Have we heard anything about what the state legislature is doing about reconvening? That may be, provide some guidance for us as well.
I have not heard anything. Anybody heard any, you heard Vice Chair's question?
I understand that June 13th, I think, or June 12th or 13th, I believe.
I heard a rumor that they were considering meeting at the World Congress Center. I would hope that maybe we were exploring all options for where we're going to meet in this next 2 weeks. It is a hardship from those of us that are in the north end of the county, as you know, to do this projected meeting in an off-site location for the rest of the year. So
I had also suggested the City of Atlanta Council Chambers. They meet on Mondays and we could meet there on Wednesdays. Councilwoman President Felicia Moore said she would be amenable to that already. That would be convenient for everyone. We walk across the street and they got a better looking chamber than ours anyhow.
Really?
Ellis Kirby, if everybody can hear me, we met with the City of Atlanta and also in the process, we had one meeting with them and basically all the negative issues they had from a security perspective, talking about charging, et cetera, it was way too complicated. We dropped them after the first meeting because it was going to get, they wanted us to have everything we wanted over there before we even met with them again. It was just way too complicated. And so we decided to drop it out, drop out the city of Atlanta. It just got too complicated. But I agree with you. It was going to be very convenient. But the Georgia Freight Depot was also an option. We'd have to rent it, which is across the street, but it has a very open space. They have an ability to put a platform. So that one was on the list. And we did talk to them through the
Well,
state.
I wouldn't support paying for any facility when we have two perfectly good facilities to choose from.
Yeah, we may need to revisit. You're talking about the Marvin S. Arrington Senior Council Chambers, and Commissioner Karn has already spoken with Council President. Council President Felicia Moore. We might need to we may want to revisit that if that is a better alternative to having people drive from the north to the south.
Did she tell you those requirements were mandatory, or did someone else?
We met with an entire team. It was their real estate team, the clerk, and I'm trying to go back into others. It was an entire team. And I can get you the list of attendees, but
well, at the end of the day, I think it's going to be up to the city council president, if I'm not mistaken. So it might be a good idea to double back with her just to check if there's interest, for going over there without all the caveats.
It may be better, Joe, if you or I send her an email. If you've already had the conversation with her, maybe you send her an email, copy Ellis and copy me and Dick or whoever. But, we ought to be able to perhaps have a higher level discussion.
Let me one other thing. Let's take this up at our next meeting, but I know that the clerk has some technical issues that won't work in the city council chamber.
Right.
We need to talk about that.
Okay.
Have we explored anything with Georgia State? See if they have any facilities that we could use?
we had talked about talking to them, but once we got the Georgia Freight Depot and we met with the city of Atlanta on our locations nearby, we just didn't move to that level. We felt like any of the Georgia State facilities was going to be a parking issue. We're gonna have to bus there. So I will double back with them to think about any parking issues. I mean, any facilities where there's parking that we could rent, but we're gonna have parking issues at any of those facilities. And that's why we dropped those out of the equation, because of parking.
You know, it's not just the commissioners in the north, it's the constituents in the north. Anything we can do to have a central meeting location is in the benefit of the public. So just please revisit anything that might be an option during this interim period, please.
Yeah, and in closing, Tanya's issue, she's adamant, the Georgia Freight Depot and the city of Atlanta both are external. We will not be able to use our SAR system without significant investment in time or effort. So that is the biggest issue of also not going to an external location. With aviation, South Service Center, those locations, we can accommodate SIRE to use for the rest of the year. That's a critical piece in the review.
Well, I mean, I understand we have a system we use. Now they have some type of a system and you upload whatever's on the agenda into that system. Now, you know, we got agenda items and you upload them just like Atlanta's agenda items. You know, I'm not a computer person at all, but I don't know if it could be that if it's that much of a difficulty. It's just different wording for different agenda items, you know, in my head, but I don't know anything about computers to that level. But it would seem we can load in whatever agenda items we got. I would think in in my mind.
Well, the other is I don't understand how we could load up the system at the Aviation Arts Center, but can't load it up anywhere else. I mean, either it's in the cloud or it's on a hardware. I mean, if we can go load it up at the Aviation Arts Center, why can't we load it up at City Hall or the Georgia Depot? We can follow up on offline about that later, but that just doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean, it's just words. I would think.
Let's do this. We're gonna make a final decision on the 17th. We have about 4 more items to get to today.
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
Back on the agenda, Commissioner Hall had items removed for separate consideration on page 3. 20-0319, Sheriff requests approval of a sub-recipient agreement between Fulton County Sheriff's Office and the Justice Solution for the Department of Health and Human Services grant.
Thank you. I just wanted to get a little more insight into what is actually being done with this request. I do see that there's some strategic planning and project planning, and I think it's really good, and I just wanted a little more information.
Okay, who's gonna address this?
It's the sheriff's.
Mr. Manager, COO, someone.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Madam COO?
Mr. Chairman, I was gonna ask you to try to provide some insight into those specific Sheriff's Department item. He does not have any additional information about those items either. It looks like it's a grant-funded item that does not have a required county match. We don't have any additional information, and no one's here from the Sheriff's Office to speak to that item.
So is either one time sensitive?
Yes.
Say yes. Well,
Yes, because
okay.
one of them is already.
Okay, well, someone though then should
Hold on,
know what they're about. They're
I
on
can
the
give you
agenda.
some information about the details on it, Commissioner Hall. The sheriff's office received funding from the federal government starting in September through September of this year for development of a strategic plan for just the internal operations of the jail. And he issued a contract last year to the Justice Solution, which was a sub-grant recipient for this money. So they are trying to exercise the second of what is, I think they actually have 2 renewal options. And this is the second one, the first of the 2 options to renew, excuse me, it's one first amendment to it. But the cost of this contract was the $56,250. And then there's another one that's for the process of dealing with reduction of recidivism by trying to deal with dealing with reentry for adults. And there was a total of $1,125,000 that was given under the grant, and the grant was allocated for different years. And so this again is a continuation of it. They started October and it's supposed to go to September 2023 for that second one. So the first one is dealing with planning and administration. And the second one, which is 100% grant funding, is to deal with reducing the recidivism for individuals entering our communities from incarceration who are at medium to high risk for reoffending.
Thank you so much. That's great. So we're addressing some of the issues that were raised by the community, and especially one of the NPUM vice chairs who came to our last board meeting that we actually had in the Assembly Hall. So this is good. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Entertain a motion to approve. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Madam Clerk,
Vote is open.
Commissioner Houseman,
Yes.
Mr. Ellis,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington,
Yes.
Mr. Carn.
Yes.
I vote yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Also on page 3, 20-0320, Sheriff.
This is the second one that we talked about. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman. Commissioner Ellis.
Yes.
That's Houseman or Ellis?
That was Houseman.
Houseman, okay. Commissioner Ellis.
Yes.
Commissioner Morris.
Yes.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington.
Yes.
Carn.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
That motion passes unanimously. On page 4, 20-0323, select Fulton, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide the coordination and of a one-stop operation service.
Commissioner Hall?
I couldn't hear it, Tanya.
On page 420-0323.
Thank you. So this one, I just wanted someone to speak to the job center and exactly what's going on. It's a good one as well.
Commissioner Hall, this is Samir Abdullahi, Deputy Director for Select Fulton. And as you know, WorkSource Fulton is a component of Select Fulton. Again, this is a renewal of our one-stop operator. And the way to think about our one-stop operator is they're really a mall manager that coordinates services. Excuse me. So our participants that come through the workforce system are in need of really wraparound services, things like voc rehab and others. And so part of the federal legislation was to coordinate these services through some type of one-stop operator. And that's what this company does for us, is it helps to coordinate these partners such that as an individual comes through our doors, if there are gaps in their ability to be successful in the workforce program, we're able to connect them with other state agencies and outside partners as a way for them to be successful. We did procure this as a federal mandate. We procured this, I think, 2 years ago. There was a little sluggishness around our workforce board initially in procuring this. We did receive a state finding on that. So that's what helped to, excuse me, accelerate that process. And this is up for our second renewal. They're the same one-stop operator that works, I know, in the city of Atlanta, works in DeKalb County, a good minority-owned firm, and they've helped to increase, I think, our referrals to our partners by about 180%. And a lot of that we were doing internal before the federal mandate came down.
Okay, Commissioner Hall?
Thank you for that.
All right, entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second, vote, Commissioner Morris, was that you?
Yes.
Question?
No, I was seconding the motion.
Okay, all right, let's cast our votes. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Carn?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Next item on page 420-0326, Human Resource Management. Request approval to make routine modifications to the classification section of the classification and compensation plan by adding new titles or changes assigned grades.
Move approval.
Second, I just want to commend the county manager and our Kenneth Herman and whoever else worked on this, because this is so necessary for our emergency management staff to actually have these positions as permanent Fulton County employees. And I'm hoping that we will be able to increase the number of employees that are Fulton County permanent employees within our emergency management department.
All right, motion is to approve. Let's vote. Mr. Houseman? Mr. Ellis?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Carn?
Yes.
I abstain.
And this is Hausman. I vote yes.
What was the vote? I'm sorry, couldn't hear the clerk.
6 days, 1 abstention. And the add-on item on page 4, the add-on memo, 20-0351, Board of Registration and Election. Request approval of an amendment 1 of the intergovernmental agreement to conduct a special election for the city of Atlanta.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any questions? Not, let's vote. Commissioner Houseman?
Yes.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Chair Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Carn?
Yes.
Passes.
Did you get my yes?
We did. Madam Clerk?
No further items.
I thought you said there were two.
Well, that was the one that was already dealt with. The held item for Commissioner Hausman was held. Those are it.
Is that it? What else you got?
That's it?
Yes.
All right, apparently no other items or matters that come before us today, so we will stand adjourned to sections and thank you.
Mr. Chair, just real quick, Ms. Roach, if we could get copies of the electronic presentations, I'd appreciate that, of all the presentations. Is that possible?
Yes, sir. The COVID update was sent to all members of the board and their chiefs of staff yesterday. I will get my hands on the other presentations that were at today's board meeting, and I'll circulate those as well.
Okay, the COVID one was the one you announced with the new round of emergency funding, correct? Was that one as well?
Yes, yes. That's
Okay, all right.
With the new round of emergency funding.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add to that, that all of those presentations get posted to the agenda, the post minutes, so that
Yes.
the public can review?
They will be, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
All right, no further matters that come before us. We are adjourned. Thank you. Houseman, Ellis, Morris, Hall, Arrington, Carn, and Pitts. We stand adjourned. Thank you very much.